Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of the Charles Jones trial out of Tampa. We are into day 9. The state will be calling 3 more witnesses. Today is Wednesday, most likely resting today. We'll see if the defense puts on a case. And audio sounds good. Joining us today. All right, so welcome in, settle in, get comfortable, and let's get started.
We the best, no contest. My clique is the best. We the best. There ain't no one like, cause of you dumb or you crazy. There's no way, G. Me and my clique, we handling biz while you and your clique just act fugazi. You couldn't persuade me to give a damn, this don't faze me. I got my Xbox, she can't play me. Money in the text box, I get paid. We the best. We the best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best. There ain't no rest. For the wicked I'm bad and I'm blessed. Put it to the test. For the rest there ain't no contest. So what's next? Got me leveling up, I'm obsessed. I bring the fire like I'm possessed. My personnel and my clique is the best. There ain't no contest. There ain't no one like, cause of you dumb or you crazy. There's no way, G. Me and my clique, we handling biz while you and your clique just act fugazi. You couldn't persuade me to give a damn, this don't faze me. I got my Xbox, she can't play me. Money in the text box, I get paid. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best. We the best, best. We the best, best. No contest. My clique is the best. We the best.
All right, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Judge yesterday said they wanted them there at 8:50 to talk about some motions. So we have a feed, and get comfortable, everybody. Get comfortable. Who is with us today? Florida PI Sam. Thank you so much for joining us. High Alert. Hello. How are you? Hell Rider. Richard in the kitchen. Good to see you. Good vibes only. Thank you for the sunshines. Little sunshine. I love that. I love these little gifts, you guys. Hell Rider. Holly. Thank you for the gifts as well. I can see them on one account, but I can't see them on another account. It's really weird. Anyway, the pretty chick, Downey Lynn. Good morning. Welcome in, guys. William, good to see you. Brat. Brenda, YT Hazel. Good morning. Good morning. Good to see all of you. Hope you guys had a nice, restful evening. Let me see. Who else do we have? It's great. How are you? Florida PI Sam saying, glad to be here. I don't have to wear a suit. Hey, JMS. You asked earlier, was there court on Friday? Hey, Tammy, good morning. Shirley, good morning. Yes, there's court on Friday. Jury instructions and deliberation are going to be on Friday. Hellrider, the gifts are cool. Good. Hey, and thank you for dropping those. Those are really much appreciated. Kimbers, good morning to you. Hey, Camilla, you're late. Good morning. Hebrewzah, how are you? Good morning to you. Elspeth, awesome. Thank you for joining us. Kelsey, hello, hello. So good to see all you guys joining us today. High Alert, what's up with you? Anthony, good morning. Good morning. Welcome in. Cindy, hello. There's High Alert. Good morning. Shirley saying Lewiston, Idaho. Coming in from Lewiston. Awesome. I need an alibi. Morning to you. All right. So, yeah, they have to deal with some motions that's why they're coming in. State has 3 more witnesses. Oh, the judge wants to see the video. That's what it was. So there's a 3-minute video of Sean trying to escape from his interrogation. So the judge wants to watch that. She says the ankle. Okay, so trying to escape could go to consciousness of guilt, but the ankle monitor apparently Sean had an ankle monitor, and he's like trying to rip it off. And then he's pounding on the wall. Let me out. That kind of stuff. She says that's a bit more problematic, so she needs to see that in context. So that's going to be a 3-minute video. So that's why she wanted them there at 8:50. She said the detective doesn't need to opine about what Sean was pushing up the ceiling tile or why Sean was pushing up the ceiling tile. Yeah, he's screaming and punching walls. Let me out! 3 minutes before the escape attempt. All right, so that's what she wants to watch. She wants to watch this 3-minute video. So, hey, Iowa Backyard Cam, good to see you. Joanne Jedi Platypus, good to see you. Surfing Girl, good morning, good morning. Yeah, everybody's getting rain apparently. Send some of that rain down here. I think we're still in a drought. I think that we've gotten a little bit of rain here and there were fires around us, but they've calmed down a little bit. When did he try to do this? When he was being interrogated, his interrogation. I'm not sure why he had an ankle monitor on. That's kind of news to me. I'm not sure why he had an ankle monitor on. But apparently he had an ankle monitor on. All right. So the judge wants to see the context or see it in context. That's why she wanted them there at 8:50. So, hey, Glee Roll, good morning. Wizard of Ezzy, good to see you. Kim Hastings, welcome in. Surfing Selena. Hellrider, yeah, we need it, but Bad Storms not so much. The whole video is like maybe 2 hours or something. I'm not quite sure how long it was, but they're only going to show 3 minutes. Good morning, Kim. Good to see you. Tammy says it's finally raining in southwest Kansas. Kelsey, you can have all the rain from here in Ohio. I'll gladly take your sunshine. Right? It's weird, right? You're having too much rain. We're having not enough rain. Go figure. It all evens out, I guess, in the end, right? Stella, do you think they will show us? They will eventually. I mean, they will eventually, maybe not right now with this, before the jury gets there, but they will. Whoever the detective is, I'm not even sure what detective is going to be bringing this in. But apparently they have 3 more witnesses, and we will see it once the detective comes in. Hey, Kathy, another cloudy, cold, wet day. Oof. We have buckets I can try to get over to you somehow, Kimber says. Yeah. Ship it down somehow? Let's build a canal. Joy, good morning. Good to see you. Hey, Barry, good morning. Good morning. Welcome in. All right, for those that are coming in, the judge needs to see this 3-minute video of Sean trying to escape his interrogation / interview. So before the jury comes in, judge needs to see this 3 minutes of him pulling at his ankle monitor, pounding on the wall, saying, "Let me out." Sounds very dramatic. And then apparently he pushes at the ceiling tile trying to get out. So sounds very dramatic. JMS, they have 3 more witnesses. So 3 more witnesses to go. So they are expecting to rest today, with closings expected to be tomorrow, which would be Thursday. So to me, that sounds like the defense is not going to put on a case, or if they do, it's going to be extremely, extremely short, because then the state has to have chance for a rebuttal. So for me, state is expected to rest today. They have 3 more witnesses. And then we've heard closings tomorrow, jury instructions on Friday, deliberation starts Friday. So read the tea leaves. Read the tea leaves. Raul Valley Friday. Is there something on Friday for Raul? Brendan Banfield is Friday. Brendan Banfield's sentencing is Friday at 11, I think, at 11. So we'll cover that. We'll probably dual stream. I'll warn everybody now, mods included. We will be dual streaming on Friday. Hit the like button if you guys have not already. Appreciate your support on that. We have 55 likes. So take a minute and hit the like button. And we have 121 people watching. Let's see if we can get 121 likes. If you guys can hear my voice and you're not in chat, just take a moment and hit the like button. Let's see if we can get up to 100. Can we get up to 100 before court starts? We got 58 likes. See if we can get up to 100 likes before court starts. Good Vibes Only is looking forward to that. Yeah, quite a lot coming up. Brendan Banfield on Friday. Corey's next week, and then Paul Canero is the week after that. So we've got some. Oh, and then Carlos is starting too. So we got lots going on. Dual stream Friday, exactly. 68. All right, we're up to 68 likes. Can we get up to 100 likes, guys? Thank you, Kelsey. Appreciate that. Hello, Ryder saying smash that like button. Let's do it. Let's do it. William, good morning to you. Good morning, good morning. Tanner Horner, okay. Don't know that one. Is that the FedEx one? I don't know. We're not following that one. Sherry, good morning. Sorry to hear about your little furry one there. Thank you for joining us. Let's see here. Excuse me for that. Seeing if I missed anybody. Rashad, good morning to you. Welcome.
Yes, this is what this is the clip that the state had made. Yes, Your Honor. The video itself is several hours long.
Are you going to play the whole thing?
Just this 3 minutes that the state seeks.
No, I mean in your case in chief. Are you playing the whole video?
The full 3 minutes of this, yes.
That's okay.
That's it. Not the full hours long. No, okay. No, Your Honor.
Fuck up. Shit.
out, bro. Let me out, bro. Bro, let me out, bro. Let me out!
Sit in that chair and don't move.
Okay. So here's the thing. That actually is a crime. Tampering with that device is a crime, right?
Yes, Your
It's a
Honor.
felony, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's a third-degree
Third-degree
felony. But he wasn't charged with it.
No, Your Honor, not to my knowledge. I couldn't say for certain. I never inquired.
Okay. So I don't know. I mean, it's got some probative value, but I'm concerned the prejudicial effect may outweigh the probative value, and I don't know if it's necessary to have all of that in with what the state's trying to convey. So back it up to about 2057-ish. Just back it up.
May I mute it, Your Honor, while we...
Yeah, that's fine.
To 20...
I thought it was 2057 is what I was.
Oh, on the top of the
Yeah.
screen, yes, Your Honor.
So it's after he takes off the monitor, he takes it off, he goes stands against the wall, then he kind of plays with the ankle monitor a little bit more, then he finally sets it down, and then he kind of starts, I think about right here. So just back it up to the moment when he puts the ankle monitor down for the final time. There you go. Okay, so I'm going to sustain the objection to anything before that and then deny it as to anything after that. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor. So make the redactions to 2057. Is that 51? I can't see it on
I
this.
can't see it there.
Yes, Your Honor. I will make the appropriate redactions to this moment.
Okay?
Which on the video timestamp is 2 minutes into the original video. If I can make a record with that because I can't. Oh, it's 2056:51.
And then I will also give the instruction that the video's been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so that the jury knows.
Michelle, did you send me a public
Can we play Game Over hours? You can press play so I can work on this.
Okay.
And then can you tell me how to switch it back to
Yes,
how to
just
do it?
press dock cam.
Dock
And
cam?
then, yes. And then on here it's going to, when you press that button, it's going to be black. And then you push this thing and you put, there's a little plug over here. Yes.
And other than the letter from DOC, do we need any photos or all the photos there? The photos are not there, but the photos will be there. Okay, so I have the letter. Did you want the photos at the same time?
Yeah.
Or something? This is not the exhibit. You cannot put that in because it's not this is everything that you need. So we'll just put in whatever that packet is. This one. 100%. Not the records there. Yeah. Okay, but I can also use this. Yes, and they don't want, where are you going?
I'm going to say that he's not DOC, and I did not have him dressed.
Then they don't want this specific certifications, or do you want to put on another certification?
Yeah, but they want that out. It says, okay, I'll look that out, and I'll let him see it. Okay.
And then do you want to let this coming in through Detective Griffin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Just let him know we're not going to talk about the Mr. Gathright taking off his ankle monitor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And from the revised lineup, are we starting with Ms. Drew?
We are, but we're going to play the game over. We didn't play it yesterday because we went long, but since Detective McCullough testified to it, we want to play it, and then we're going to call Marjorie.
The only reason I'm bringing it up, we filed a motion to exclude Ms. Drew's testimony of Dauber, which is still, I think, pending. I think we had discussed in the motions here that we would address it when she testifies.
Okay,
It's still not the same.
let's address it. What's your motion?
Motion, Your Honor, is, and really we lay out our position in the motion under the state's final response. Our objection is the field of ballistic testing it's unreliable, basically, because it relies only on the subjective opinions of the expert. There are no set standards within the industry. She confirms that in her deposition. It's basically relying on her subjective opinion. There is peer review within, or not peer review, but there's review within FDLE. But other than that, there are no set guidelines that are followed within the industry. At least once class characteristics are determined to match, from there the individual characteristics are just up to the eye of the examiner. And given the standards, given also that it relies really on uniquenesses within the firearm manufacturing field in recent years, and this is discussed in some of the authorities on site. In recent years, especially with companies like Glock, they've become much more uniform in their manufacturing practices to the extent there really are not significant differences in firing pin impressions, aperture marks, things of that sort. So based on changes in technology over the years and the fact that there are no objective guidelines to be followed, I suggest it's not reliable science.
I know, but hasn't this opinion testimony been permitted in the state of Florida for decades?
Yes.
At a minimum? Okay. Response?
Judge, that is our response, and we did provide the court with case law citing exactly this, that has been considered reliable, admissible, and in Florida there are cases where there were no restrictions put upon the terminology utilized by the FDLE analyst.
Okay. And was it a motion to strike? Is that what the title of the motion was? Due to Daubert?
I think motion to exclude. It was
Motion to exclude. Okay. I'm going to deny the motion. All
Judge,
right.
I believe Rashad Murphy adopted that motion, and if it wasn't, I would ask that it be adopted and note our objection as well.
Sure. Is that the same for all defendants, Mr. Sonardi?
Correct, Your Honor, will adopt it.
And Mr. Petridis? Okay. Same ruling.
Judge, another issue,
Sure.
if we can. Your Honor, in contemplation of Detective Griffin's testimony, he would be the 1200 detective. I had filed a motion in limine, which the court heard, fourth motion in limine, regarding opinion identification testimony.
Right.
And essentially, the gravamen was that the state was going to introduce digital media, one of which was a series of music videos. And I was asking the court, which the court granted this motion subject to any exception, and that is that no member of law enforcement is in any better position than jurors to make a determination as to the identification of someone in a rap video.
Well, no. Identification of the defendants.
Of the defendant.
Of the defendants.
There's going to be still photos that are going to be introduced. There's going to be the videos themselves that are going to be introduced. And my understanding, what I don't want Detective Griffin to do, in what I believe is in opposition to the court's order, is say that person right there is Rashad Murphy. The jury, as the trier of fact, can determine whether or not is it in fact Rashad Murphy. Certainly, if Detective Griffin wants to identify anyone else in that video to associate them together as gang members, I don't believe there's any preclusion to that. But
Yeah, but isn't the case law on this, essentially, if law enforcement is in the same position as the jury, meaning they don't have any particular knowledge of the defendant as far as any prior interaction, that in those instances, that's when a law enforcement officer can't tell the jury, well, this is defendant A, B, or C. However, doesn't the case law state that if the officer testifying does have specific knowledge of the identity of the defendant, they are permitted to testify as to identity?
Judge, my understanding, especially of Bentley and Proctor, is that law enforcement officers are not permitted to offer an opinion identifying a defendant in digital media unless the officer was an eyewitness to that event, and that special familiarity with the defendant or prior contact with the defendant, which is in and of itself a problem, or otherwise being an expert in identification, is not permitted. It's the jury's province to look at that picture still or look at that video. Of course, in the video, if it was only a video, then certainly I might even, to a certain extent, suggest that, okay, maybe it would assist the jury by way of something they couldn't do on their own. But there are still photos that are certainly identifiable if the jury were to want to make a determination that they are in fact Rashad Murphy.
Yeah, I got to take a look at the case law again. So, state what's your response?
My understanding of the case law is that the court has articulated if the officer is in a better position to make an identification or a specific knowledge of the individual that is depicted or prior knowledge of that individual, then the identification is permitted. That said, I have attempted to be pretty careful and can continue to be very careful about the manner in which I ask the questions. It's just that the door essentially is opened on cross when they say, when you see so-and-so in this video. But I have tried my best to indicate, is there an individual in this photograph that you documented in Rashad Murphy's gang documentation report for purposes of identifying him or meeting a criteria? So I can try to ask the question in that way to ensure that the record is preserved, but at some point it becomes obvious.
Certainly, Judge, I want to let the court know that we've had this discussion. I'm not suggesting in any way, shape, or form that was the state's intent. And if, in fact, it goes that way, as suggested by the state, I'm certainly not going to say, is that Rashad Murphy, to open the door to some type of redirect. So if that is the manner in which the questioning is going to be done, certainly talking to Detective Griffin about his answers, then I think it does meet what I understood the court's ruling to be.
Well, yeah, and honestly, my ruling was geared more towards, I didn't want law enforcement watching the crime scene videos and with the mass shooters saying, and that is Sean Gathright, or that is Rashad Murphy, or that is Davion Murphy. Now, during the course of the trial, they have been asked to their opinions, not necessarily by the state, but regarding who shooters 1, 2, and 3 are. But that was really what I was thinking about when we were discussing this topic.
And I'm not sure that hasn't happened already, quite frankly.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Just for the record, is clear, that was, defense opened the door when we first put on.
I agree. I'm not casting aspersions to anybody. I'm just saying the context of it is when we were having this discussion, and that's what I was thinking of when we were discussing law enforcement opining as to the identity of a masked shooter. So I wasn't thinking about the identity of one of the defendants being in a rap video. And I think these are distinctive situations. So let me take a look at the cases again, and then I'll let you know before Griffin takes a stand.
And those cases were provided along with the motion. It's motion limit number 4.
I have them in my stack, my forest of paper over here. I just need to find it. Okay? Okay, very good. All right, and Amara Drew's going to be first anyway, correct? Right? Hello? Bueller?
I apologize, Your Honor.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Amara Drew's going to be first, right?
Michelle? It is going to.
You're going to play the video, and then your comments, Drew. Okay, so I'll have an answer before Detective Griffin takes the stand, okay? Okay, very good. Are our jurors here?
Yes, Judge.
All right, let's bring them in.
All rise. Yours right, Judge.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to proceed. Everyone have a seat. State, you may proceed.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit and publish State's Exhibit 132 if not previously admitted and published. What number? 132 A and B.
They've already been admitted?
Yes, Your Honor. May the state please publish 132A, the video Game Over?
Yes.
All right, we're going to have to mute this because unfortunately we'll probably we'll play like the first 2 seconds, but I'm going to have to mute this, you guys, just so you know. So this is Game Over. This was like hours, I think, or no, a couple days after. All right, so I gotta mute this, just so you know. So this is Yungeen Ace releasing Game Over. So if you guys want to check it out, do we have this in our link, in our description? I don't think we have this in our description. No, we just have Who I Smokin' When I See You. So this is Game Over. How many hits does this have, Game Over? Let's see how many views this has. It says 30 million views, you guys. 30 million views. This is how many views it has. It premiered June 28th, so it was a couple days after. So Game Over. 30 million views. Let me post this for you guys. It's just insane. And he's making a freaking buttload on this. 30 million views. 30 million views. So, premiered June 28th, 2024. As we know, Julio was shot on the 23rd. And it's not, you know, I mean, every time somebody views it, he's getting money. He's getting money. So, I think Julio Charles paid for a Cartier watch. It was like $20,000. He paid for it in cash when he was in New York. So this is Yungeen Ace, Hellrider. This is Yungeen Ace, ATK. I don't know how these guys don't get in trouble flashing the guns around, but they don't. And this is actually tame compared to some of his other don't go to war or go to war. You know, they're doing nothing but just waving guns around. So, all right. Obviously, ATK chain there. They were talking about that yesterday.
Fucking nut out, man. Fuck. Niggas all day, niggas don't know what walk me, man. Niggas don't know this shit, bro. Niggas don't want to walk me, man. Fuck. I'm fucking glad. Hit the fuck road, man.
Okay, very good. And who's going to be our next witness?
The state would call Amara Drew.
Okay.
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this class will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Very good. You may proceed, Mr. Harmon.
Good morning. Would you please introduce yourself to the jurors?
My name is Amara Drew, A-M-A-R-A-D-R-E-W, and I'm employed with FDLE, which is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Okay. Let me ask you real quick about FDLE. Is FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, is that an agency that maintains offices statewide here in the state of Florida?
It does.
Is there an investigative branch to that agency?
There is, yes.
And are there laboratories that are part? There are, okay. And are there laboratories that are maintained throughout the state?
There are, yes.
Is there one here in Tampa?
That is correct.
Now, and that's actually on North Lois here
Yes.
in Tampa near HCC, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And is that where you work? Is that where your office is?
Yes, I am located in the Tampa laboratory.
Okay. And what position do you hold there, that lab?
I am a crime laboratory analyst within the firearms section at our Tampa laboratory.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors your educational background?
So I have a Bachelor's of Science from Westchester University of Pennsylvania in Forensics and Toxicological Chemistry.
And, ma'am, are there any specific degrees or educational requirement for a person to work or be trained as a firearm and tool mark examiner?
You do have to have a bachelor's degree.
Okay. Prior to FDLE, did you have prior employment in this field?
I did. Prior to FDLE, I was employed with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services in their firearms section, as well as the North Carolina State Crime Laboratory in their firearms section as well.
How long did you work in Idaho?
With Idaho, I was there for about a year and a half.
And then you went from there to the North Carolina laboratory?
That is correct.
Did you receive training in the field of firearms analysis and tool mark analysis at the Idaho State Police Forensic Laboratory?
I did.
Can you detail that for us?
So when I was employed with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services, I completed their firearms and tool marks training program. So that training program included examination of all different types of firearms and functionality of them, as well as comparisons of cartridge cases, projectiles, shot shells, serial number restorations, and database entry. So I successfully completed all of those trainings, which included practical assessments, written assessments, tests, and a mock case. And that was the complete training with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services.
When you say a mock case, can you tell us what that means?
So a mock case is a case that is generated by my training officer, where they create a case similar to a case we would receive from an external agency, where I will then work it as I would a general case that would come into the laboratory.
Did you conduct active casework there?
I did.
So moving on to the North Carolina laboratory, this would be the North Carolina State Crime Lab, is that what you told us?
That is correct.
Okay. And first of all, where was that located within North Carolina?
I was in the Western Laboratory, which is in Hendersonville, North Carolina.
And what time periods were you employed at that lab?
I was employed there from, I believe, July of 2020 to May of 2023.
Did you undergo additional training there?
I did.
And did you conduct active casework there?
I did.
Was your position with both of those laboratories similar or generally the same as your position here at the FDLE laboratory?
It was, yes.
All right. And then at some point you left that agency and you came here to Florida?
That is correct.
All right. And how many total years here at Florida?
I've been with Florida since June of 2023.
So when you arrived here, did you receive additional training?
I went through an assessment period and then 6 months of supervised casework.
And then at some point you began to do active casework without supervision?
That is correct.
All right. Do you continue to receive annual and continual training.
Yes.
Do you, as a firearms examiner, keep abreast of current trends, new developments in the area of firearm and tool mark analysis?
Yes, I do.
Now, let me talk to you about this first. Is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement's crime lab here in Tampa, is it accredited in any way?
We are, yes.
And is your individual section, is it accredited separately from the lab, or is that part of the general accreditation?
Our entire lab gets accredited for the types of examinations that our entirety of the Tampa laboratory is accredited for. So firearms falls within the scope of our accreditation.
Can you explain to the jurors that process of accreditation, what that involves?
So to be accredited means that we are meeting the standards set forth by the international standards. So every 4 years we go through a new accreditation cycle. So we'll have accreditors come or auditors come and evaluate our standard operating procedures, our casework, all of our policies and procedures to verify that we are following the said standards and that we are following the standards that we say we are following. So that accreditation cycle is every 4 years. There are spot checks annually to verify that our lab is still meeting our scope accreditations, and then we also have internal accreditation or audits. Apologies, not accreditations. We have internal audits that we do as well to make sure that we are meeting our standards as well.
Well, how does that internal auditing process, how does that work?
So the internal auditing process works as members from the same section, but from a different one of our laboratories will come in and evaluate our casework and our policies and procedures to verify that our casework is meeting the policies and procedures and the standards that we say we are meeting.
Does FDLE maintain a crime lab in Jacksonville?
They do, yes.
Have there been occasions, or are you required as part of your position to participate in an internal auditing of other laboratories within the FDLE?
I am trained to participate in those internal audits.
Okay. And you mentioned there are spot checks. Is there any kind of an external auditing process of the FDLE laboratory where an external agency comes in and audits?
That is done during our accreditation period. That external people are the ones who come and do our audits for the accreditation cycle, and then there'll be like off-site paper review, casework review, and all of that is done by external people for the purpose of the accreditation.
That would be an independent agency doing that?
It would be other examiners from other laboratories that are trained as auditors through the accreditation system.
But not part of FDLE?
That is correct.
Okay. Ms. True, have you previously testified as an expert in the area of firearms analysis and examination and identification and tool mark analysis and examination?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 20.
What jurisdictions?
It's been in different counties here in Florida and some counties in North Carolina.
In those occasions where you were testifying as an expert in that area, were you testifying to actual comparisons and analysis that you conducted?
Yes.
How many total number of comparisons and analysis have you conducted in your career?
I've worked hundreds of cases, which is thousands of comparisons, hundreds of firearms.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about proficiency testing that you have to undergo, but before I do that, so that the jury can have a good understanding of what that requires of you, I want to ask you generally in your position as a firearms examiner at FDLE, well, let me back up a little. Do law enforcement agencies submit items that are related to firearms for you to analyze?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And what is it you're commonly asked to do? What types of items do you receive?
So generally in casework, we can receive a firearm, fired components, which consists of a cartridge case or a bullet or projectile, and we'll be asked to do a microscopic comparison to determine whether those fired components were fired from the same firearm or the submitted firearm.
Okay, so in the instance where law enforcement does not recover a firearm or just doesn't have one to submit to you, you can look at individual cartridge cases, or you can look at projectiles, and depending on the quality and what's imparted upon them, you can determine if they were possibly fired in the same gun?
Yes, we can do a comparison of two fired components to determine if they were fired from the same firearm.
Okay. So can you explain to the jurors the proficiency testing that you are required to undergo?
So at FDLE, we are required to do proficiency testing. So every year we'll participate in a microscopic comparison proficiency test, meaning an external agency will send us a test which will include either cartridge cases or bullets, and we will be tasked with determining if the unknowns or the questioned items in the case came from the knowns that they submit to us or not, or whether the other questioned ones came from the same firearm but not the one that they submitted.
Are there instances where you have had to look at multiple shell casings or cartridge casings, fired cartridge casings that have been fired by different firearms and distinguish from a group which ones were fired from which firearm?
Yes.
And the people that are submitting this to you through this proficiency testing, is that an FDLE body or is that an external agency that is tasked or contracted to do that?
It's an external agency that we buy the test from.
All right. So in that instance, if you have cartridge cases or projectiles and there's multiples, and you may have multiple firearms that fired them, they know what firearm fired those projectiles or cartridge cases.
Yes, the people who created the test do know the correct answers of that test.
All right, and if I understand you correctly, then you're required to look at this group of fired cartridge cases and determine whether they were fired from the same gun, right?
That's correct.
And group them to a specific firearm.
That's correct.
Have you ever had any problems with proficiency testing?
No, I have passed all of my proficiency tests.
Now, in addition to proficiency testing here at the FDLE, when you worked in North Carolina, did you undergo proficiency testing?
I did.
Did you pass all of those proficiency tests?
I did, yes.
Did you have to go through, or were you at the Idaho lab long enough to go through proficiency testing?
I was not. When I was released for casework there, the testing had come out later in the year, and I had already switched employment by the time it was time to do the proficiency test with Idaho.
So I want to talk to you generally about the process of evidence being brought into the laboratory here in Tampa. When a law enforcement agency such as the Tampa Police Department brings evidence to the Tampa lab, is there some type of a transfer or an intake area there at the laboratory?
Yes, evidence is brought into our evidence intake section.
And are there employees that work there that specifically handle that?
There are, yes.
Is that a secure area?
It is, yes.
Is the laboratory within a secure facility?
It is, yes.
And is that same process followed at the Jacksonville lab?
Yes, it does.
Right. And when the evidence is submitted to FDLE, does the agency's report number for that case, is it recorded and documented?
Yes, they provide an agency case number associated with the submitted case.
And as in this case, where you have multiple submissions coming from different agencies, as far as that specific agency number, is there a unique and distinctive FDLE number that is assigned to that individual submission in case?
Yes, every case that enters our laboratory is assigned a unique FDLE case number, and each item within the case is given a respective item number as well.
And after you have conducted your analysis and examination, do you complete a laboratory report?
I do.
Is that laboratory report with your findings, does it go through a review process?
It does.
Can you explain that to the jury, what that entails?
So when a case is complete and our work is, all of our work and examinations are complete and all of our results have been checked, we will generate a report that includes all of our findings for all of the evidence that we received, and it will go through a tech review, which a qualified analyst, another qualified analyst within the firearm section, will go through our report and our notes to verify that we followed our technical procedure, that we're not incorrect in any of our technical aspects, and all of the information is accurate and provided. Once it completes the tech review, it'll go through what's called an administrative review to make sure everything is spelled correctly, formatted correctly, and just grammatically correct all the way through. And once those passes through all of our review processes, then a report can be released.
When evidence comes into FDLE from an agency like Tampa Police Department or Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, is there a labeling process that occurs?
In what aspect are you referring?
Does the employee within the evidence section that's receiving that evidence, do they create a label, or is at some point a label created and placed onto the packaging containing the evidence?
So when the items come in and they are accepted into our LIM system, which is a laboratory information management system, once they are given that unique item number associated with that unique FDLE case number, a label is generated, and each item that comes in is given its own label.
Okay. Now, if you receive, and you talked about some of your casework, if you received multiple cartridge cases, do each of them receive a designation as far as an item number?
So if a cartridge case comes, it's assigned upon coming in. If there are multiple items in the packaging, like there's 5 cartridge cases in item 1, we will then, as an analyst, sub-designate them either 1.1, 1.2, 1.3 to give it a unique number so we know which cartridge case we are talking about during our comparisons and our reports.
I want to call your attention to your laboratory report that's dated December 26th, and it's going to be in your FDLE number that ends in 7688.
Am I allowed to refer to my notes?
Yes, of course. So just take a moment, look at your report. Once your memory is refreshed, just look up and let us know you're ready to proceed.
You said the one for December?
December 26th.
Okay.
All right. Have you had a chance to look at it?
I have, yes.
Okay. Did you, in that report, receive a single 9mm casing?
I did, yes.
All right. And who was the submitting agency?
The submitting agency for this case was the Tampa Police Department.
And who actually was the submitting person or officer?
I believe it was Juan Ramos.
Okay. And was that evidence that was submitted on September 18th of 24?
It was, yes.
All right. That fired 9mm cartridge case, did you give it an FDLE item number?
It was, given one, yes.
All right. I'm going to publish States 14. Ms. Drew, if you can look at the monitor to your right, I can see you're already doing so. Do you recognize the label?
I do, yes.
Do you recognize right below the label some writing in red ink?
I do, yes.
Is that your writing?
It is.
Is this the item that was submitted in that report?
It is, yes.
On the top here, what is this number?
That number is the unique FDLE case number that it was assigned.
And we see the reference where I referred you to 7688?
That's correct.
All right. And your item number 7?
That's correct.
And since this contains a single item in it, that is the item number for that item?
That is correct.
And the submitting agency is noted on your label?
That's correct.
And their report number or case number?
Yes.
Okay. Did you conduct an analysis or examination of that cartridge case?
I did.
So we didn't get into this earlier, but you told us the first step as far as the travel of evidence into the FDLE goes into the evidence section. When you're assigned to the case, which you were in this case, correct?
Yes.
All right. How do you retrieve that evidence to conduct your examination?
So I'm assigned my cases by my supervisor. So once I'm assigned a case, I'm given a folder with a case tracking form in it. With that information, I will take the folder to our evidence window, and a member from our evidence section will retrieve the evidence and transfer the evidence to me via our LIMS system. That's our Laboratory Information Management System. And that requires a password from both them and me to electronically transfer to electronically transfer that evidence to me into my custody. Therefore, I can take it back to my work area to work.
Is there a firearms section or area within the secured facility?
There is, yes.
And that's basically your laboratory, individual laboratory?
Yes, so we have a firearms section, and then within that section, I have an office workspace as well.
So you retrieve this item. Is it in this packaging that we're looking at?
Yes, that's how I received the item.
And is this a common type of packaging that you receive firearm evidence, such as cartridge cases, fired projectiles?
Yeah, it can be.
Paper envelope?
Yeah.
Sometimes plastic bags?
Yes, it can be.
When you get back to the laboratory with this, before you open it, do you take some type of precaution, or do you put something on your hands?
We'll generally wear gloves in order to protect ourselves from any contaminations that could be on evidence.
And at some point you open the package, remove its contents?
That's correct, yes.
All right. Now, in this exhibit, States 14, we see an internal envelope. Let me just go ahead and jump ahead. Once you complete your analysis and examination, do you place the item back into this packaging?
Yes, I do.
And when the item is received, we see this red tape. It says evidence on it. Is that something you frequently see when you receive packaging of evidence from law enforcement?
Yes, it is.
And when you open the envelope, do you cut through that tape, or do you try to avoid doing that?
I'll try to avoid it to try to cut in an area that does not already have an evidence seal.
All right. And then when you reseal the package, do you then place tape, similar tape from your agency?
I do, yes.
All right. Now, this tape here, we can see the F and the D. We can't see the LE, but is that your tape?
That is, yes.
Okay, down here we can see the L and the E. All right. And when you seal it back, do you write something on it?
Yes, so I will initial and date my seals, so I know that I'm the one who sealed it and when I sealed it.
All right. And then is this taken back to your evidence section?
Yes, when I've resealed evidence and it's ready to be returned, I will transfer it back to the evidence section for them to retain it until the agency comes and picks up the evidence.
On this internal envelope, do you see your handwriting up here above my finger?
Yes, that is my handwriting.
Is that your initials right above my finger?
That is, yes.
And this is the unique FDLE number or a portion of it?
Yes.
And your item number?
That is correct.
Okay. And you've told us earlier you did conduct analysis of this fired cartridge casing?
I did, yes.
All right. Can you tell the jurors what your findings were?
So for this cartridge case, I determined that it displayed class characteristics consistent with pistols by Glock, as well as that I identified it to item 9.1 and 9.2 cartridge cases submitted in FDLE case number 2024-0403-556.
All right. Now I'm going to come back to that. So I want to talk to you about that real quick. You mentioned class characteristics. Can you explain to the jury what that term means?
So class characteristics are predetermined features of the firearms or cartridge cases that the manufacturer determines prior to creating of these firearms. So for a cartridge case, the class characteristics could be the shape of the firing pin or the type of detail, whether it's parallel detail or circular detail. Or for a projectile, the number of lands and grooves, which are the portions of rifling, which is cuts down a barrel in order to provide stability for a projectile traveling down the barrel of a firearm. So these class characteristics are predetermined. So this can kind of be thought of like when you're looking for your car in a parking lot. You know that you have a gray Jeep Gladiator. So you know you're looking for a gray Jeep Gladiator. That's how you bought it. That's how, you know, what the type of thing you are looking for.
Okay. Would the, talking about class characteristics, and I know I'm digressing here, are those characteristics that you can associate to a manufacturer or to a group of manufacturers?
Some of the types of characteristics can be be consistent with specific types of manufacturers if they're a little bit more unique than others.
Now, you told us that in this situation you were able to determine that this case displayed class characteristics consistent with pistols by Glock.
That is correct.
So what was the class characteristic on this shell casing or characteristics that were consistent with a Glock firearm?
So in this case, this cartridge case had a D-shape firing pin impression with a teardrop aperture shear shape, and based on my experience and our training and stuff, that those two types of characteristics combined with each other are consistent with Glock firearms.
Okay. And are those class characteristics as far as that type of gun, Glock manufactured pistols, is that something that is predetermined when it's manufactured?
Yes, that is.
Would, if you have a projectile, all right, and you're able to determine the projectile, a fired bullet, you're able to determine its caliber class, would that be a class characteristic?
It would be, yes.
Okay. Publishing the content of States 14. Ms. Drew, do you see writing on this shell casing that you recognize?
I do.
What is that?
So that's the abbreviated FDLE case number, the item number, and my initials associated with this item.
And did you place that on there during your analysis and examination of this item?
I did.
At some point. So now I've turned the projectile. We can see that it is empty. I'm sorry, not projectile, the cartridge casing. It's empty. So this is a fired cartridge case.
That is correct.
Okay. What portion of the cartridge case is now visible?
That is the head of the cartridge case.
The markings on that portion of the cartridge case, is that commonly called the head stamp?
The writing, yes, that is the head stamp.
Okay. Is the caliber designated?
It is.
And is that the 9x19?
It is.
So 9x19, is that a way of indicating 9mm?
It is. That is correct.
Sometimes 9mm Luger?
Yes.
Is another way of saying it? Okay. And this is a cartridge case that would be suitable for firing in a 9mm caliber handgun?
That is correct.
And do we see another mark on the top, MXT?
Yes.
And is that designation for the brand or manufacturer?
It is, yes.
And did you determine what that stood for?
I believe it's Max Tech, but I'm not entirely sure.
And the 23, could that potentially be the year of manufacture?
It could be, but I do not recall the exact meaning.
Okay. You talked about a firing and pin impression. Is this the area where my pen is pointing?
Yes, that would be the firing pin impression.
Okay. In conducting your analysis and examination, is there a physical examination component to your analysis?
There is, yes.
What does that consist of?
So the physical analysis would be we will, when we open the items of evidence, we will look at them. We will document the pertinent information. So the caliber, the material, the shape of the firing pin impression, for instance, for the cartridge case. So this physical analysis can be us just looking at it, or we can use our microscope if we need to see stuff a little bit better as well.
And is there a secondary part to your examination past the physical examination, a potential second part?
Yes, so after our physical examination and we've determined what the class characteristics of the items are, we can move on to a microscopic comparison type of examination as well.
So in deciding whether to move on, in this instance, you had one cartridge case, correct?
Yes.
All right. Did you go past that initial physical examination with this cartridge case at this point when you first received that without anything else?
No, within this this case and this submission, there was only a single cartridge case to examine.
Okay. Now, you've mentioned that you were able to identify that item to two shell casings from another FDLE number, another case?
That is correct.
And when you were examining those items and you went back and compared them, did you note that in a subsequent report?
I did.
So I'm going to call your attention to your next report that I'm going to talk to you about, a January, December 26, 2024 report. And this is going to be in reference to FDLE number ending in 3556. So 3556, your December 26 report.
Okay.
Have you found the report? Do you have it in front of you?
I do, yes.
Okay, all right. And in this case, did you receive two fired 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases?
I did, yes.
And what agency did you receive them from?
These cartridge cases were submitted from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And who submitted them?
I believe it was C.G. Morris.
Okay. And that was in reference to a death investigation?
That is correct, yes.
All right. And were those submitted to your laboratory or to the FDLE laboratory in Jacksonville?
This was actually submitted to the laboratory in Jacksonville.
And at some point, were those cartridge cases transported here to Tampa?
They were, yes.
Now, did you examine those two fired 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases?
I did, yes.
And when they came into your laboratory under this different FDLE number, did you assign an item number to the package?
Yes, they were assigned an item number.
And what item number?
They came in as FDLE item 9.
And did you give individual item numbers to the two different shell casings?
I did, because there was two of them. They were named 9.1 and 9.2.
Published states 58. And I'll ask first of all, do you recognize that yellow label and handwriting below it?
I do, yes.
Is this the label prepared when this items were brought into the Florida Department of Law Enforcement laboratory?
It is, yes.
Does it contain the submitting agency
Yes.
and that agency's case number?
It does, yes.
And in fact, that agency's item number
That is correct,
for
yes.
this evidence? Okay. And does it contain your item number
Yes, sir.
and your individual unique FDLE number?
Yes.
All right. Now down below here, that's your writing again?
It is, yes.
All right. Your initials, your FDLE number, and the item number?
That is correct.
Did you follow the same process when you received this evidence for analysis?
I did, yes.
Take the same precautions?
Yes, sir.
Publishing the contents of States 58. During your analysis of these items, did you again mark them?
There.
Yeah. Let me try not to touch it with my hand. Let me just do one at a time, I guess. Okay.
That is my markings, yes.
Okay. And this would be 9.2?
That is correct.
All right. And then the other item, you see your writing on here? See if it'll focus. It's not focusing. There we go.
That is my
And
markings.
this is 9.1.
That's correct.
Okay. As part of your analysis of those items, did you do comparisons of one to the other, 9.1 to 9.2?
I did.
Okay, what were your findings?
I concluded that the cartridge cases were identified to each other.
Okay. And did you locate class characteristics on either or both of these cartridge cases?
I did.
What were your findings as to class characteristics?
I determined that the class characteristics were consistent with pistols by Glock.
Now, since you're identifying them to each other, and I think you told us earlier that you identified both of those as being fired in the same firearm as the exhibit in States 14, your item number 7. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right. I want to talk to you about that term. Can you tell the jurors what you mean by an identification when you're talking about shell casings or, cartridge cases or projectiles?
So an identification means that they were fired from the same firearm.
Okay. I want to ask you about other potential findings. Okay, so you have a finding of identification. What about a finding of elimination? What does that mean?
So an elimination, meaning that the two items were not fired from the same firearm. It could be an elimination on class characteristics, meaning those predetermined characteristics were different. So say a D shape versus a circle or an elliptical shape. Those would be a difference in class characteristics. or it could be an elimination on individual. So those are the finer, more specific details that we would potentially use for an identification. There's significant differences in those finer details that indicates that these were fired from 2 different firearms.
All right, now I'm going to come back to that and talk to you about individual characteristics. You mentioned, before we move on, D and circular as far as impressions on a primer on the shell casing, all right? So let me go back to the States 58 and show you one of these shell casings. This is 9.1. All right. So, trying to get this to focus. There we go. All right. You talked about this impression being left on this portion of the shell casing.
That's correct.
This is the head of the shell casing?
Yes, that's the head.
Okay. This silver area here, what is that called, or what is that?
That is the primer of the cartridge case.
What is the purpose of the primer?
The primer is the component of a cartridge that is struck by the firing pin or the striker of a firearm, which ignites or creates a spark when it is struck, which ignites the gunpowder or propellant that is housed in the cartridge case. And when that burns, it expands the cartridge case and allows the projectile to be pushed out and down the barrel of the firearm.
All right. So when you're talking about a D shape, are you talking about the shape of this impression on the primer mark that's been left by a firing pin or striker?
That is correct, yes.
And the shape of that, is that associated to the very tip of the firing pin or the striker?
It is, yes.
And that would be the portion that actually makes contact with the primer?
That is correct, yes.
And that shape can vary with different manufacturers, different types of guns or brands?
It can, yes.
Can it vary within one brand of gun, like Glock, depending on what generation or iteration of that or what model?
It can, yes.
And are those, you said those are, I believe you termed it pre-known characteristics?
Yes. So
predetermined?
Predetermined. The manufacturer will decide this prior to creating or making this firearm.
And is that something that you document and is documented within the field of firearms analysis?
Generally, yes.
So you mentioned earlier, when you eliminate 2 items or multiple items as being fired from the same firearm, you can do that based on class characteristics.
Yes, we can.
So in this instance, you found class characteristics for 9.1 and 9.2. These 2 shell casings submitted by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office in States 58 that were consistent with having been fired in Glock pistols, correct?
That is correct.
All right. If one of them had class characteristics that was consistent with pistols by Glock and one didn't, would you be able to eliminate them right there on that alone?
Yes, so if one came in with that D shape and the other one came in with a circle or a hemi or an elliptical shape firing pin, we can eliminate that right away.
All right. So I'm going to take a little deeper dive with you here in class characteristics. I'm going to move on because we do have some projectiles we're going to talk about. All right. So I want to talk to you about that too, and kind of because I think that's more commonly known by most people when you think of ballistics. So class characteristics on a projectile. What type of class characteristics are potentially found on a fired bullet or a fired bullet jacket, such like where the jacket may have separated from the rest of the bullet from the core? What are class characteristics that you commonly see or encounter?
So some class characteristics of projectiles would be the number of lands and grooves, the direction that they're twisting, and their widths are some common class characteristics. And those lands and grooves are part of what we call the rifling. And those are helical grooves that are cut down a barrel for stability purposes of firing the projectile.
Okay, so that is something that is manufactured into the barrel?
It is, yes.
So when you're looking down the barrel, that would be in the inside of the barrel. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
The rifling? And if a bullet is fired in that firearm and is traveling down that barrel, is the bearing surface of the bullet, which is normally a jacket, if it is a jacketed projectile, is it going to come into contact with that rifling?
It is, yes.
And is the rifling in some way imparted onto the projectile?
It is, yes.
Why?
Due to the pressure buildup from striking the primer of the cartridge case and that gas buildup, that pressure is sending the projectile down the barrel. And as it engages into that rifling, the size of the bullet is at the determined caliber of that firearm. So specific firearms are designed to fire certain types of calibers. So if a firearm is designed to shoot a 9mm, the diameter of a projectile that is shot in that allows for, when it engages with the rifling, for it to come into contact, and that pressure and the movement allows for the details and that rifling to be translated onto the projectile as it's traveling down the barrel.
So it's imparted to it.
Yes.
So when you see that on a projectile, right, say you have a jacketed 9mm projectile that's been fired out of a handgun, and that handgun has rifling in the barrel, and it imparts that rifling characteristic onto the projectile. When you see that on the projectile, do you find that class characteristic of rifling, if you find it on the projectile?
Yes.
Okay. And that would also be a class characteristic of the firearm, right?
It is, yes.
And they match as far as class characteristics.
Correct.
I'm not talking about identification, specific identification.
Correct. So if the firearm has 6 lands and grooves, and the projectile has 6 lands and grooves, that would be a consistent class characteristic. But if one had 6 and one had 5, that would be a difference in the class characteristics.
And the contact between the projectile, the outside surface of it, that is actually making contact with the interior part of the barrel, is that a designed process? Is that supposed to happen?
It is, yes.
Okay. And you said that the rifling has a twist to it as it goes down the barrel.
That's correct.
And those can be at different rates, right?
They can be.
Okay. But it's there to design to impart a spinning motion to the projectile to impart stability?
That's generally what the rifling's used for, yes.
Okay. And that imparting of rifling onto projectiles, is that a consistent, repeatable phenomenon?
Yes, if a bullet is traveling down a rifled barrel, that rifling is imparted onto that projectile.
So we talked about eliminating and identifying. You can eliminate a projectile as having been fired in a certain firearm, right, based on class characteristics, if it's present on the projectile.
I can, yes.
So if it has, well, maybe I should talk about that real quick with you. So within the term rifling, are there class characteristics within the rifling itself? And I think you've mentioned a few.
Yes, I did realize I forgot to mention the type of rifling is also a class characteristics. So there's conventionally rifled firearms and polygonally rifled firearms, as well as polygonal with rail rifled firearms as well.
Okay, so polygonal and conventional. Polygonal is talking about the shape of the rifling?
Yes.
So when you have conventional or polygonal, you're going to have a certain number of lands and grooves. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And depending on the manufacturer, the type of firearm, Glock or Smith & Wesson or an H&K or whatever type of handgun we're talking about, a Sig Sauer handgun, you may have a different number of lands and grooves, correct?
That's possible, yes.
And the twist, the direction of the twist, whether it's right or left, may be different?
Yes, they can differ as well.
Are those class characteristics?
They are, yes.
Can they, when that impression is left on the bullet, can you tell if they are all present, the number of lands and grooves?
We can, yes.
Can you tell the direction of twist?
Yes.
All right. So you have 2 projectiles. One of them has 6 lands and grooves. One has 7. They have a different twist. You can eliminate them as being fired from the same firearm.
Yes, I can.
Just on that class characteristic.
That's correct.
All right. Now, let's say you have rifling on 2 projectiles that have been imparted. They have the same number of lands and grooves. Is the width, the measurement of the width of the lands and the grooves, is that another class characteristic?
It is, yes.
And if those are the same, and the twist is the same, can you identify them as having been fired from the same firearm?
I can screen them together saying that they have similar class characteristics, but in order to identify them as being fired from the same firearm, I would have to go on and do a microscopic comparison of their individual detail.
Okay. And that individual detail or individual characteristics, how are those created and imparted to the bullet?
So the individual detail comes during the manufacturing process. It's the minor irregularities, imperfections that occur during the manufacturing process. It can also occur during wear and tear and use of the firearm. So these are those imperfections, irregularities that occur that are unique or specific to a certain firearm. So that detail is specific to this firearm. In that sense of that's how we would use, that's the type of detail we would use for an identification. So for that car analogy I gave earlier, where I said, consistent with class characteristics, you're looking for in the parking lot your gray Jeep Gladiator. So kind of on the aspects of individual characteristics, you backed into a pole the other day and now you have a dent on your back right side of your bumper. That's individual to your car. You have a torn, proud parent sticker on the back window. Those are the, specific details to your car that that when you walk up to it, you're like, yep, this is my car. So that, kind of individual detail allows you to say, yep, this is my car. Yes, this specific detail matches this firearm.
Okay. And is it that specific individual characteristics that allow you to identify a shell casing or a projectile that has those markings left on them to a specific firearm to the exclusion of all others?
So we will use that individual detail to make identifications.
And is that what lends its power and forensics to this science?
Yeah, so that individual detail is what gives us the ability to make these identifications of the fired components to those firearms.
Those type of individual characteristics through the manufacturing process, are they commonly imparted to the rifling during the rifling, the process of rifling the barrel?
Can you repeat your question? I
Yeah,
apologize.
the individual characteristics, can those be imparted during the manufacture of a barrel where the rifling is being cut into the barrel?
Yes, so those individual details can come during the manufacturing process. They are individual in the sense of when each tool is creating the different parts of the firearm, not only is the surface of the part that they're creating changing, but so is the tool itself. Kind of a general analogy I like to use for that is sandpaper on wood. When you take sandpaper across the surface of wood, you're changing that surface of the wood, but you're also changing the sandpaper a little as well. So when the next time you go to use it, it's slightly different. So it's all changing on that microscopic level that allows the individual detail to be specific to a certain firearm.
And that would be true even in our modern age with CNC machining and other techniques?
There are different finishing processes that allow individual detail to still be present.
Okay. Now, in this instance, going back to the two fired shell casings submitted by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office in States 58, your items 9.1, 9.2, were you able to make a determination of identification of these two as having been fired from the same firearm?
I was.
Can you express your opinion about that, if I didn't already?
Yeah, so I determined that the item 9.1 and 9.2 cartridge cases were identified to each other, meaning they were fired from the same firearm.
And then going back to the individual shell casing with the MXT on the head stamp that was submitted by the Tampa Police Department in reference to, I believe, a death investigation or a homicide. This would be your item 7. Did you compare those two shell casings from Jacksonville to the shell casing submitted by the Tampa Police Department?
I did.
And were you able to make an identification?
Yes, I did identify them together.
Okay, and can you just tell us again what that means?
So in this instance, the item 9.1 and 9.2 cartridge case were identified to the item 7 cartridge case submitted in the FDLE case number 2024-0307688, meaning that they were fired from the same firearm.
All right. Now, I want to move on. Before we move to further evidence, we've talked about identification. We've talked about elimination. I want to talk about another finding, inconclusive. If you have an inconclusive finding, either as to whether cartridge cases were fired from the same firearm or projectiles were fired from the same firearm, or whether they were actually fired from a firearm that was submitted to you, can you tell us what that means?
To be inconclusive?
Yes.
So we have actually 3 different versions of inconclusive. So the first one would be an inconclusive positive, meaning that all of the class characteristics of the item were the same. So if it was a projectile, they're both 6 conventionally rifled projectiles, for an example. And there were some similarities noted of the individual detail, however, insufficient for an identification. The second one is a straight inconclusive or a neither nor, meaning that the class characteristics were the same. However, there was insufficient detail to go either direction of closer to an identification or an elimination. There just was not enough detail present on the items to come to a more definitive conclusion. And then the third one is an inconclusive negative, which again is the class characteristics are similar. They are consistent with each other. However, there were some differences noted in the individual detail. However, those differences were insufficient to move to a more conclusive elimination conclusion.
So if you have just inconclusive, just right in the middle, inconclusive, let's say you have 2 projectiles. They have a different level of quality as far as the projectile. One may be a fired bullet. One may be a fired bullet. It may be just not in as good of a shape. It may be deformed in some way. And you have similar class characteristics and all that, and you make a finding of inconclusive. Does that mean that they were not fired from the same firearm?
No, it just means that I could not determine whether or not they were fired from that firearm or not. I could not come to a conclusion, basically.
All right, I want to move on to your FDLE report number. This is going to be, again, submissions by the Tampa Police Department under that original case number with the single shell casing, 7688. And this is a death investigation, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right, and this is going to be, I'm referring you to your January 9th, 2025 report in reference to 7688. Now, were there additional items submitted by Detective Juan Ramos on on August 21st and December 19th?
There were, yes.
All right. And were there multiple items contained within that submission?
There was, yes.
And were they coming in under different labeling? I'm sorry, different packaging?
They would be in their own separate packaging.
And were there items in that submission designated as items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9?
There were.
Okay. And I'm going to walk through the first 4 items, items 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you could tell us the descriptions that you gave to those items in your report.
So I determined item 1 was 1 fired bullet jacket. Item 2, 1 bullet core. Item 3, 1 bullet core. Item 4, 1 fired bullet jacket.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to publish States 33A. Do you see your FDLE label for this item?
Yes.
Okay. Is that, let me back out a little bit so you can see the writing too. Do you see your writing down here below that label?
That is my writing, yes.
All right. And is this in reference to 7688, your FDLE number?
That's correct.
And this is going to be item number 1, is that correct?
That's correct.
Publishing States 33B, same FDLE number, you see your writing?
I do.
And this is item number 2 that you've described for us?
That is correct.
33C, again, is this going to be your item number 3 packaging?
It is, yes.
33D, and your item number 4?
Yes.
Item 5, item 6, item 8, and item 9 in your report, are those related?
They are.
Okay. And was there some issue with item 5 and 6 as it came to you from the Tampa Police Department?
When I received those items, there was a mix-up of the labels on the boxes themselves. What was said to be in one box was actually in the other, so they had to be remedied.
How did you remedy that?
So when the error, the mislabeling was found, we contacted the agency in order to return the evidence to them for it to be corrected, and then it was resubmitted with the correct labeling. And when it came back into our laboratory, it was actually given new FDLE item numbers due to the change of the agency item numbers.
All right. And during all of that, these items were secured within their packaging that they came in?
Yes, after I opened them and noticed the discrepancy, they were resealed to return to the agency for the fix and then resubmitted to the laboratory.
Chain of custody was maintained?
Yes.
Now, so going to your item number 8, how did you describe that?
I described item 8 as Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber semi-automatic rifle, model BF15, with the serial number D000, that would be 4 zeros, 1, 2, 3.
All right. And item number 9?
With 8, there was also 2 fired bullets and 2 fired
Yes.
.223 Remington caliber cartridge cases that were not examined. Item 9 was described as Anderson Manufacturing 300 blackout caliber auto-loading firearm, model AM-15, with the serial number 201895158. And also there were 2 fired bullets and 2 fired 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases that were not examined as well.
So in both of those items, the 5.56 caliber semi-automatic rifle and the 300 blackout auto-loading firearm, with both of them you received fired bullets. In the case of the Black Forge 5.56, your item 8, they were actually .223 Remington caliber cartridge cases, and you received 2 fired bullets also, right?
That's correct.
You were not asked to do anything with those, correct?
No, I was not.
Is it uncommon or common to receive test fires with submitted firearms from law enforcement where they have actually test fired the weapon?
It depends on the agency, but some agencies do test fire some of their firearms.
And the same was true for item number 9, 2 fired bullets and then 2 fired 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases?
That's correct.
So I want to talk to you first about your item 1 and 4, which is going to be states 33D and 33A. You have described these in your report as item 1, one-fired bullet jacket, item number 4, one-fired bullet jacket.
That's correct.
All right. Did you examine and analyze those items?
I did.
And did you compare them to each other?
I did.
What were the results?
I determined that the two items were inconclusive to each other.
Item 4, again, described in your report as one-fired bullet jacket. Were you able to determine what caliber class that bullet was?
I was.
How were you able to do that?
So based on its design features, I was able to determine what caliber class family it fell in.
Okay. And what was the caliber class for item number 4?
I determined it was a 22/5 millimeter caliber class.
All right. Now, 22 5mm caliber class, does that class contain several different calibers?
It does.
Would it contain 223 Remington?
Yes.
Would it contain 5.56 NATO?
It does, yes.
And while we're talking about those two, 223 Remington, is that a suitable cartridge or a suitable caliber to be fired in a rifle that is chambered in 5.56 NATO?
Yes, you can shoot a 223 Remington in a 5.56 NATO.
Okay. And in fact, those test fires you received from TPD in reference to, I believe it was your item 8, the Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber rifle, were in fact 223 Remington, right?
Yes.
Okay. That 22 5mm caliber class, does that contain 9mm?
It does not.
Does it contain 300 blackout?
It does not.
Are each of those calibers in their own distinct caliber class?
They are, yes.
Okay. As such, on that caliber class alone, its caliber class of 22 5mm, were you able to eliminate item number 4 as having been fired in the 300 blackout Anderson rifle or firearm, your item 9?
Due to being able to determine the caliber of item 4 and determining that it was in that 22/5mm caliber family, a comparison was not done to the 300 blackout firearm because they were different calibers, meaning that was not fired from that firearm.
Right, just based on that, then that's a class characteristic.
That is, yes.
Okay. Real quick, going back to your items 2 and 3 that are states 33B and C, you have described those as lead core.
Bullet cores, yes.
I'm sorry, lead bullet core. All right. And were they of any value for microscopic comparison?
No, they were not.
Why not?
So a bullet core is the inner part of a projectile. So this can kind of be thought of like an M&M. So the core is like the chocolate center of an M&M, and the bullet jacket is like the candy coating. So as a bullet is traveling down the firearm, only that jacket or outer portion comes in contact with the rifling, not the inner portion. So since that core does not come into contact with the part of the firearm where we would get our detail for comparison purposes, it has no value for us for microscopic comparison.
The two rifles that were, or the rifle and what you've described as a firearm, the 300 blackout caliber auto-loading firearm in your item 9, you've described these, well, you described your item 8, which is the 5.56 NATO caliber rifle, as being a semi-automatic rifle, right?
That is correct.
Okay, what does that mean?
So semi-automatic means that with a single pull of the trigger, one round of ammunition will fire. And during the cycle of fire, so you will load a firearm, a cartridge will enter the chamber, you will pull the trigger, it'll fire. That pressures that I was saying earlier that build up, that send the projectile down, will also send the carrier group rearward, extracting and ejecting the cartridge case, and then it will load a subsequent cartridge as long as there is one remaining in the magazine. And then the trigger would need to be pulled again in order to fire another round.
So in that type of firearm, when you pull the trigger, the gun fires.
That's correct.
To fire it again, do you have to release the trigger so it can reset?
Yes, so you would release the trigger and then it would have to be pulled again in order for another round to fire.
So each time the gun, to fire it, you have to pull the trigger.
That is correct.
So this is not an automatic weapon, correct?
That is correct.
We'll start with 8, the Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber semi-automatic rifle. Did you conduct test firing with that rifle?
I did.
And did it function as designed?
It did.
Did its safeties function as designed?
They did.
Does it have an external manual safety?
It does.
Did it function as designed?
It did.
Is that firearm designed to expel a projectile under the force of an explosive?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, if I can have the witness step down.
Yes.
I can have the witness stand in front of the jury box, gentlemen.
Yes.
Mr. You can come over here. So there are things on this I want the jury to see. We can't magnify it because it's too big. I don't know. So I'm going to ask you first. I'm just going to ask you to confirm the bailiff's finding that it's safe.
Firearm is clear.
First of all, maybe it would help if you stood here. I don't want to fall this. We talked about the manual safety, so I'm going to have to turn it over to keep it pointing in the same direction. Or maybe I can just turn it up. Okay. So where is that located on this firearm?
So on this firearm, this portion right here is the manual safety.
Can you all see that in the back? Your Honor, can I ask if they can see it?
Yep.
Okay, everyone can see that? All right. So to fire the weapon, what direction does that have to be in?
So in this position, with it pointing upwards and that lever being kind of downwards, that is in the fired position.
And are there some type of markings, roll marks on this firearm?
There are.
I know it's kind of dark here, but that indicate that is a firing position?
It is, yes.
Okay. And there's no position behind that, correct?
Not on this firearm, no.
So then to place it on safety, you have to push it back this way?
That's correct.
All right. And to do that, this has to be cocked, right? So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I don't know if that will work or not. This may be keeping it from cocking, right?
Yeah.
The zip tie. But normally that can come back in a horizontal to the gun and it'll be in safe?
Yes, that would be the safe condition.
Are you familiar with brass catchers?
I've seen them.
Okay. And you're familiar with how they function?
Yes.
When a brass catcher is attached to a firearm like this, does it go over this area, the ejection port?
Yes, it'll be housed and like secured to the firearm in this part. So during the cycle of fire, when the cartridge case is being extracted and ejected or kicked out of the firearm, that is in place in order to catch it so it remains in that basket.
So to fire this gun, what does one have to do?
So in order to fire this firearm, the first thing we would do is load a magazine. The magazine would then be inserted into this portion of the firearm right here, the magazine well. On this type of firearm, this part right here is called the charging handle, will be pulled rearward and then let go. By pulling this rearward, this bolt will travel to the back of the firearm, and as you release it, it will come forward, stripping a round of ammunition from the magazine and pushing it into the chamber of the firearm. At that point, the firearm is ready to fire. As long as the safety is disengaged and isn't in the firing position, the trigger would be pulled, the firearm would fire, that gas pressure would send the projectile down the barrel of the firearm, and that gas would then travel backwards and up the firearm to push the bolt, this part of the firearm right here, rearward, extracting, ejecting the cartridge case, and then the spring that's housed in this portion of the firearm would then push the bolt back forward, putting another round of ammunition back into the chamber of the firearm.
And that process you just described, from firing going forward to stripping another round off the magazine, is that an automatic process that the user doesn't have to do?
That part is. So the only part is the initial charging of the firearm, is pulling the charging handle, and pulling of the trigger are the two parts that the user would do.
So in that mode, would it be fair to say that the firearm can continuously be fired by pulling the trigger until the magazine is depleted of ammunition?
Yes, after the trigger resets, each pull of the trigger will keep firing as long as there's a round in the magazine. But again, the trigger has to be pulled each time.
If you can just stay here, I want to go get the other firearm. Publishing states 57, and this would be your item 9. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I want to ask, the rifle that we were just looking at, that was an AR-style rifle?
It was.
Is this also an AR-style rifle?
It's an AR-style firearm.
Firearm. Does not have a butt stock, correct?
Yeah, there's no stock present.
But is the loading similar?
It is, yes.
You have a charging handle here?
Yes.
Do you want to check it? I didn't even ask you to make sure it's clear to confirm.
The firearm is clear.
So this firearm, would it be loaded in the same way?
It would, yes.
And if it was in semi-automatic mode, would it fire and operate the same way as your prior to our item that we just looked at, stage 56?
That is correct.
Okay. But does this firearm have, in addition to a fire mode, does it have another mode?
This firearm did have an additional location.
And that lever can be switched all the way 180 degrees to point backwards?
Yeah, so it'll be facing the opposite direction of when it was in a safety mode.
Okay. So safe is this direction. This one's actually allowing me to put it on safe, is that right?
Yes.
I'm trying to find a good light. Here we go. This is a good light. That's fire. Up. The safety's up.
Yes, that would be semi-automatic fire.
And then this rifle has a function built in where it can go all the way around 180 degrees.
That is correct.
Now, what function is that?
So on this firearm, I determined that to be a binary trigger function, meaning the difference with this mode of this firearm is that when you pull the trigger, a round of ammunition will fire, but additionally, when you release the trigger, another round would also fire. So for this one, a pull of the trigger would fire one, and the release of the trigger would fire a second round of ammunition.
So on the other firearm, the 5.56, this is the 300 blackout, right?
That's correct.
Okay, caliber.
Yes.
Chambered gun, correct? Yes. All right. On the other gun, you pull the trigger, it goes off you release it to reset it, but nothing happens until you pull the trigger again.
That is correct, yes.
But if I understand you correctly, you pull the trigger, gun goes off. When as you're releasing it, it fires a second time.
Yes, in this third mode.
So in this mode, and that's called binary trigger mode?
Yes.
Okay. So that binary trigger mode would allow you basically to get 2 for 1. Every trigger pull, you're getting 2 rounds.
Yes, a pull and a release would be 2
Does
fire rounds.
Would it be fair to say, well, let me ask you, does that allow for a higher cyclical rate of fire?
Generally, yes, than a normal.
Okay. Was this gun, when you examined this gun, did you test fire it?
I did.
Did you test fire it in all modes?
I did.
And did it function as designed?
It did.
Is it designed to expel a projectile under the force of an explosive?
It is.
I want to ask you about this item. Is that the brass catcher?
It is, yes.
Okay. I just saw you kind of flip that up.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And we can see on this catcher that there are gaps in here, correct?
There's a gap, yes.
In fact, there's a big gap between here and the gun, correct?
There's a gap there, yeah.
Okay. And the cartridge cases are being collected into that basket,
Yes.
essentially. Is that right? Okay. So the fact that it's able to be pulled up like that, is that to allow the user to dump it?
I'm not that familiar, but yes, that's what I believe the purpose is to be able to empty the basket.
Have you seen these before in your work?
I've seen them 2 or 3 times, not frequently.
2 or 3 times, and how many times have you examined a rifle in an AR-15 rifle?
Probably hundreds.
Thank you, ma'am. You can return to the witness stand.
Mr. Harmon, are you almost done, or you still have a bit?
I have a bit more to go, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take our morning recess, okay? All right, we'll be back in 10 minutes.
All rise.
Just wondering if the judge is going to come back and talk or not. Okay, no. All right, so yeah, sorry that we had to use Rafa to cover that. For those that know, you understand. For those that don't know, apologies, but we're just being safe due to day one. All right, so we have Amara Drew is on the stand. She is the FDLE firearms expert. She's talking about shell casings consistent with the Glock 9mm, and they showed a couple of the casings. She compared the casings from Jacksonville to Tampa. I haven't heard yet if she's made specific conclusions yet.
To establish that the timing of when the tattoos were on him, and so the defense did not want to stipulate that they were done well in advance of this offense. We do have a business record certification with it as well. I'm not going to ask him how he is employed. I'm just going to say during the course of your employment, did you document tattoos as part of your job? And I assume defense is not going to go into the nature and circumstances since they're asking us, not to bring up prison. But part of his job was to document tattoos. There also was a rap song that the defendant admitted to that was documented and kept as part of these records, where 1,200 members were mentioned in that rap song. So I just want to make sure all defense counsel is aware of the nature of his employment. Obviously, I've instructed him that he is not to mention he was with Department of Corrections, but that was part of their organization to keep records of the documentation of tattoos and gang activity.
Okay.
Judge, I think there's some confusion. We will stipulate to the admission of the photographs that were taken by DOC, and we'll also stipulate to a written, I guess it's
Well, I think the main thing is the timing, right?
correct. We'll stipulate to the
Okay,
time.
well, why don't you guys talk on the break, see if you can come up with stipulated facts.
Correct.
Judge, I specifically asked these questions the other day and was told they were not willing
I
to
understand, but now that we're here,
Correct.
it appears that now they're open to doing a stipulation.
Yes.
So why don't you guys talk on the break and see if you can't hammer out
Well-
the terms of the stipulated agreement in lieu of putting the DOC employee on the stand? Because if you're not going to stipulate, then I will have to figure out a way for the evidence to come forward, but a stipulation does seem safest.
Correct. I don't know the misconnect, but we will stipulate.
Okay, you all talk about the terms, okay? All right.
Jennifer King, the gallery's been pretty empty the entire time. There's a couple concepts to that. It's about 200 miles between Jacksonville and Tampa, about a 3-hour drive or so. The family and friends potentially could get in trouble, run afoul with law enforcement if they show up. 3 family members and friends are on the witness list for the state, and the state doesn't want them, or they can't be, if they're going to be called either now or in rebuttal, they couldn't be in the gallery listening to other testimony. So I'm sure it's not for lack of wanting to be there. I think it's just difficult for them to be there on a couple different levels. So I hope that helps you out there. Alexa, how are you? Good to see you. Real happy. Yeah, get along in the sandbox, attorneys. So let's see. Wizard of Ezzy, welcome back. Let's see. Yes, Rafa did a fine job of protecting the channel there. It was, I forget who said it's like me playing a video game. I couldn't react to you guys. I couldn't type. Wasn't able to take notes because I'm literally like with the mouse, moving it around. So it was like a video game. I couldn't I couldn't say anything in chat. So, but we'll know in 15 minutes because that's what happened in day 1. 15 minutes after they showed the video of the incident, that's when it happened. So, turkey baby turkey. Hello. Welcome to you, Rafa, to the rescue. Yes. All right, Ronnie, be back soon. Lazy boys, your Alexa said hi. That's funny. Deputy Ron, thank you for the PI Sam. Yeah, well, thanks, Surf and Selena. Hopefully we will find out. We will find out in another 10 minutes or so. All right, so let's get back to Amara. Debbie, thank you. You're so very, very kind. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Really appreciate that. And I'm glad you got some good rest. You are a wonderful supporter of our channel. Thank you so much. Okay, so Amara Drew, she's FDLE, which is Florida Department of Law Enforcement, firearms expert. She goes over some shell casings. She found that they came from the same firearm, which was a 9mm, a Glock 9mm. I still haven't heard her say that these were the ones from Tampa to Jacksonville, but I was kind of in and out. We have a service call coming in about 10 minutes, so I was kind of distracted by that. And I may be once they come for our appliance. So did she actually say that, has she made a comparison between Jacksonville and Tampa? We heard all about that in openings, and we've heard about that. But has Miss Drew actually said the casings that were found in Sean's brass catcher match the ones that were found in Tampa? Has she actually said that yet? I don't know if she said that yet. C. Gilmore, good morning. Camilla, court could give a warning. They don't care, right? They don't care. Hey, Amy Bella, good to see you. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome in. Okay, thank you. Yeah, because I'm listening, but I'm running around doing things, and I'm paying attention to Rafa and the firearm. So thank you, Wizard. Yeah, I haven't heard that definitively. I've heard of. She compared the casings from Jacksonville to Tampa. Two jackets were inconclusive to each other. .22 caliber class contains .223 and 5.56, which can shoot both 223s and 5.56. So I haven't quite heard. We've heard it in openings and we've heard it throughout, but we haven't actually heard, yes, the two casings that were found in the brass catcher and in the safe at Sean's house match the ones found at Julio's shooting in October of 2023 and or at the scene in Tampa. That's what we're waiting to hear. That's what we are waiting to hear. So yeah, they do. And they just they're like a dime a dozen. They just come and they go, right? They trade them like nothing is, like it's nothing. It is amazing how quickly. Who said that? Somebody was testifying that Davion threw his in the creek. Who was that? God, who was that? I'm trying to think. Or was that a dream? Was that a dream I had? Anyway, yeah, it's just they just easy come, easy go, right? Don't get attached to it. Testimony of the double action of the blackout was very interesting. Wizard says, yeah, I kind of heard it, but I was unfortunately not really paying attention as much as I wanted to. I heard it, I was listening, but it was also wasn't giving it my 100% attention. I took no notes. I wasn't able to take notes because my finger was on the mouse, making sure Rafa was helping out the channel. So the state says they're going to have 3 more witnesses. Well, 2 more after Miss Drew. So I think one of them is going to be a detective, possibly Martin, maybe. I think there's going to be one more detective. That's also. Oh, it's probably the person who interviewed Sean. I'm thinking that's how it's going to be. I'm thinking that's how it's going to come in. Wizard says in one pole, 2 projectiles. Okay, thanks for that. Yes. Thank you, Horse Welfare. Yes. That's yes. Yeah. Yes. Robert Howard. Right? Yeah. Let me see if I have do I have that in my notes at all? No. River. No. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's what it was. So that would have been day 7. He was day 7. Let me see, day 7, if I can find that. Okay, our service call is here. So I will step out for just a few minutes, but I will be back. All right, I am back. So yeah, okay, so I was trying to find Robert Howard. Oh, it was Rashad, right? Wasn't it Rashad? Because Rashad texted him and then called him. Right, it was Rashad, I think, that if anybody was going to throw something in the river or creek, it would have been Rashad. Let me see here. Rashad texted him, says he forgives him, asked him to call. Forgives him, asked where you were. I'm not finding it.
Okay.
All right. Sounds like we're back. Okay, I thought they were coming back, but I guess not. All right, so let me see what else. Maybe now they're coming back.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. And you may continue, Mr. Hart.
Ms. Drew, staying with this report that we were talking about earlier before we took the break, 7688, your FDLE partial number, and your January 9th report. Going back to items 1 and 4, which would be states 33A and 33D, you determined the caliber class of item 4.
That is correct.
And you said it was a 22 5mm caliber class, which includes 5.56 NATO, correct?
It does, yes.
All right. And did you compare that projectile, since it's the same caliber class as item number 8, the Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber rifle that we were looking at, did you compare that to that rifle to see if it may have been fired from that rifle?
I did do that comparison, yes.
What were the results of that?
I determined that it was inconclusive to the rifle, the item 8 rifle.
So, being inconclusive, is it still possible it was fired in that rifle?
I mean, it is possible, yes. There's just insufficient detail.
Okay. So there's nothing to say it wasn't?
That's correct.
And item 1, which was also in your report described as a fired bullet jacket, was there enough material and enough left in that item for you to determine its caliber class?
I could not determine the caliber class of the item 1 fired bullet jacket.
But there were class characteristics that allowed you to eliminate that as having been fired in the 300 blackout, your item number 9?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And did you compare item number 1 to the fired bullet, make sure I'm describing it correctly. Yes, the fired bullet jacket in item number 1, did you compare that to item number 8, the Black Forge 5.56 NATO caliber rifle that we looked at earlier?
Yes, I did compare item 1 to the item 8 rifle.
What was the result of that comparison?
That comparison was also inconclusive.
All right. So asking you the same question, is there anything to say it wasn't fired in that firearm?
No, again, there was insufficient detail to determine any conclusion besides inconclusive.
So it could have been fired in that firearm?
That is a possibility.
Okay. But definitely not in the 300 blackout?
That is correct. It was eliminated to that firearm.
How was it eliminated? You said it was on class characteristics?
Yes.
What were the class characteristics that allowed you to eliminate it?
I'm going to refer to my notes real quick.
And the reason I'm asking is I know you were unable to determine its caliber class.
So for the elimination of the class difference between the item 1 to the item 9, the 300 blackout firearm, was a difference in the groove width. So I was able to have present enough of the bearing surface to measure the groove of item 1 and the grooves of the firearm, and they were different widths.
Okay. And the grooves, meaning the grooves of the rifling?
That is correct.
All right. And just publishing item 33D, which is your item, well, let me go back to item 1 because that's what you were just describing. This is states 33A, just so the jury understands where this fragment was recovered from.
Oh yeah, according to the packaging from the left perial cavity.
Right. And then your item number 4.
According to the packaging, jacket from right chest.
I'm going to go to a January 9th, 2025 report, and this is going to be under, again, your 7633. This is in reference to victim Charles Jones. And an offensive assault in Duval County.
You said 7633?
Yes.
Okay.
So distinguishing it from your 7688, which was submitted by TPD, by the Tampa Police Department, this is 7633. In this case, the submitting agency is the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
That is correct.
And the submitting officer is a C. Drabeck, Detective Drabeck.
Yes.
And that's in reference to victim Charles Jones and an offense of assault.
Yes, that is what I have.
This was submitted to your agency on December 19th of 24, is that correct?
That is correct.
And was this a group of several items contained in one package?
Yes, this came in as one FDLE item number that had multiple items in it.
Okay. And were those individual items then individually given an individual item number referenced at number 1?
They were, yes.
Okay. And I believe you had 1.1 through 1.5, 1.8, 1.10 through 1.16, and then items 1.6, 1.7, and 1.9.
That is correct.
Now, the first set of items that I read off, 1.1 through 1.5, 1.8, 1.10 through 1.16, did that consist of 13 fired 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge cases?
Yes.
And then the second group, 1.6, 1.7, and 1.9, were those consisting of 3 fired .223 Remington caliber cartridge cases?
Yes.
Looking at these, did you conduct microscopic screening and grouping?
Yes, these items were screened.
Okay. What were the results of that?
So I determined that the items 1.1 through 1.16, the cartridge cases were microscopically screened and grouped together based on similar characteristics.
Using one of those, and let me go to your packaging here. This is going to be states 50. Does that label appear to you to be associated to this report?
It does, yes.
Has the 7633 FDLE number on the top?
Yes.
Your item number 1?
Yes.
Submitting agency?
That's correct.
And item 1-4 is the department's item number, their item number. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And do you see your writing underneath there?
I do.
Contained within this, and we can see inside this package, are several smaller envelopes. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And just picking one out, this would be your item 1.11. Let me see if I can get it. There we go. 1.11.
Yes.
And that's your initials and the case number?
It is, yes.
So each of these individual shell casings are placed into an individual envelope?
In this item, yes.
Now, you indicated that you were able to, by screening, you were able to group them in some way.
That's correct.
How did you group them?
So I will first look at the class characteristics, determine if those are similar, and then I will put them on what's called a comparison microscope. Basically, it's two microscopes connected by an ocular bridge, meaning that I can see both items at the same time under the same magnification. So I'll put those items on my scope. I'll look for those class characteristics. If they're similar, I will look for some similarities and no significant differences. If there's no significant differences and I'm seeing some similarities, I can go ahead and group them together, screening them together. This is not a full identification saying that they came from the same, but there is similarities that indicate that there's the potential that these came from the same gun.
Now, did you take one of your item numbers, which would be 1.1, which you've labeled as one of the 13 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge cases, that 1.1, and did you go back to the previous report that we were just discussing, 7688, which was the submissions from the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, I did do a comparison there.
Okay. And did you compare that 1.1 cartridge case, which is a 5.56 caliber cartridge casing, did you compare it to item number 8, which is the, I'm sorry, let me make sure I have the right item. Item number 8, which is the 5.56 NATO caliber rifle and the 7688 submissions from Tampa Police Department.
I did do that comparison.
What were the
yes.
results of that?
I determined that the item 1.1 cartridge case was eliminated to the item 8 rifle submitted in FDLE case number 2024-0307688.
Now, going back to your screening and grouping of these shell casings, did you find that they had similar class and individual characteristics?
I did, yes.
Did you come to any conclusions or opinions based on that?
I determined that they were all screened together, so they were all grouped together because I saw some of these similarities, and that's as far as that comparison between those cartridge cases went.
Okay. So now I want to move on to, and we'll come back to this report, I want to move on to FDLE number 4099, and I'm just, again, giving you the 4 last digits in your FDLE number, and a January 9th, 2025 report. Are you at that report, ma'am?
I am,
You have
yes.
it in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this situation, is this a report involving submissions by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
It is, yes.
And were the submissions sent in by a Detective Drabeck again?
Yes, it was.
All right. And did you have an item 2, which was a collection of several items contained within a package?
It was, yes.
And did that packaging, item number 2, did it contain 5 fired .223 Remington caliber cartridge cases?
Yes.
and 4 fired 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge cases.
That is correct.
And were those sub-labeled?
They were, yes.
I believe you have a 2.1 through 2.3, a 2.5, and a 2.8 that labels all of the 223 Remington
That is correct.
cases. And then for the 5.56 NATO cartridge cases, 2.4, 2.6, 2.7, and 2.9. Is that
That
right?
is correct.
Okay, all right. And did you conduct a screening of those items?
I did, yes.
And were you able to group them in some way?
I determined and was able to screen items 2.1 through 2.9. Were all screened and grouped together.
Okay. Publishing states 49, 1 through 9. Does the labeling on this exhibit appear to match up to that report?
It does, yes.
Has your 4099 FDLE number,
Yes.
item number 2?
Yes,
All right, and your handwriting is below the label?
it is.
Okay, and you have 2.1 through 2.9.
That is correct.
And on the agency label, can you read that for me where it says DSC description?
223 caliber casings from Black Box.
Out of this submission, did you take one of those cartridge cases, item 2.9, which would be out of the 5.56 NATO caliber cartridge cases? Is that right?
That is correct.
Did you conduct comparisons between that cartridge case to item 1.1 cartridge case submitted in the 7633 report that we were just talking about previously?
Yes, I did do a comparison there.
And just to remind the jury, the 7633 report deals with an assault on Charles Jones. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
So taking the shell casings that were submitted that came from a black box and comparing it to shell casings from reference an assault on Charles Jones, and you conducted an analysis of the two?
I did.
Did you determine whether they were fired from the same firearm?
I did.
And what were your determinations?
I determined that the item 2.9 cartridge case, that's the one from 4099, was identified to the item 1.1 cartridge case submitted in FDLE case number 2024-040-7633.
Okay, and that would be Jacksonville Sheriff's Office case number 23-060-8083.
That's correct.
All right. So by identifying them, can you say in that identification that they were fired from the same firearm?
Yes.
When you are making that identification of those two groups, those two shell casings from those two groups, you indicated earlier with fired projectiles going through rifling, you talked about the individual characteristics. Where are you looking on these cartridge cases for those individual characteristics?
So for cartridge cases, we're looking in mostly that primer area, but there are areas outside the primer. But on the primer area, we had what's called breech face marks. So that occurs when the cartridge case comes in contact with the breech face, it slams back into it, and the details from the breech face is slammed onto the head area of the cartridge case. Another area we look at is the firing pin impression. So when that firing pin strikes the primer, it creates that indentation, and within that indentation, there's individual marks that occur due to wear and tear, due to the manufacturing process. And we're looking in, those are our two like common areas that we're looking for. And then there's a few other fired in areas we can look for individual detail.
Is there an aperture area that you're looking at, or marks left by the aperture?
Yes, there are some type of firearms that create what's called a aperture shear, and that mark occurs when the firing pin strikes the primer, that material has to go somewhere. So in some instances, that material is displaced back into the aperture, which is the hole on the breech face that the firing pin will protrude from. And in some instances, the barrel will drop, and that bottom edge of that hole, it's a point like this, where the two tools create this mark. And as the barrel is dropping, that area is slicing or scraping that displaced material, creating a shear mark. So that's striated detail that we potentially can use for individual detail to identify a specific firearm or not.
So when you're comparing and identifying two shell casings that's coming from the same firearm, it's not simply just the firing pin mark, correct?
That's correct. We will look at all areas of the fired component, the cartridge case or bullet, and look for similarities. We only need to ID on one when there's sufficient agreement or enough individual characteristics there for us to determine whether or not they were fired from that specific firearm or the same firearm. But we do, general practice, look at all of the areas to make sure there's nothing out of the ordinary that would give us pause to question what we're looking at.
You said earlier when you were describing an inconclusive or even an inconclusive positive that you don't have enough individual characteristics or markings to allow an identification.
That is correct.
But in identification, you do have ample individual characteristics. Is that correct?
Yes, an identification means there was enough agreement present to allow us to come to the conclusion of an identification.
The process that you followed in identifying these rifle shell casings from the assault on Charles Jones to ones that came from this black box, did you follow a similar process when you identified, in your earlier findings, when you told us you identified your item number 7, which was a shell casing with the MXT impressions on the head casing that the Tampa Police Department submitted to you, when you compared that and identified that to the 2 shell casings submitted by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, the 2 9mm shell casings?
Yes, I followed the same process for comparisons.
And in that instance, you did have aperture shear that you were looking at?
For the 9mm, yes, I did.
So I'm going to move on to your a report that you have dated of March 30th and March 20th of this year. Some follow-up work that you did in this case where items were submitted to the FDLE laboratory. Are those 2 reports related?
They are related, yes.
Do they essentially have almost all agreement as far as all of your work and findings in both of them?
Yes, there is just one additional item on the March 30th report that was missing from the first report.
Okay. And was that, in fact, some fragments or pieces of lead that were in the submission?
Yeah, there was a missed lead fragment that was later examined and determined to have no value.
So I'm going to go to your March 30th report. Do you have it? If you can pull it up, you have it in front of you?
I do.
Okay, thank you. This is under your the same TPD number that we've been talking about throughout, 7688?
That is correct.
So I'll ask you, on February 24th of this year, did Juan Ramos again make submissions?
He did, yes.
And on March 5th of 26, did Detective Joshua Kennedy from the Tampa Police Department resubmit the 2 rifles, your items 8 and 9?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to go to your, outside of the rifles, we'll start with that first, the other items. This would be your item 10 through 16. So items 10 through 16 and item 12 and 13, were there more than one items under those two items?
Correct. Items 12 and 13 had multiple items in their singular FDLE item number.
And were they labeled 12A, 12B, and similarly 13A, 13B, et cetera?
They were, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go to item number 10. What was its description?
Item 10 was one fired bullet jacket.
Your Honor, the state would tender State's Exhibit 142A through G for admission.
142A through G.
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Sinardi?
No objection, Your
Mr. Wise?
Honor. I will renew previously litigated objection.
Okay, and Mr. Petrides? Okay, admitted.
So I'm going to publish States A. Is this your item 10 packaging?
Yes, it is.
Do you see the FDLE number and your item number on there?
I do, yes.
And let me move the exhibit panel here. You have your handwriting, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right. And you've described that as a fired bullet jacket?
That is correct.
142B, you see the same label, same numbers, and this is now your item number 11?
That is correct.
And your handwriting?
Yes.
And how is item 11 labeled?
Item 11 was one fired bullet jacket.
Let me go back real quick because I don't want to have to republish. In States 142A, your item 10, is there an evidence marker description?
Yes, that says EM number 23.
Okay, and it's described as jacketing?
Yes.
Okay. And back to 142B, same thing, is this related to evidence marker 25 in the description?
That is, yes.
And States 142C, is this your item 12? And you see your handwriting, if I can move this.
Yes.
Exhibit, okay. And is this related to a described item at evidence marker number 29?
Yes, it is.
States 142D, is this your item 13?
Yes.
Do you see your handwriting?
I do.
And is this a described piece of evidence from evidence marker number 30?
It is, yes.
States 142E, your item 14?
Yes.
And your handwriting?
Yes.
And up here under description, evidence marker 31, projectile?
That's correct.
States 142F, your item 15, is that correct?
That is correct.
And your handwriting?
That's correct.
All right, and this is described, and this is at evidence marker 35, fragments?
Yes.
And these white labels were attached by the submitting agency?
That's correct. Those are agency labels.
And that's the Tampa Police Department, obviously.
Yes.
States 142G, your item 16,
Yes.
and your handwriting is below it?
Yes.
And it's described at evidence marker number 36, jacketing.
That's correct.
jacketings. Okay, great. So going back to, we've described 10 and 11, evidence marker 12, you had a 12A, a 12B through G, a 12H, and then you described a one unknown apparent metal fragment not examined.
That's correct.
Okay. At 12A, you're describing the item as one fired bullet.
That is correct.
And then at B through G, 6 fired bullet jacket fragments.
That's correct.
And item 12H, 6 apparent lead fragments.
That is correct.
All right. And then item 13, again, this was the other item that had several items contained within it.
Yes,
At item 13A, 1 fired bullet jacket.
that is correct.
Items 13B and 13C, 2 fired bullet jacket fragments.
That is correct.
13D, 1 apparent lead fragment.
Yes,
And then 13E in bold, 1 apparent lead fragment.
that is correct.
Was that the additional lead fragment?
It was.
That was not in the previous report?
That is correct.
All right, and it was of no comparison value?
That is correct.
Item 14 is 1 fired bullet.
That is correct.
Item 15 is 1 fired bullet jacket fragment.
Yes,
All right, and item 16, 2 fired bullet jacket fragments, 16A and 16B. So I guess there was a third item that had 2 items.
yes, sorry.
Okay. All right. So all of those items that were of comparison value, that
Okay.
you were able to find either something that had been imparted onto them where they had contact with rifling, all of those items, and I'm going to read them to you, 10, 11, 12A through 12F, 13A through 13C, 14, 15, your item 16A, and your item 16B. Were those compared to the item 8 and 9 firearms, the two, the 5.56 NATO rifle and item 8 and the 300 blackout auto-loading firearm, just going by your description, and item 9? Were they compared to them to determine if they may have been fired from them?
There was a comparison done.
Okay. And were they eliminated?
They were eliminated.
And how were they and why were they eliminated?
So all of those listed items were eliminated to both the item 8 and item 9 firearms based on a difference in their class characteristics.
Did that include on some of these items different caliber class?
There were 2 that I could determine caliber on, so that would be a difference between those items and the firearms, but the remaining items were different class based on their rifling type.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that all of them that had rifling on them that you were able to determine rifling type were different than the rifling type in those in the rifle in 8 and the auto-loading firearm in 9?
Yes, all of the items that I determined had value in this instance were eliminated to those 2 firearms.
Okay. The rifling in the rifle, the 5.56 rifle, your item 8, and the 300 blackout auto-loading firearm that the jury got to see, what type of rifling do those 2 firearms have?
So both of those rifles have what's called conventional rifling. It's sharper, kind of more step-like, so the rifling kind of goes like step like this a little bit.
Okay. And the imparted rifling on the items that you've described that had rifling on them, was it a different type of rifling?
Yes, so for the listed items that Council mentioned, 10, 11, 12A through 12F, 13A through 13C, 14, 15, 16A and 16B had what's called polygonal rifling with rails, which is a different type of rifling. It's a little bit more wavy with rails cut into them as well. And then the item 12G fragment was only determined to be polygonally rifled, so that more kind of wavy rifling versus the conventional of the 2 firearms.
And on that class characteristic alone, they would be eliminated as being fired in those 2 guns under your item 8 and 9?
That is correct, yes.
All right. So I want to talk about the 2 projectiles that were submitted this year, 12A and 14, where you were able to determine caliber class. All right. So 12A you described as 1 fired bullet, and 14 is described as 1 fired bullet.
Yes,
With
that's
both
correct.
of those items, when you examined them, you were able to determine their caliber class?
I was, yes.
What is their caliber class?
I determined that both of those items were 38 caliber class.
Okay. And would that caliber class include 5.56 NATO caliber?
It would not.
would it include 300 blackout?
It would not.
All right. So both of those calibers of your 8 and 9 items, states 56 and 57, they are different caliber classes.
That is correct, yes.
So let's talk about calibers that fall within this caliber class of these two items, this 38 caliber class, okay? Would 9mm fall in that class?
It does, yes.
Would 380 auto fall in that class?
380, yes.
357 Magnum?
Yes,
38 Special?
that is correct.
So if we go back to the item 7, the shell casing from the Tampa Police Department in this case, that had the MXT on it, that's a 9mm caliber shell casing, correct?
That is correct.
Would that have been a round that would have fit in caliber into that caliber class?
That caliber class is generally loaded in 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases.
Other than 12G that you mentioned earlier, you indicate in here 12A that you noted displays rifling characteristics similar to firearms by Glock.
That is correct.
All right. Were there other items that also shared rifling characteristics similar to firearms by Glock?
So yeah, based on my results, I ran what's called a general rifling characteristics search only on the one item due to I was able to determine caliber class and more characteristics of that one item. But due to the remaining items in that grouping having the polygonal with rails type of rifling, that is generally consistent with Glock style firearms as well.
Did you conduct microscopic screening of these items?
I did.
And you grouped them on similar class characteristics?
I did.
Was the polygonal rifling one of them?
It was, yes.
Would it be fair to say that, well, let me rephrase that. Glock firearms generally have polygonal rifling?
Yes.
All right. The two that you were able, 12A and 14, to determine the caliber class, why weren't you able to determine that with the others?
Due to the remaining items being fragments, I did not have enough characteristics or a diameter of the item to be able to determine a caliber class.
So even though you noted 12A in your report as having, and I want to read it the way you have it written, rifling characteristics similar to firearms by Glock, among possible others, several of these others also had the same thing, correct?
Yes.
In your examination, you determined that?
Yes, due to the polygonal rifling with rails.
Okay. Now, polygonal rifling with rails, can you further discriminate and distinguish between generations of Glock firearms as far as that rifling?
Based on my experience and what I've seen, the polygonal rifling with rails is with the Generation 5 Glock firearms or newer.
Okay. All right. 12G, that item, 12G, was that also a situation where the item itself did not have sufficient amount of rifling to allow you to determine if it was polygonal with rails?
Due to that item, I was only able to determine that it was polygonally rifled in order to be able to do the elimination. Due to the size, is it possible there could have been rails? Yes. Is it possible that it was just polygonal rifling? Yes. Due to its size and its condition, I could not determine anything further.
All right. So it's possible that could have also been fired in a Generation 5.
It's a possibility.
All right. And because you didn't have enough material, I guess, or enough bearing surface that was imparted, I don't know how to phrase it, maybe I'm not doing it very artfully, but and you were only able to say it was polygonal. when you gave your description in your report as to similar firearms that display that, you gave Glock, and then you added Heckler and Koch. Is that correct?
That is correct.
For the record, that's Heckler and Koch. That is a German manufacturer?
I believe so.
All right. And among others, you wrote too?
That is correct.
Okay. In making that determination about what firearms possess that type of rifling characteristics, do you consult a known database that is utilized in the field of firearms analysis?
Yes, we use what's called a general rifling characteristics database. It is maintained by the Association of Firearms and Tool Marks Examiners, which is an international organization of firearms examiners. It's maintained there, and we can enter the different class characteristics. So, for example, if it is a .38 caliber class with polygonal rifling, we can go ahead and enter those characteristics in, and it'll generate a list of makes and models of firearms that potentially have that same characteristic of .38 caliber class with polygonal rifling.
And that's a database that was created by the FBI?
Initially, yes.
Okay. And now maintained by AFTE?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Is that something that is generally accepted as a common practice in the field of firearms analysis, using that database?
Yes.
Do you regularly use it?
If I have a bullet comparison or a bullet without a firearm, yes, I will use it for purposes of generating lists of firearms.
Is access to it restricted to law enforcement and AFTE members?
You have to be a member of AFTE to be able to use it.
But other than 12G, the other items where you found the polygonal rifling with rails, that is consistent with being fired in a Generation 5 Glock pistol, or possibly a Generation 6, or newer generation.
Based on my experience, that's the type of firearm that I've seen it in, that I'm most familiar with, of it coming from a Gen 5 Glock.
And just for the record, the Generation 6 has been introduced within the last year.
Yes, I believe so. I don't have no experience working with the Gen 6 one yet.
Okay. So I just want to make sure we're clear. So the items that you found polygonal rifling with rails would include 10, 11, 12B, 12C, 12D, 12E, 12F, 13A, 13B, 13C, 14, 15, 16A, and 16B.
In addition to 12A as well.
And 12A. Thank you. And your item 13D and 13E and 12H, you described those as lead fragments?
That is correct.
And did they display or have any type of rifling imparted on them, or any rifling characteristics?
No, I determined they had no value.
Would they be similar to your items 3 and 4 in the previous submissions that were lead core?
Yes, for these they could be parts of that core or other lead material that broke off. They're all smaller fragments.
If we had a Generation 5 Glock with polygonal rifling with rails, would you be able to determine, or would you be able to at least conduct analysis to determine if there was enough individual characteristics that those projectiles that we've discussed were fired from that firearm?
If a firearm was submitted that matched the class characteristics, comparison could be conducted.
Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. True, the same would hold true for any 9mm projectile, specifically one that may have been found in the hood area of the vehicle that our victim was in. That was intact with rifling on it. That was a 9mm projectile. If we do not have the firearm to compare it to, I mean, it couldn't be compared, right, to a firearm unless we had it to send to you.
Yes, I can do comparisons of projectiles to projectiles, or if it needs to be identified to a specific firearm, I can't do anything unless we have the suspected firearm or suspicious firearm.
I'll tender the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez, do you have any questions?
Your Honor, I don't have any questions.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi,
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise,
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Mr.
Good morning.
I want to go back first, just kind of over the process you administer in a case like this, and really the field in general.
Okay.
When you're analyzing casings, projectiles, you're looking first at class characteristics, right?
That's correct.
And I think we covered some of this. Those are what you call the predetermined features, right?
That's correct.
That can be the lands and grooves, the caliber, the direction of the twist, things like that.
Yes, sir.
And that's a relatively objective comparison, right?
It is.
Where you take measurements, you have a standard to go by when you're determining class characteristics, right?
Yes.
When you move on to the individual comparison, where you're trying to identify not just a type of firearm, but a specific firearm, that becomes a subjective analysis, right?
It tends to lean more subjective, yes.
And in that situation, you're looking for basically significant agreement of individual characteristics. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And within the field, when you're looking at the individual characteristics like that, there's really no set threshold for qualifying something as being in significant agreement with something else.
We don't have a set number. However, during our training, we look at thousands of comparisons of items that are known to come from the same firearm and items that are known to come from different firearms, including makes and models that are the same, to determine, that we are able to distinguish these differences and these individual characteristics.
And you yourself, in doing this for a number of years, you've kind of developed your own threshold that you kind of hold yourself to, correct?
That's correct.
But within the industry, that's not really the case. Unless someone like you does that, it's really up to the subjective work of the specific examiner. Is that correct?
Each examiner does develop their criteria. The more they see, the longer they do it. But however, all of our training indicates, comparisons of known and known non-matches in order to develop a suitable criteria to make these conclusions.
And with regards to the individual comparisons, there's really no scientific process for determining whether two things are in significant agreement.
Can you, I don't understand what you're saying.
Really, when you're determining whether two items are in significant agreement as to individual characteristics, it's really based on the examiner's eyes, right?
So what we're looking for is the overall pattern agreement of the detail present. So yes, we are using our eyes through our comparison microscope. That allows us to see two items at the same time under the same magnification. And we're looking for this agreement of the detail. So it's the overall pattern of the knowns that we create with the firearm to see this. And if we don't have it, we're looking for that repeated pattern between the two items of evidence submitted. And via our training, we see all of these different types of, yes, this is enough for an identification because we've seen what is needed to know that these came from the same firearm and what that requirement is for the appropriate quantity and quality of an identification.
Now let me jump to this case. Of the items submitted to you by Tampa Police Department, and I'm going to talk to you first about the different projectiles. We heard earlier in your direct about a report from January 9th of, I think it was 25, where you analyzed, I think, 4 potential projectiles that were submitted. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
And of those, 2 were sufficient for comparison purposes, correct?
Yes, 2 had value.
And there were two, they weren't full bullets, but they were 2 bullet jacket fragments, correct?
That is correct.
But there was rifling on those fragments, correct?
That is correct.
And because of that, then you were able to compare it.
Yes.
And in that instance, with those 2 projectiles that you were able to compare, you determined they were inconclusive to each other.
To each other, yes.
So you can't say whether or not they were fired from the same firearm.
No, due to their condition, I was unable to determine if they were fired from the same firearm.
And we covered this, but one of those 2 you were able to determine at least was a .22 caliber class, right?
Yes,
The other one you were not able to determine a class?
that is correct.
So you can't say whether that one was even, I mean, we can't say they were fired from the same gun, can't even say they were fired from the same caliber gun, right?
For that instance, they did have similar class characteristics, and in that instance, like similar landing groove widths. However, I could not determine a caliber for I believe the item 1 due to its condition.
Okay. And just so we're clear, and it probably is, but you discussed earlier that when you received the 2 rifles, they came with test fires, right?
Yes.
But when we're talking about these projectiles you're comparing, those weren't the test fires, right?
No, these were the submitted evidence, and for the purposes of comparison to the firearms that I received, I generated my own test fires.
Gotcha. Okay. And that's standard, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, jumping ahead to the more recent report from, not last month anymore, but from March. In that instance, there were quite a few projectiles you were able to test, correct?
Yes.
And that included two basically intact bullets, 2 complete bullets, right?
Yes.
They had some damaging on them, but you were able to, they weren't fragments, they were actual bullets.
Correct, yes.
And then you had 3 fired bullet jackets, correct? And when I say 3, I mean 3 that you were able to compare.
Yes, I think there were 3 more intact fired bullet jackets. I believe the rest of them were fragments.
Okay, and yeah, and there were, I think, 11 total fragments that actually had rifling as well that you were able to compare, correct?
I'd have to count, but that sounds right.
If you wouldn't mind counting?
Yeah. Yes, I do count 11 fired bullet jacket fragments.
Okay, so between the 2 TPD submissions, there are 18 total projectiles that had enough rifling on them that you were able to compare. I think there's 2 from the 2025 report, 2 bullets from 2026, 3 jackets, and 11 fragments, which, if my math is correct, is 18 total projectiles.
I believe so,
Sound
yes.
right? Okay. I won't hold you to the numbers if my math's wrong. Okay. Of those 18 projectiles, all of them were eliminated from having been fired from that 300 blackout that you showed the jury earlier, right?
The initial 2, oh wait, you said to the 300 blackout?
The 300 blackout.
I apologize. Yes, I believe all of them were eliminated to the 300 blackout firearm.
And of the submissions from Tampa PD, those 18 that you were able to compare, none of those, there were some you weren't able to determine caliber class, but of what you could determine caliber class, none were 300 caliber, correct?
That is correct.
And then, again, of those 18, all but 2 were eliminated from the 5.56 that you showed the jury earlier, correct?
Correct. All but the 2 that were inconclusive were eliminated.
And the 2 that were not eliminated, they were inconclusive, right?
That is correct.
And you discussed earlier you have inconclusive positive, inconclusive negative, inconclusive.
That's correct.
These were just inconclusive, right?
That is correct.
So you can't come to any conclusion as to whether they were fired from that 220 or that 5.56 that we saw.
That is correct. They lacked any sufficient detail.
Now, of the 16 projectiles on that report from this year, you talked earlier about basically 3 different types of rifling, right?
Yes.
Conventional, polygonal with rails, and polygonal.
That is correct.
And I think you kind of covered this, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you talked about lands and grooves some in your
That's
direct, right? Lands and grooves is really like more connected with conventional rifling, correct?
There are lands and grooves in polygonal rifling as well. It's more described kind of as like hills and valleys rather than like the steppe that you see in conventional.
Okay, good. That was going to be my next question. Are they more like hills and valleys? Okay. So that's, and conventional rifling is much more common in the firearm world, correct?
I do see conventional rifling more frequently, yes.
And you're able to make comparisons with conventional rifling to determine or potentially eliminate, if a projectile having been fired from a rifle or a firearm, right?
I can do that with any type of rifling. I can determine.
But the markings, the rifling left on something fired from a polygonal firearm, it's quite a bit different than the markings left on something fired from a conventional rifled firearm. Is that correct?
They do mark a little differently in the aspects of how it is, but we are still able to make identifications on them. They still have the machining processes that develop the individual characteristics in their barrels that allow us to look at that individual detail to make comparisons and identifications.
Right, and that was kind of the point I was going to be getting at is it's pretty easy to distinguish between something fired from a polygonal firearm and something fired from conventional, right? And by that I mean it's easy if something's fired from a polygonal rifling firearm, it's pretty easy to eliminate that from a firearm that has conventional rifling.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I should have just asked that question to begin with.
Sorry.
That's okay. My fault. So, of the vast majority of the projectiles from the 2026 report, they showed having been fired from a polygonal with rails rifled firearm.
That is correct.
And that's generally a Glock, right?
In my experience, yeah.
There can be some other, maybe some obscure brands, but of the major brands, Glock is the one that uses that.
That is correct, yeah.
And then one of the others, 12G, you found polygonal, not polygonal with rails.
That's correct.
And you said that it's possible it could have had rails, but you did not. And that one, all you could say was polygonal.
That is correct, yes.
And polygonal is used by some of the older Glocks, and then of the major manufacturers, also H&K.
Yes.
And there, again, could be some smaller manufacturers that use it, but generally, when you see polygonal, it's an older Glock or an H&K.
That's generally what we see it in, yes.
The two rifles that you showed the jury earlier, no question they have conventional rifling, right?
Yes.
All of the projectiles that you were able to determine caliber for in the March 2026 report, again, I think we covered this pretty clearly, but those were all 38 caliber class, right?
Yes, the two that I could determine were 38 caliber.
Which is also 9mm, right?
It could be, yes.
There's no way that either one of those rifles could fire a 38 caliber class projectile, right?
No, 38 caliber class would not be able to be fired in those.
Okay. Now, let me then talk about the casing comparisons that you conducted. So the two reports that we heard about from Jacksonville submissions, and that was, I think, 9 casings that were submitted by Jacksonville. Were you told where those originated from?
I have, the only indication I have of location is on what's called our case tracking form, and I have it in the description from black box in juicy bag, and that's all the information I was given.
Okay, so that may connect back to some things that the jury's heard about, but that's what you have for those. And then what you did in that case is you compared those casings to each other, correct?
In this instance, these cartridge cases were only screened with each other.
And that was going to be my next question. You just did a presumptive examination, correct?
Yeah, basically. So I determined that they potentially could have come from the same one based on their class characteristics and some similarities, but full micro was not performed on these.
And to make an identification, you would have to do a full microscopic comparison.
That is correct, yes.
And then the same thing with the, I guess it's 15 casings that you were also They were also submitted to you by Jacksonville that went back to an October 2023 alleged offense. Those casings, you again only did a presumptive examination, correct?
Between the casings submitted and just here, yes, these casings were just screened with each other.
Right. And in each of those instances, when you did the comparison of the casings to one another, you just used one case from each group. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And in that instance, then you were the one that you selected from the group and the one you selected from the other group, you were able to identify them as having been fired from the same firearm.
That is correct, yes.
But then the other, I guess, the other 8 and 15 from each group, you did not do any further testing on.
Correct.
Now, when you make an identification like that to say these were fired from the same firearm, you can't say they were fired from the same firearm on the same day, right?
Oh, correct. Yes, I can only say that they were fired from the same firearm. I don't have any information or any ability to say when they were fired.
They could have been fired 5 years apart.
Yeah, I can't speak to that.
Now, both of the casings that you took from each of those groups, you also compared to the 5.56 that you showed the jury this morning, right?
That is correct, yes.
And you eliminated both of those casings as having been fired from that firearm.
That is correct, yes.
Now, we talk about the 9mm casings that we heard about. May I approach, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Did you all take those?
Yeah, I don't, did you get all your exhibits back? Okay. Wait. Wait, what's going on here? So, what happened?
58. He opened it already, so the bullets fell out of it.
I mean, Mr. Harmon opened it, okay, and the bullets fell out, so we need to reclose it, unless you're gonna...
Can we do that after I finish, because I was going to show them.
Okay, that's fine, just make sure the evidence gets back in the... Okay.
Okay, so the 3 9mm casings that we heard about, you compared those and were able to determine they were fired from the same firearm, correct?
That's correct.
But again, just like with the 5.56 casings, you can't say they were fired at the same time or the same day, correct?
No, I can only determine if they were fired from the same firearm or not.
And again, might have been fired 5 years apart.
Objection, speculation.
Oh, she's already answered the question, she can't say when.
The 2 firearms that you compared, and again, were you given information as far as where they originated from, anything like that?
The 2 firearms, you said?
I'm sorry, not the 2 firearms, the 2 groups of 9mm casings.
Judge, just for the record, we're talking about item 7 and 9.1, 9.2, is that right?
This one is, I believe, item, well, it is 7. I think it's your
14.
number 14, yes.
So I only have on my case tracking form for what is FDLE item 7 from 7688. According to this, it was recovered from homicide on 6/23/24 at 15:16 hours via Tampa CST, and I believe that is the only location information I have provided for any of the 3.
Gotcha. And that one is the one that I have on the overhead right now, which is State's Exhibit 14, correct? If you need to,
Yeah, I don't know state's exhibits, but I believe that is my
Okay.
item 7. Sorry.
And the reason I have it up here, we see MXT, and I think you were asked a little about that.
Yes.
MXT is on the headstand, right?
That's correct.
And that stands for MaxTech,
I believe so, yes.
which would be the brand. Of
Yes.
it, right? Which is a pretty common brand, right?
I believe so, yeah.
And then in comparison, the other two 9mm that you determined were fired from the same firearm, they are a different brand, correct? And I can put them up there to show you.
Yeah, I believe they were both Federals.
Because they have a little different marking. They both have that FC, correct?
Yes, so they're different manufactured brand of ammunition, but the brand of ammo does not have bearing. We're looking at the individual marks that are translated from the firearm.
Sure. And again, you determined these are fired from the same firearm, but I'm just pointing out two different brands of ammunition, right?
That is correct, yep.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have.
Okay, please make sure the evidence is repackaged and given back to the clerk.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right, very good. Any questions, Mr. Petrides? Any redirect, Mr. Harmon?
Yes, Your Honor. Counsel asked you about the commonality of MaxTech ammunition. I just wanted to ask you, there's a lot of other manufacturers of 9mm ammunition.
Yes, there's a lot.
Federal?
There's Federal, Winchester, Remington, Spear, Hornady. There's a lot.
So you were asked about, and this would be your report 4099, and then your report 7633. Okay? So
Yes.
4099, just to reference your prior testimony, were the casings from a black box,
Yes,
and 7633 was in reference to an assault on Charles Jones.
yes,
Okay. You did grouping within each of those cases with the groups of shell casings that were submitted.
that is correct.
And in both cases, you had .223 and 5.56 NATO caliber shell casings,
That is correct.
which are all consistent with being fired from an AR-15 style rifle.
They're consistent with being fired in that style that's chambered for 5.56 NATO.
Okay. And you were able to identify them as being fired, one from each group within each of those cases is being fired by the same firearm?
Yes, I took one cartridge case from each screening group and was able to identify them together.
And you grouped them by caliber? 223 versus 5.56 NATO?
That's how they were labeled and identified in my item description, but they were all actually screened together, the 223s and the 5.56 within each case. All of them were screened together, and then I selected one representative cartridge case from each grouping and was able to identify them.
Okay. And then you took one from the shell casings from the black box and one from the shell casings from the assault on Charles Jones, and you compared them and you identified them as being fired by the same firearm.
That is correct.
Now, counsel asked you about eliminating the items that were submitted this year, the fired bullet jackets, the fired bullet jacket fragments, and we talked about those. In 7633, I believe, you're at TPD submissions.
7688.
88, I'm sorry, thank you. And you were able to eliminate all of those that had polygonal rifling on them from either of the rifles, either your 8 or 9,
That is correct.
right? Because those are conventionally rifled.
That is correct, yes.
All right. And that was, using counsel's term, an objective determination.
Yes,
You didn't need to look at the individual characteristics.
that is
Is that
correct,
right?
yes.
Okay. And the items that all the items that you saw that were submitted in this year, in that 7688 report, and it's, I believe, 10 through 16 are your item numbers, basically?
I believe so, yes.
All right, with 16, 12, and 13 having several items within those
That is
items.
correct.
Okay. You were able to determine with 2 of those the caliber class as being a 38 caliber class.
Yes,
All right. And the rest of them, they were all grouped consistent with each other as polygonal rifling with rails, except 12G, which didn't have the rails, but could have been fired from a railed Glock.
yeah, that is a possibility, but yes, they were all screened together with those, probably with rails minus the 12G, which was just polygonal.
All of those are consistent with being fired from a Glock handgun.
Yes,
And they're all consistent. In fact, the ones with the rail would have to have been fired. If it's in a Glock, it's in a Glock Generation 5 or maybe a Generation 6.
yes, the barrel that is placed in a Generation 5 Glock is the ones with polygonal rifling.
With the rails.
With the rails, yes.
Right. And if they were fired at a crime scene in 2024, there was no Generation 6 at that time.
I do not believe so.
And that caliber class of those 2, that's completely different than the caliber class of the of your 8 and 9.
Yes,
The 5.56 NATO and the 300 Blackout.
that is correct,
Okay.
yes.
All right. Now, counsel talked about a total. He basically took all of the submissions, I think from 7688, combined them all, okay? You had the projectiles that came out of the victim's body from the pleural cavity and the chest wall. You identified one of those as a 22 5mm caliber class, right?
That is correct.
All right. Other than those 2, the rest of them were either identified as 38 caliber class, which would be consistent with 9mm, or they are screened and grouped with 2 that are that caliber class.
That's correct, but the screened in group based on their rifling type.
Right, the polygonal with rails.
That's correct.
Okay. And all of those were eliminated from the 300 Blackout. The 2 that you recovered from the victim's body, one of which was a 22 5.56, that's a different caliber class than 300 Blackout.
That is correct.
And in fact, that's item 4. Your item 1 was also eliminated to the 300 Blackout based on a difference in class characteristics, correct?
That is correct.
Your item 4 and item 1, which again were identified as coming from portions of the victim's body, when you compare them to each other, they were inconclusive to each other, and they were inconclusive to the item 8 rifle, which is a 5.56 NATO chambered or caliber rifle, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And when you say inconclusive, that is not an elimination, right?
That's correct. An inconclusive is there was not enough detail to either identify or eliminate. I can't say anything otherwise other than there just was not enough detail here for me to work with.
And they certainly could have been fired out of that rifle.
They could have been, or they could not have been. Yeah.
And there's nothing to say they weren't.
Correct.
You were not able to eliminate them.
Correct.
So, and we didn't talk about this earlier, but council kind of talked about it in the cross. I want to ask you about it. Because, well, when you made your comparisons of these the two items from the victim's body, item 1 and 4, you could exclude those, one on caliber class from the 300 blackout. The other one could be excluded on a different class characteristic from the blackout rifle, correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right. And you said they were inconclusive to the rifle. Now, when you made that comparison to, and I'm talking about the item 8, the 5.56 rifle, when you conduct that analysis, do you actually take that 5.56 Black Forge rifle, your item 8, right, our item 50, our exhibit 56, do you actually take that and test fire it?
Yes, so when we receive a firearm in casework, we will take it to, we have an indoor range at our lab that we can take and shoot firearms in. And in order to collect projectiles, we shoot into what's called a water tank, which allows us to collect the bullets in a condition to allow us to do comparisons.
All right. So you're test firing it, you're collecting that bullet that has been preserved in water from being deformed or anything, correct?
That's correct.
Meaning it hasn't gone through glass or sheet metal or hit anything.
That's correct.
And you take precautions for that not to happen by firing it into that water tank?
Yes, that is the purpose of the water tank, is to try to minimize any damage that could occur to it, to have them in a more pristine condition in order to compare them.
And then you collect it and you take that as you know that's been fired in that rifle, and that's what you compare to the projectiles that were recovered from the victim's body 1 and 4.
That is correct, yes.
And that's when you're doing them next to each other on comparison microscope?
That is correct, yes.
Is that the proper term?
Yes.
Even though those rifles were submitted with test fires, you're not going to rely on the City of Tampa Police Department's test fires. You do your own to make sure you have a pristine bullet to do that?
Yes, we shoot our own test fires.
Okay. And that's the process that you would have been able to go through if we had recovered a 9mm Glock pistol, correct?
Yes, I would have test fired that as well.
You were asked about the subjectivity of the identification procedure where you're looking for those individual characteristics. And you indicated, counsel asked you, you hold yourself to even a higher threshold than maybe other analysts?
Oh, definitely.
Okay. And you talked about viewing in your training thousands of projectiles that were recovered from a rifle and test firing?
Yes.
Or from a pistol or other firearms?
That is correct, yes.
And then looking at those, multiple ones that are fired from the same firearm?
Yep, we'll look at ones fired from the same firearm, from different firearms, from similar makes and models of firearms.
And you have received the training that you've testified about, and you've conducted thousands of comparisons during your career?
Oh, yes, definitely.
And your training and your experience is what informs you in your opinions?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
And no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You free to go?
Thank you.
Okay, and before, you guys need to make sure, go ahead, you're good, Ms. Joe. So, make sure the evidence is, everything's where it should be and it's repackaged. And the scissors. Okay, very good. So, it's 12:20, so we'll go ahead and take our lunch break. We will reconvene, let's say 1:30. And just remember my previous instructions. Don't talk to anybody about this case. Read, watch, listen to any news accounts or social media posts. And we'll see you back here at 1:30. All right, very good.
All right.
All right. We'll just wait to see if Judge is going to come back with anything more on the record before they're let go. No, Jane. Actually, none of them were recovered. None of them were recovered. None of the actual firearms that were used in this were recovered. All right, I'm sorry. There's really not going to be much of a recap because I'm as confused as I've ever been. I didn't hear one definitive. All I heard was casings from a black box and an assault on Charles Jones matched. I'm only basing my recap on what the state said in their openings, and I hope that it's correct because, again, I'm confused and quite honestly very frustrated because I honestly didn't think this was good testimony, but that's just me. So I'm going to rely on what the state said in their opening, that 2 casings found in the black, in the catcher, brass catcher found at Sean's house matched an assault on Charles Jones in October of 2023. I hope that was correct. If that's what you guys got, then cool. If I was wrong, then I am very, very frustrated by this and confused by this. This testimony to me was good, was solid. I just didn't understand it because the state didn't say, what is your conclusion? I didn't hear it. So we'll leave it at that. Maybe you guys got something more out of it or different. I didn't. So if I'm confused and I've watched how many trials that include firearms and casings, then you know the jury's like, that went straight over my head. I didn't hear anything definitive. I didn't hear anything definitive other than casings from black box and assault on CJ. What was the assault on CJ? Well, Charles Jones. So anyway, we're going to leave it at that. So we will play you some music and we'll get some kitty cam going for you. They've been fed. And let's see, they're going to come back at 1:30. So I already have that. All right, cool. Let's see. Nope, don't want that. We'll do that. We'll leave you with Roger. All right, have a good lunch, and we will see you guys at 1:30. We have 2 more witnesses to go. I'm assuming one of them will bring in Sean Gathwright's attempt to escape, took off his ankle bracelet. They're not going to show that because that's too prejudicial, but they're going to show him banging on the wall and then trying to escape. So, all right, William, good to see you. El Roth. And with that, we will play some music. Let's see, where's my music?
I have you waving the flag, cause say I'm all in my bag, getting my bags, never see me getting bagged by the police sitting in the back, only if it's with a drag. I tell these shorties relax, it's the return of the Mac, you the return of the slack, I let it burn with the facts, opposites they do attract, I don't go mess with the ops, I just be calling the shots, like I was holding the chop, then I go hit up the block, cop me a cheese and chop, probably go get me some top, release for aftershock, then I return to the plot, jacking the gold at the pot, gotta get it while it's hot.
That's what the love of money does.
Bad girls make them say wow, wow, wow. Bad girls make them say wow.
nobody here that can stop me. Cause I'm in a league of my own, yeah. Y'all can just sit back and watch me. They know who I am, they can't imitate. Don't stay in your lane, I'ma set it straight. I'm building my way to the top. You get in my way, you know that I'ma renovate. You know I'm about to lock it. Like my mom said they was looking for just like the Loch Ness. They think they gon' knock me off the throne, they better stop it. They can never reach me where I'm at, I'm in a rocket. Cockpit. In other words, you can't touch me. It's like I got the ball and it's rugby. And you won't see me when I'm coming through. You can't stop me, I'm running through. I'm untouchable, yeah. 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 Feed, fight, both from. I'm the giant that they running from. Taking shots, I think they jumped the gun. If they go against me, then they done. You cannot handle this. I don't think you can pay for the damages. I know when it's gonna be in first place. You gon' need first aid. Think you need bandages. You know I'm about to lock it. Like my mom said they was looking for just like the Loch Ness. They think they gon' knock me off the throne, they better stop it. They can never reach me where I'm at. I'm in a rocket cockpit. In other words, you can't touch me. It's like I got the ball and it's rugby. And you won't see me when I'm coming through. You can't stop me, I'm running through. I'm untouchable, yeah. 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 I'm untouchable, yeah.
Do it. You can never find somebody do it like me. I'ma turn it all the way up, cause it kamikaze. Go ahead and try, baby, you are gonna see that you'll never ever find somebody do it like me. You can never find somebody do it like me. I'ma turn it all the way up, cause it kamikaze. Go ahead and try, baby, you are gonna see that you'll never ever find somebody do it like me. Somebody do it like me. Do it like me. Somebody do it like me. I'ma turn it all the way up, cause it kamikaze. Go ahead and try, baby, you are gonna see that you'll never ever find somebody do it like me. Do it like me.
I wanna get drip, not drowned like a rich king's crown. Now these ain't just bars, they're vows. Some brothers need mouth to mouth cause they're dying for nyash. Western food and a little bit of can I can't trust them. But if you stay rule, can't wait till we're whipping on the M in the customs. Gotta step real sturdy, don't act like you ain't just heard me. Sitting on M's by the time I'm 30. Call it hashtag murky. Throw stones but you ain't gonna hurt me, nah. I just brushed that off. Opportunity rush that. Still chatting bare was like that's enough. And I don't really watch movies, but I'm living one. I'm the protagonist, you're a citizen. Chatting about those, better use me as the specimen. I'm just trying to get turned like anyone. Think you falling for the trap, it's a scary one. Bad girl, coming too sweet like a cherry one. Peas coming in when there's more, it's a merry one. Girl going nuts like it's a dietary one. From space, not from this planet. Hard like granite. Won't take the hints that I leave like damn it. Doing me damage, get me my jacket. Leaving these niggas behind is a habit. I'm a savage, she's my little rabbit. I'm the whole package, never find me in a packet. Can't mess with the ratchet, must be tripping on the acid. If you thought you could challenge me, I was in trying to get that salary. Hall of Fame, I'ma make that gallery. Big girl need less of them calories. Music soon gonna be a massive read. If they tell you otherwise, they're lying. Heard that said if I'm lying, I'm flying. I've got wings, but I'm staying on the ground. Car don't do cap and there ain't no denying. Yo, ain't no denying. Nah, I can never ever cut. Never ever cut. I can never ever cut rap. Yo.
Look what's next for me, Joe. I'm gonna get that second bell. Where the f is it? They should have had them 2 bells ready. Spit shine for me.
Yeah. Head up in the clouds, though they saying I look stressed. I've been feeling down, pray to God that I'm up next. Remember when she blew me off, that's why I can't text. Now she call me petty, but I swear I can't forget. This ain't a test. Now they saying that I ball like Jerry West. Coming back for what is mine, I can't take no less. I said go and take a shot, so I need your best. And stop the threats, don't know what is in me. I don't got time, I'm not giving the energy. Too many people around me, I'm finicky. I do not mess with you, dog, you're not kidding me. You don't got way too close. I've been up at the top now, so they all wait for the landslide. I seen too many people that switched up, whose man's high. Through it all, I stay the same, I swear to God, I can't lie. Been down so damn low that I came up for my life. They talk way too much on the internet, it's not real life. I swear my fam waiting, I can't lose, and I'm still right. Still right, I swear that I'm working them up till like midnight. It's real life, I got a time and I'm coming to get mine. In time, I cannot lose and I'm coming right inside. I'm in my, yeah.
Reckless talk. Son of a Gustin. Hey, reckless talk. But I got expensive habits. Don't step in salt. I'm a real one, check my fabric. Hey, I said reckless talk. But I got expensive habits. Don't step in salt. I'm a real one, check my fabric. Look at my fabric, out of this atlas, I point way up. I got a passion mixed with action, boy, don't play. Look at my fabric, out of this atlas, I point way up. I got a passion mixed with action, boy, don't play. Look at my fabric, way up. Mixed with action, play us. Out of this atlas, way up. I got a passion, yeah, play us. I got a passion, full static, ready on go. Don't let it unfold. Be smart, if you're ready, let's roll. Feeling like this, you never get in my zone. That's me, man, I'm standing on my own. Man, we ain't one of the same, one of the ways I do this, all of my loans. I'm back in my zone again, no way can I hold it in. Look at me when I'm growing them. I'm the OG cold and I'm cold offend. From the west to the east when I'm blowing it, I'm showing them how to make moves again. Look at me, I don't break rules again. I'ma go drop rules for them. Show them how to win, not lose again. Whoa, look at the way that we walk, it's a habit. Look at the fabric, all of it lavish. They say I'm sleeping, but where is the mattress? I don't believe him, I hear him, I'm gasping. Look at the way that we walk, it's a vibe. All in the eyes, you see the vibes. I've been expensive since I was 5. I'm telling no lies, ayy. Reckless talk, but I got expensive habits. Don't step in salt. I'm a real one, check my fabric, ayy. I said reckless talk, but I got expensive habits. Don't step in salt. I'm a real one, check my fabric. Look at my fabric, out of this action, boy, don't play. Look at my fabric, I add this atlas, I point way. I got a passion mixed with action, boy, don't play. Look at my fabric, way. Mixed with action, play. I add this atlas, way. I got a passion, play.
Disrespect, so I disregard fools, all of them be facades. Are they still in the streets and they're writing statements? Oh my lord, there's rats at large. I copped it soft, but I turned it hard. Like how your girl gets me after dark. None of my peers got applied, no pressure. VIO, then I'm on that bars. Disrespect, so I disregard fools, all of them be facades. Are they still in the streets and they're writing statements? Oh my lord, there's rats at large. I copped it soft, but I turned it hard. Like how your girl gets me after dark. None of my peers got applied, no pressure. VIO, then I'm on that bars. Could've went home, but I stayed OT. He could've turned pack, but I bent my shank. They phone my phone when they know I've read. Just give me a few days, I'm out this pack. How you gonna touch little bro, not leave? Like he won't come back on blatant was. I could've got put handcuffed on scene, but I'm taking chase and losing track. How many times have you been caught and you ain't gonna get back either? They only got chat like diva. They got no pool like lever. One called for 6 on 3, now I'm talking the town like Marks. I'm uptown with a C1, got a thing in that back, but I ain't not taking chance. I ain't not taking chance. Cash man coming out betting shops, won't bet, really know I can rip his top. Why you think Donny said we got no prop? You know heart if it gets on top. No bully boy thing, so I walk right off. Man best know that my heart be pure. Why would you disrespect like I like being dissed? You get blunt or bored. Trap, serving Ross, more time I'm trying to dodge the law. If I aim, waste up hoping one for heady of course. House block 3 when he done my chores. Come for me, I'll correlate, draw me out, then Jojo back on tour. For sure. I stayed OT. You could've turned pack, but I bent my shank. They phone my phone when they know I've read. Just give me a few days, I'm out this pack. How you gonna touch little bro, not leave? Like he won't come back on blatant was. I could've got put handcuffed on scene, but I'm taking chase and losing track. How many times have you been caught and you ain't gonna get back either? They only got chat like diva. They got no pool like lever. One called for 6 on 3, now I'm talking the town like Marks. I'm uptown with a C1, got a thing in that back, but I ain't not taking chance. I ain't not taking chance. I ain't not taking chance.
Yeah. One thing you gon' learn about me, ain't nobody putting word like me. Can't drip, can't sauce like me. Whipping it up, I'm a major key. I am the 1 out the 2 or the 3. Get on my level if you wanna be better than ever, I got what I need. Pushing the limit, that's how it's gon' be. I promise I won't take it easy. It's only right that I come with that greasy. It's only right that I give him that pressure. Just watch, you don't have to believe me. I'ma do my thing. Watch me do my thing. I'ma do my thing. I did not come to play. I ain't got no limit, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm limitless. I ain't got no limit, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm limitless. They can't stop me now, yeah, that's right. Cause I'm limitless. It's my turn right now. Watch me work, yeah, I'm limitless. I ain't got no limit, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm limitless. I ain't got no limit, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm limitless. They can't stop me now, yeah, that's right. Cause I'm limitless. It's my turn right now. Watch me work, yeah, I'm limitless. I know what I want and you know I'ma get it. I'm not even close to the finish, just scratching the surface. Turning my L's into winnings, I've been the one since the beginning. No days off, I go so hard in the paint. Put in that work and it's paying off quick. I left no crumbs, you know I ate. I'm pushing the limit like get out the way. I am the one, we not one in the same. Feeling brand new when you not in my lane. Count me back cause I'm breaking the chain. I woke up the beast and I'm ready to slay. I'm in the zone, they can't get in my head. Know what I want and I'm really ahead. Got what it takes to be one of the best. Watch how I move, yeah, I'm limitless, yeah. I'ma do my thing. Watch me do my thing. I'ma do my thing. I did not come to play. I ain't got no limit, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm limitless. I ain't got no limit, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm limitless. They can't stop me now, yeah, that's right. Cause I'm limitless. It's my turn right now. Watch me work, yeah, I'm limitless. I ain't got no limit, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm limitless. I ain't got no limit, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm limitless. They can't stop me now, yeah, that's right. Cause I'm limitless. It's my turn right now. Watch me work, yeah, I'm limitless.
Yeah, feel like John Morant, need a triple-double, told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple, I don't drive the ball, now I never fumble, I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell, feel like John Morant, need a triple-double, told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple, I don't drive the ball, now I never fumble, I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell, yeah, I need it now, told him on the lay, I've been moving dog, yeah, I'm on the way. I don't hear the talk, don't care what they say. I don't got no patience, I can't ever wait. I've been trying to get it, running up all these digits. And I've been in the gym, I've been up doing minutes. I just put in that work, told them it's Shelley's business. And see through the face, yeah, I just burning bridges. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't try the ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't try the ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell. Yeah, they don't want it done like I want it dog. Yeah, they say they want it, then they took the summer off. I've been going down the list, checking numbers off. I was checking on your numbers, told them something's off. I was at the bottom, now you know I'm climbing. Now they sending deals, they know I ain't signing. They been trying to sell it, they know I ain't buying. When they send a text, dog, I ain't replying. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't drive the ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell. Feel like John Morant, need a triple-double. Told him check the stats, yeah, I got a couple. I don't drive the ball, now I never fumble. I'm the MVP, now I feel like Russell.
Look, tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah. No need for the snoozing. Big whip outside, I'm cruising. Big stick inside, no losing. Better watch out for the snake and Judas is. Don't ask them who this is. I bet they know what I'm moving in. I bet I show it into a dim. How you hate and then lose again? How you hating my vibes? Why you wasting my time? Getting hype on my line. Tell a man I don't want feedback, I just want relax. Brand new whip, two-tone, I need that brand new hit. You know, like lean back, brand new bits I live in. We back, man, you never gon' like us. Get them on sight now, let them on light. That way they know I'm more righteous. Look at my life, I'm living alright. I'm nice, you know I'm alright. Cause looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vipers. No need for the telephone vipers. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence, watch it. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence. Yeah, me, I'm moving quiet. Ask me, I need me an island. New watches, perfect timing. No need for the surface shining. Ask me, I need me a few. I need me an island. I'm keeping it true. The man, I'm a wild, I'm keeping it cool. No need for the telephone hype from you. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then dead I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah. I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. If they could, they probably should. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. Gone. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. Nah, if they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man pad. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back, if they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back, if they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man bad. I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man bad.
Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. I ain't coming back, if they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. I ain't coming back, if they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. If they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man bad. I was caught up in a situation, could have gone real bad. I dipped, took a long vacation, no doubt left none of them mad. Gone. I left the hood, I said I would, so I'ma get mine and I won't feel bad. Nah, if they could, they probably should, but most man end up in a two-man pad. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back, if they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would. Ain't coming back, if they could, they probably should. Oh yeah. I left the hood, I said I would. I left the hood, I said I would.
Ask me how I'm living, I'm telling them great. Ask me how I did it, I'm telling them grace. Yeah, yeah, hey, ask me how I did it, I'm telling them grace. Ask me how I'm living, I'm telling them great. Ask me how I did it, I'm telling them grace. Ask me how I'm living, I'm telling them great. New me, no time to waste. Look at me, you see I don't play. I keep running on out of shape. Need a hero, go find a cape. New me, no time to waste. Look at me, you see I don't play. I keep running on out of shape. Need a hero, go find a cape. Hey, no need for the B-roll. I was masked up and no hero. Breakfast in the morning, it was cereal and an Ebro. That boy keep going in, I can't let it go but get lethal. Watch how I'm showing it from JFK down to Heathrow again. I gotta keep going and I beat the Rico again. I'm going beast mode again, keep flowing and keep knowing that I will ride and keep blowing it. Five aside that ball's going in, man, each time I never blow it, I'm in my prime. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ask me how I'm living, I'm telling them great. Ask me how
living, I'm telling them greats. Ask me how I did it, I'm telling them grace. Ask me how I'm living, I'm telling them great. New me, no time to waste. Look at me, you see I don't play. I keep running, no out of shape. Need a hero, go find a cape. New me, no time to waste. Look at me, you see I don't play. I keep running, no out of shape. Need a hero, go find a cape. No need for the B-roll, I was masked up with no hero. Breakfast in the morning, it was cereal and an egro. That boy keep going in, I can't let it go, but get lethal. Watch how I'm showing it, from JFK down to Heathrow again. I gotta keep going and I beat the Rico again. I'm going beast mode again, keep flowing and keep knowing that I arrive, they keep blowing it. 5 aside, that ball's going in, man, each time I never blow it. I'm in my prime, whoa.
Only getting started when it's midnight, keeping it tight if a nigga wanna go to war. It can get dark but we stay bright, coming like a night, it's on sight, ever touch my sleeve. Niggas round there wanna disagree when it's clear that I'm speaking facts. Man like me, you know I'm proactive, never gonna stop till I see the big man's on flats.
Hop on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't lose your grip cause you might fall out again. Off-white whip, need for speed, I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace, bro like that, I'm back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base. Now I can never act. Been tryna stack up racks on racks. Boys in the back wearing all black, staying on track. Better show you gun, and that's on me. Out here getting this beer. If you work for the devil, better retreat. Coming too icy, come too clean. Could never move shady, ain't no fiend.
Shotgun, London, what's the outcome? You know, I'm a madman, just can't stick to the program. Raise up the heat, keeping the tension, shifting the gear to a different dimension. Red light, speed up, take off, hop on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't lose your grip cause you might fall out again. Off-white whip, need for speed, I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace, bro like that, I'm back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base.
Back to the base.
Back to the base.
Back to the base.
Back to the base.
So, yo, hell. Whoa, let it go. Whoa. Yeah, they know. Yeah. On the way, let's go. Make it pass, no. Play up, wake up, play up, push. Nobody do. Yeah. Hit it stir. I can't play it sir. Yeah, out the way. Yeah. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it? Who could? I'm a go-getter. Yeah. Let me go up. Let me go up. Hey, show up. Yeah. Whoa. Never lie. On it die. I don't budge. Let's go. Yeah. Hit it stir. I can't play it sir. Yeah, out the way. Yeah. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it? Who could? I'm a go-getter. Yeah. Hit it stir. I can't play it sir. Yeah, out the way. Yeah.
Ready, you know? Yeah. If you ain't talking about no bass, that's a language I don't understand. I'm the man. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Gang. I'm the man. Yeah, I'm the man. Yeah. You had a chance and now you lost. Hey, that's expensive, what it costs? Lot of bands. I don't look, I just floss. I be dripping like I'm Voss. Hit the mall and bought it all. All my diamonds clear. Blue diamonds is flawless. I could be a designer, you could shop up in my closet. Yeah, all my pieces custom, you can't go find it at Target. Bought a crib with my wallet, and I ain't even pay a deposit. Yeah, what now? We pull up with no sticks. Bust down. Oh, thought he really thick. Bust down. Me and her are not the same. She do splits. I need all 100%, cause I got commas on my ring. Yeah, commas. Back in 2010, I had a plan. Now 2021, they bring them bands. I've been living in the future, I'm advanced. And when I get back outside, I make sure they understand I'm the man. Yeah, that's right. I make sure they understand that I'm the man. Yeah. If you ain't talking about no bands, that's a language I don't understand. I'm the man. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I'm the man.
24 hours in a day, what the fuck you gonna say? Pick a lane, man, you gotta choose one. It's what they used to tell me every day. Caught a few along the way, don't be afraid if you gotta lose one. I'm trying to take it higher, the boy is on fire. You preaching to the choir, you know that. Never been a liar, the boy is on fire. I'll take it to the wire, you know that. Reach back, had to grab me a hit. I'm on the clock, game time, it's like I'm drafting a pick. Like a genie, I could grant you a wish. I'm so drunk, I just might smoke something if they pass me the shit. I gotta slow down, plenty of it here to make it go around. They was going slow and so I drove around. Ain't no fucking question, course I hold it down. Course I hold it down. All I ever knew, this ain't no news. If you know Jerry, that's the way I am. Shut the door on me like when you signing out of AIM. I come back just to fuck them up, I promise I ain't playing, man. I do what I want and I'm the only one that say I can. I get what I desire. Pull up front door like I'm the driver. Wearing all black attire. Just right now, fuck what you did prior. 24 hours in a day, what the fuck you gonna say? Pick a lane, man, you gotta choose one. It's what they used to tell me every day. Caught a few along the way, don't be afraid if you gotta lose one. I'm trying to take it higher, the boy is on fire. You preaching to the choir, you know that. Never been a liar, the boy is on fire. I'll take it to the wire, you know that. Plotting domination in the evil lair. Cutting records, go and leave a prayer. Fans been waiting patient while I made it. Want the word on what's the latest, so I caught him up to speed about my life and new season aired. What's up with Jerry? Why's he all fired up? What's on your mind? Why you all fired up? Down to the wire, but I ain't wired up. Trust me, I don't do it for suits or any higher ups.
Motherfucking intro. I'm just trying to get that money like 1-0-0-0-0-0-0-0-0. I'm here with Gino.
Hey, danger, coming with them bangers. Tell me where my paper. Still on the same mission, trying to live major. Don't hate me, hate the game. I'm a player. Feeling like Pac, represent. on my block. Try to knock me down, but I come up on top. Yeah, they wanna see me flop. Got a plot, want a lot. I won't stop on my pops. Got so many flows, it's insane. They don't really understand the game. Got a plan and it's plain, I ain't playing. I'm just trying to gain. I wanna get that big bag, need that big Rex. Blow up Tic Tac with a blue cheese at. I don't give a fuck about your feedback. Eat that, get back, sit back, watch me spit that kickback. Got so many flows, yeah, they think that I'm insane. Ghetto kids in a lot of pain, all about the bills, ain't shit changed. Danger coming with them bangers. Tell me where my paper. Still on the same mission, trying to live major. Don't hate me, hate the game, I'm a player. If you a hater, I don't hate you. I'm just really happy that I ain't you. I just wanna thank you. You kept me motivated, so now I motivate you. There's a lot of cake, money on my mind like a banker. Coming through with them bangers, ain't no room for mistakes. Hustle till we get a lot of rooms, lot of stakes. Good kid, but I keep it gangsta. All gas, no brakes. Got cash for the case. More cash in the case. More cash in the safe. More cash on the way. Hustling all day. Ay. Danger coming with them bangers. Tell me where my paper. Still on the same mission, trying to live major. Don't hate me, hate the game. I'm a player.
Danger coming with them bangers. Where my fucking paper.
Over here, I got a $50 bill, I'm tryna stick in your rear. She like, whoa, it kinda tickles in there. I'm feeling tipsy off a pill, someone get me a beer. A micro, found some billies upstairs. Then I swallowed all of the bottle, dog, I really don't care. Sean, baby, I'm just tryna get it on air. She wanna give me her love, it's like she isn't aware. I ain't getting married, I barely engage in conversation. She wanna BBL, I ain't paying for that operation. I'm not Aubrey Graham, got no patience for a broad this brain that always harbored hatred for the cops, but I still rock with bacon. What you going through? If you see me with your bitch, tell me what you going through. What you going through? Shorty say she wanna live, I feel just like fun. What you going through? She a dog, she ain't shit, so that make me dog food. What you going through? Tell me what you going through? I just roll the dice, I'm not worried about making foes in life. I pour a pint when my mind goes on overdrive, it works alright. I don't fuck with coke, it's a boring high, I don't snort those lines. I need something to warm my mind. Wait, what do horses like? Give me all of that, till I feel like an insomniac. I don't want a molly or resent, that's not my contract. They leave me throwing up, I wanna feel just like a pony does. Screaming pony club, to the point that I destroy my lungs. I'm a humble dude, I love crushing brews while I'm huffing glue. The slut tried saying Dunkaroos wasn't food like a stuck-up prude. Am I a bum to you that's smug and rude and only somewhat true? Plus if your husband knew about the stuff we do, he would fucking puke. What you going through? If you see me with your bitch, tell me what you going through. What you going through? Shorty say she wanna live, I feel just like fun. What you going through? She a dog, she ain't shit, so that make me dog food. What you going through? Tell me what you going through? Tell me what you going through? Tell me what you going through?
Hey, yeah, hey, gotta pick it up where I left off. Ready, I'ma pass you the phone, say a damn line. Is it just me or the vibe been steady going down? When with you, I'ma save mine. Took me so long, figure out what you want. Every time you're with me, it's a great time. Only way you reach out is with your hand in my pants. You unbuckling, so I gotta go. See, but I move from my basement. So I got so full, you got chills. Not what you used to, I'm different. You ain't getting in my feels. You should know with me, only got one chance. One behind my back and blew it. Shit is not my style, keep it so low key. What I do don't need to prove it. One thing about me that I know for sure, you will never see me lose it. Never see me lose it. Never, no. stretcher. I'm not hearing you out the recital. You and me when I'm missing the title. Hope somebody been checking your vitals. Spin back to me when you go down a spiral. You should know with me, only got one chance. One behind my back and blew it. Shit is not my style, keep it so low key. What I do don't need to prove it. One thing about me that I know for sure, you will never see me lose it. Never see me lose it. Never, no.
Hey, what up, say? This that shit to make them all go dummy. Now I got bread, they all want something from me. Showing like pros, man, I told them that it's money. And I own my own bars, just like it's always sunny. Ugh, thought she said something to me. We were never friends, told them I am not your buddy. Now they all call, I got some buzz like honey. Then they check the Spotify and they looking at me funny. I don't blame you, dog, that's how this shit goes. Same two paths, we just pick different roads. Glue on the safe, I just stuck to the code. Now they tell me that I'm driven, bro, I already drove. So diverse, got too many flows. Checks coming in, got too many O's. Remember in the past, had too many lows. Now when I look around, got too many bros. Don't like to spend it, I told them I'll save it. Now that I'm here, dog, I seen it, they hate it. I'm making hits like I'm running those bases. And they taking shots, bro, I know that they faded. This that shit to make them all go dummy. Now I got bread, they all want something from me. Showing like pros, man, I told them that it's money. And I own my own bars, just like it's always sunny. Ugh, thought she said something to me. We were never friends, told them I am not your buddy. Now they all call, I got some buzz like honey. Then they check the Spotify and they looking at me funny.
All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I'ma let him. All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah, I'ma let him. Early bird, go get the worm. Worm in the dirt. I could show you what I'm worth. My hands in the dirt. From where they look when you not. A hand in your purse. Hell if you think I'm last, say last should be first. Go ahead and go feast your eyes. Chefing up, cooking them pies. Leaving no slice, believe on that guy. Who in demand and who got supplies? You on the land, me I'm fly. Look at the miles, I be in skies. Right by my side, miss look at them thighs. Up in Dubai, you see us. Black man, black sand beaches. Yeah. Backhand if you slick speaking. Yeah. Cut off if that hand reaches. Right. Sucker, I ain't about y'all leeches. All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head. Yeah. All I hear, go get the money. So I go get it. Hate means I do something right. So I'ma let him. Yeah, I'ma let him, yeah, I'ma let him. I hit the nail on the head, yeah, I'ma let him. Women with sharks in the tank, Aquaman with how I think. How many could step on the stage and say they taking their art to the bank? You pulling rank, boy, I'm sharp as a shank. Making you step to the plank, that Capitan. Come get me if you can, I'ma get you if you can. This ain't a prank, I have you waving the flag. Could say I'm all in my bag, getting my bags. Never see me getting bagged by the police sitting in the back. Only if it's with a drink, I tell these shorties relax. It's the return of the Mac, you the return of the slack. I let it burn with the facts, opposites they do attract. I don't go mess with the ops, I just be calling the shots. Like I was holding the chop, then I go hit up the block. Cop me a cheese and chop, probably go get me some top. Release for aftershock, then I return to the plot. Checking the gold at the pot, gotta get it while it's hot.
Bad girls make them say wow, wow, wow. Bad girls make them say wow, 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 wow. Say wow, 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 wow. Make them say wow, 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 wow. Say wow, 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 wow. Say
Yeah, let's go. There's not a man that I fear. There's nobody here that can stop me. Cause I'm in a league of my own, yeah. Y'all can just sit back and watch me. They know who I am, they can't imitate. Don't stay in your lane, I'ma set it straight. I'm building my way to the top. You get in my way, you know that I'ma renovate. You know I'm about to lock it. All my monster they was looking for just like the Loch Ness. They think they gon' knock me off the throne, they better stop it. They can never reach me where I'm at, I'm in a rocket cockpit. In other words, you can't touch me. It's like I got the ball and it's rugby. And you won't see me when I'm coming through. You can't stop me, I'm running through. I'm untouchable, yeah, 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 I'm untouchable, yeah. Feed, fight, foe from. I'm the giant that they running from. Taking shots, I think they jump the gun. If they go against me, then they done. You cannot handle this. I don't think you can pay for the damages. I'm the one that's gonna be in first place. You gon' need first aid. Think you need bandages. You know I'm about to lock it. I'm the monster they was looking for just like the Loch Ness. They think they gon' knock me off the throne, they better stop it. They can never reach me where I'm at, I'm in a rocket cockpit. In other words, you can't touch me. It's like I got the ball and it's rugby. And you won't see me when I'm coming through. You can't stop me, I'm running through. I'm untouchable, yeah, 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 I'm untouchable, yeah.
Do it. You can never find somebody do it like me. I'ma turn it all the way up, cause it kamikaze. Go ahead and try, baby, you are gonna see that you'll never ever find somebody do it like me. You can never find somebody do it like me. I'ma turn it all the way up, cause it kamikaze. Go ahead and try, baby, you are gonna see that you'll never ever find somebody do it like me.
Hello there. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good break. Hope you enjoyed your lunch, your breakfast, your dinner, your tea, whatever it is that you did over the break. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed our kitty cam. Super Bowl was pretty active. Hope you guys like that. What's Davion doing? Is Davion talking to anybody, or is he just talking to himself? All right. Seems like Davion's talking to somebody. Glee Roll, good afternoon to you. Florida PI Sam, Davion's having a conversation. Looks like Rashad. Oh, Rashad actually smiled. Oh, that's who he was talking to. Maybe that's who he was talking to. Nope, he's still continuing. Oh, look at Rashad smiling. We get a rare chuckle and smile out of Rashad. That's nice. Positive vibes, yes. He is a happy chappy. But it looks like Rashad got a little smile out of Rashad there. That's good to see. All right, let's see. Participants are filing back into the court. Court's going to start up again in about 7 minutes or so. Nice to see them interacting. I agree. Good vibes. I agree. Well, we're only seeing like one side of them, you know. And like anybody, people are multifaceted and, you know. Ooh, 200 likes. Good job, guys. Thank you for hitting the like button. Really appreciate that. All right, let's see what. Okay, yes, live court's going to come back in. Defendants appear to be there. Kimber saying yes. Thank you for the 200 likes. Appreciate that. Let's see. Glee roll. Have we made a decision on the next one trial? Yes, we are going to be covering Carlos Dominguez 2.0. We're hoping it's streamed. We're hoping it's going to be streamed. That's the one out of California. We streamed it last year. So he was found, he was hung on 2 counts and not guilty on the other one. So they are going to retry him. And that's starting next week, 2 weeks from now, starting on the 18th. But in the meantime, we have Brendan Banfield, Corey Richens, and Paul Canero. We have sentencings to take care of. Yeah, Missy, we got to follow it through. We got to follow that one through. I hope it's streamed. I hope it's covered. I hope the local news covers it. I know we had our camera operator Newton there. He was in the camera or in the courtroom for like 4 days, I think, and then Law & Crime dropped it. So I'm hoping they stream it. Because if they don't stream it, if it's not streamed, then we're going to have to find another trial. William, you're on hour 27 of a 30-hour water fast. Interesting. All right. More power to you. You're welcome, Glee Roll. Joe for Vermont says, once trial is over, if they hopefully do not get the DP, can they be in prison together? It seems like it would not hurt to have friends, family together in prison. I'm going to go with probably no. I don't think they really care, meaning the judges, and I could be wrong, but I don't think they really care about that. But oh, did Sam respond? Carlos was around this time. Yep. Carlos was definitely around this time. I'm not sure if I have him in this book or not. But yes, I would totally agree with that. He was right around this time as well, last February. We had Monica in January. Zachary was in February. Monica again. Lori Daybell. Oh, I must have it in, I think I have it in another. Oh, no, I got it. Oh, yep. Carlos was May 5th. Yep. Yeah, good one. Good one. Good vibes. Yeah. He started May 5th last year. And it was a long one. It was a long trial. They had like 59 witnesses for the state. And then the defense brought out like 19, 20 witnesses. It was a long trial, 23 days. They're expecting it to be about a 10-week trial again, I think. 8 to 10 weeks. So it's going to be another long one. I don't know, because they're only trying one. I don't think they're trying the three victims. I think they're only trying one. So that's why I'm not sure. I'm not sure why it's going to be as long. It should be like only 3 weeks because it's only one person. And they had a rebuttal as well. Yeah, it was long. So not guilty, first degree times 2, and hung on the second 10-2. They were hung on 10-2. And remember, the verdict it took them a long time. They were like deliberating for like 10 days or something. It took them a long time to deliberate. If you guys remember, we actually picked up on Lori Daybell. Brandon Boudreau's trial was right after that. So we went from Carlos into Lori Daybell. June 27th is when they came back, and they started to deliberate on the 23rd. Yeah, so it was like at least 5 days, 4 or 5 days. So anyway, yep. So we're gonna follow that one through. We're gonna cover that one again. All right, let's see. Carlos Dominguez. It was a schizophrenic out in UC Davis, California. Stabbed 3 people. 2 of them passed away. We covered it last year, as I'm talking about. We do have it as a playlist, and we will be doing a deep dive before the trial starts. So we'll get you caught up to speed. Because I was very invested in that trial. Not that I've heard of JMS. I have not heard anything about her retrial yet, or when it's going to be. Let's see if we can find it. Letitia, how do you spell her name? Letitia Stock, retrial. Let's see. Do we have a date yet? Does not have a new trial date scheduled. It was overturned April 2nd, but no retrial yet. So no date yet. No date yet for Letitia. I don't know. Somebody came in with that. I have no idea. Is he getting a new trial or something? I don't know. What's his name? Alex Murdoch. Retrial date. So South Carolina Supreme Court heard his appeal on February 11th. Did they grant it? Did they actually grant it? Did he win it? As of May, the Supreme Court is reviewing it. So I don't know. Somebody said that he won that appeal, but I don't know. We're not really covering it. I guess they're reviewing it. That's all I know. That's all I know right now. So they're just reviewing it. Oh, let's see. Yeah, nothing decided yet. Jane says, surely it's just rumor at this point. Some people claim to have inside sources. Yeah. Yeah, so right now they're just reviewing it. South Carolina Supreme Court is reviewing it. So we'll see. We shall see. All right, sounds like they're coming back in. All right, let's get our seats. Judge is coming back in.
Okay.
Okay, glasses down.
All my other stuff, all my other. Did you all get that stipulation hammered out?
Judge, we did, and it's signed, and I'll provide it to you. It can be read before we call our next witness.
Okay.
We'll introduce those two exhibits.
Yeah, we're stipulating to the photographs the state intends to introduce. Part of that, those exhibits, as a rap song authored by Damian Murphy. We're objecting on the basis of relevance, that it goes back to 2001.
I'm sorry, what are you objecting to?
Just the written rap song.
2019.
2019, correct, goes back 6 years.
Okay. Well, overall the objection. So with that, though, you're stipulating that defendant Davion Murphy wrote the rap song in State Exhibit 85 on April 19, 2019, correct?
Correct, but we're objecting on basis of relevance and that the staleness of it is not relevant to anything that occurred in 2025.
I understand, but I'll overrule that objection. So with that objection being overruled, you've stipulated, correct?
Correct. Well, we'll enter into that stipulation over our objection.
Okay. Very good. Okay. Defendants are present. Defense counsel's present. State's present. And if all jurors are back, all right, let's bring them in.
That's interesting. So a song that Davion wrote in 2019 is allowed to come in. What does that have to do with? What does that have to do with something that happened 6 years later? See, that's where I'm like, I don't understand. I don't get. But
All jurors are in, Judge.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to proceed. Before we get going, we have another stipulation. And again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when lawyers agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are stipulation between the state of Florida and Davion Murphy regarding Davion Murphy's tattoos. It is hereby stipulated by and between the defendant Davion Murphy and the state of Florida that Davion Murphy obtained his tattoos, including the 1200 block tattoo, on his neck before January 15th of 2021. In addition, he wrote the rap song in State Exhibit 85 on April 19th of 2019. And this stipulation is signed by Michelle Doherty on behalf of the state, Mr. Nicholas Sinardi, attorney on behalf of Davion Murphy, and Davion Murphy himself. All right, with that, you may call your next witness.
The state would call Detective Craig Griffin. I'm not sure, but even in that, still up on the left.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, very good. Good afternoon. You may proceed.
Sir, would you state your name for the record?
Detective Craig Griffin with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, Gang Investigative Unit.
And I believe the last time we spoke about a vehicle stop of which you were a part of.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was the driver of that vehicle?
Mr. Sean Gathright.
If I could at this time have you identify Mr. Gathright in the courtroom, please.
Yes, ma'am. Standing over there with the, or sitting with the tan sweater at the first table.
If the record would reflect the identification.
The record shall so reflect.
Sir, how long have you been with the gang unit in Jacksonville?
A little over 5 years now.
In that time, have you been assigned to any particular gang itself?
Yes, ma'am.
And what gang is that?
Beginning, I started with CTC and then transitioned over to 1200 out east.
What do you mean transitioned?
So prior to me taking over, there was another detective assigned to him. He got promoted to the rank of supervisor. Once he left, I then took over the group known as 1200.
And did the group you had before and 1200, when you transitioned to that position, did it share members or have members that were a part of the first group that you had documented or were working?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you become familiar with any information that the prior detective had when you transitioned, your predecessor?
I worked alongside him on several cases, and we worked together on majority of the stuff in reference to 1200.
Do you all at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office maintain records with any documentation that you preserve for each of the gangs that you're assigned to?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are those records referred to as?
They're known as FIR, or Field Investigative Reports.
Do you update those reports or keep logs or notes in some way when documenting specific gang members in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, is that log something that is shared with the other officers of the gang unit or even the other officers in the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Just through the reports, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And are you the point of contact for 1200 if there are questions about 1200 for any other officer in your agency?
Yes, ma'am.
How about outside of your agency?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the individual point of contact for any reference to or question about 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we've heard a few times throughout the trial 1200 and out east referred together. Can you explain just what that is, what the discrepancy is there?
Yes, ma'am. The original gang is referred to as out east, and then you have subsets within out east, and so they would be 1200 from the 1200 block of East First Street and APR.
Is that actually physically on the east side of Jacksonville?
Yes, it is.
And out east or 1200 in your investigations, have you learned many of its members are from out east?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have some kind of particularized training or experience in documenting or monitoring gangs?
Yes, ma'am.
And in your time with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, have you been assigned to different areas, even when you were with patrol?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to patrol the area out east?
No, ma'am. Prior to out east, I was assigned to the north side of Jacksonville, specifically 45th and Moncrief.
At 45th and Moncrief, did you become familiar with 6 Block?
Yes, ma'am.
How about the members of that group prior to it actually becoming 6 Block?
Yes, ma'am. Certain individuals.
And in working that area, were you familiar with some type of rivalry between 1200 and ATK and 6 Block?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to respond to scenes related to incidents regarding both sides of the war?
Yes, ma'am.
After you were assigned to the gang unit, had it been already documented that 1200 was a gang?
Yes, ma'am.
And would a predecessor of yours have done that documentation?
That's correct.
What is required to document that a gang is a gang by law?
It would be under Florida State Statute 874, a group of 3 or more in which do criminal or delinquent acts.
And at the time that you actually subsumed or took over 1200, had that already been established?
Yes, ma'am.
And at the time of the homicide of Charles Jones, was 1200 a documented gang still in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had any particularized training or gone to conferences, maybe with the Gang Association or HIDA?
Yes, ma'am, both.
And what kind of training do they provide?
Up-to-date gang training, specifically gang courses. We also learn about other gang investigations throughout the state of Florida. They have speakers come in from out of state that talk about their investigations into gangs. And other than you got the HIDA courses to include cell phone courses, cell site courses, social media investigation, search warrants, seizure warrants, all of the above.
And are illegal activities of the 3 or more members engaged in, at least in part illegal activities, something that you can describe for us that you have seen in your time with investigating 1200?
Yes, ma'am. Specifically would be violent crimes to include murder, aggravated assault. Also, there's been several narcotics sales, narcotics investigations to include the sale of marijuana, sale of cocaine, trafficking, and illegal narcotics.
Is it that all of the members of 1200 would be present when each of those offenses would occur, or is that members individually that can commit those offenses?
Both.
How do you attribute those criminal offenses to profiting or promoting the gang itself?
Both, in which they profit from the drug sales and then use it to, I believe, make videos to either diss the other side, or it's in retaliation to making YouTube videos or online comments to speak upon the other side because of what they said or another death that had happened prior to them hurting or killing somebody else.
When those deaths actually occur, do you see subsequent to the death social media videos that are posted referencing it?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And is that what you mean by monetizing or profiting from those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you also mention weapons offenses?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you made several arrests of members associating with each other regarding weapons offenses?
Yes, ma'am.
Were the weapons themselves possessed?
Correct.
And in those same instances, were those weapons utilized?
Yes, ma'am.
In this particular case, did you have an opportunity to review a chart of the associated persons for this investigation for the Tampa homicide of Charles Jones with 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would seek to admit State's Exhibit 84A.
Judge, subject to prior objections.
Okay. Same. Sure. Any further objection? Okay, same, Mr. Petrides. All right, same, Mr. Wise. Okay, same ruling, be admitted.
Publishing 84A, sir, can you look over your, oh, actually, I've got it here for you. Is this fair and accurately representing the individuals in some way related to this particular investigation, at least as far as your involvement was concerned?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it include individuals who are documented, 1,200 members, or associates?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you go about documenting or undocumenting a specific member?
So in order to document, they have to meet 2 of the criteria listed in Florida State Statute 874, and then we fill out an FIR. In reference to undocumented members, there's a 5-year statute in which you have to, they're up for renewal or review at that time.
Is that a federal statute that Jacksonville Sheriff's Office has developed operating procedures to comply with?
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure.
Is your practice to, every 5 years, determine whether to undocument or recertify?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And the records that you actually keep or maintain specific to each group, so for you individually, 1,200, is that a practice or standard operating procedure that the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office has implemented?
Yes, ma'am.
Statutorily, though, is there a specific carve-out for 1,200?
No.
So the Florida statute that you have to review as far as gang documentation or qualification doesn't say anything specific about 1,200?
No, ma'am.
Or any other gang, to your knowledge?
No, ma'am.
In meeting the criteria for a criminal gang, as you've discussed, you said 3 or more individuals?
Yes, ma'am.
And is the delinquent activity that you mentioned or the commission of criminal acts also a requirement?
That is correct, yes.
And what are some of the things that you look for that are common amongst individuals in making or documenting an actual gang itself?
We look at hand signs, specifically Instagram, social media, websites, YouTube videos, who they hang out with, style of dress, tattoos. There's a whole list, I want to say, of 11 items.
And of those 11 criteria, do you look to those criteria in order to actually document your reports or your FIR report record?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you had an opportunity in this particular case to do so?
Yes, ma'am.
And in the FIR report, did you actually do so with an individual by the name of Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
In creating that documentation, do you still utilize the statute with the 11 criteria?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
And how many criteria are you actually required to prove up before the person can be a documented gang member?
The state statute only requires 2.
How many criteria did you actually prove up as it related to Rashad Murphy?
I believe he had 4.
And when you created these documentations, did you leave or annotate somewhere specifically what you utilized to say he met each criteria?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that have been at from the date of June 23rd of 2024, at least within the last 5 years?
Yes, ma'am.
What, as a part of the documentation that you had for Mr. Rashad Murphy, did you actually include in your FIR report, or did you specifically document?
In reference to that report, I took 3 YouTube videos, Active, We the Ops, and Flower Bed were 3 posted YouTube videos in which I observed Rashad Murphy in.
And did you also have an opportunity to slow down or create still images from those photos themselves?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also have an opportunity to review an FIR or records for an individual by the name of Davion Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you actually compare the criteria to your interactions with Mr. Murphy in January of 2025?
Yes, ma'am.
During the course of an interview at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, did you observe some of the criteria occurring with Davion Murphy?
Yes, ma'am. I believe there was 2 of them that he met during the interview.
Just on that day alone?
Just on that day, yes,
What
ma'am.
were those criteria?
He did the hand sign for 1200, and then also he has tattoos associated to 1200.
Did you indicate that you did, in fact, have an opportunity to review the videos that you utilized to document Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
In addition to those videos, did you have other information, whether it was you personally or through a fellow officer, about contacts with gang members?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did that include?
That included contacts to include Rashad Murphy with Noah Williams.
And who is Noah Williams?
He's a documented member of 1200.
Does he have a stage name?
He does. He goes by Spinabins.
And does Spinabins make music with someone related to him?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is that?
Reginald Williams, which would be his brother, a.k.a. Wappa with the Choppa Aducci.
Is Wappa with the Choppa a stage name for Mr. Reginald Williams?
Yes, it is.
And does Mr. Reginald Williams have a nickname on the street that's different than Wappa with the Choppa?
He goes by Ducci.
Now, in documenting 1200, was there a gang that's either that came before 1200 or that 1200 members were formerly known by?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the name of that?
187.
And do you have any reference from your investigation as to what 187 refers to?
In reference to my investigation, I believe the 187 refers to the California Penal Code to homicide or murder.
In the entirety of the time that you have had 1200, have you seen 187 utilized with documented 1200 members?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that typically related to one age group?
It would be the age group that Noah, Reginald, and Rashad are all associated with.
At this stage of the game, basically, is that the older guys in the group?
They would be classified as an older group now, yes.
And how is Cuckoo Gang related to 1200?
Cuckoo Gang is something that came shortly after 1200. Once a lot of members started going to jail and unfortunately losing their life to gang violence, they created a new group for the younger ones up underneath them.
So we heard about Six Block and Bully Gang and those kinds of subsets. Is this the same type of thing? 1200 will have subsets as well?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Did you indicate that there were 2 separate vehicle stops for which Rashad Murphy had been documented in the presence of other known gang members that were included in your FIR?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also have an opportunity to review or receive physical evidence as it related to the gang records for defendant Davian Murphy?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show you this chart here. Can you tell me what the relationship as far as your work with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office and 1200 was between ATK and 1200?
They would be considered friendly with each other.
In looking at the top left of your screen for Ducci and Spinabens, do you see the images there?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to see those individuals depicted in music videos with individuals from ATK in the bottom right?
Yes, ma'am.
And have the interactions that you have had either in person or seen on the internet been that they are aligned?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you also have an opportunity to see in the top left an individual by the name of J. or J. Breezy?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that individual a documented gang member?
He is, but I don't know for which gang. He's not currently documented as 1200. He might be documented as a Bloods member currently.
Did there come a time when J. Breezy had some kind of a falling out with his gang?
Yes, ma'am.
On social media. And as it stands on today's date, do we know what his status is and with which gang?
No, ma'am.
Do we know whether J. Breezy actually meets the statutory criteria for being a gang member, though?
Yes, ma'am. I believe he has tattoos, and in several videos he's seen throwing up hand signs.
And then also in the depiction on the left of 84A, do you recognize two other individuals by the name of Prosper Johnson and Deonta Holsey?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those individuals who have lost their life in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Prosper Johnson have a nickname that he went by?
He went by just Prosper.
And did Deonta Holsey have a nickname?
He did. He went by either Tay or Junior.
Now, Joe Rod Spaz Adams, are you familiar with his death?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with who was convicted in his case?
I believe it was Robert Howard.
How about, and is that a 6-block member?
Yes, ma'am.
How about in the bottom right, Hakeem Robinson? Do you see that individual?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that someone who had recently pled guilty in the death of a 6-block member?
Yes, ma'am. He pled guilty to the murder of Bibby, which is Adrian Gaynor.
I'd like to take you back to the music videos. The first video I think that you mentioned was Active. Is that a video that you were able to see on the public YouTube channel?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity to review that music video in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to document one or more 1,200 members in that music video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to do the same for the song that you mentioned, Flower Bed?
Yes, ma'am.
And lastly, did you have an opportunity to do the same for We the Ops?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
In reviewing those videos, did you testify that you frequently screenshot them or take still images from them?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
And in those videos, did you have an opportunity to see hand signs or gang signs?
Yes, ma'am.
How about other items that met the statutory criteria?
Yes, ma'am. It would have been, I believe, style of dress.
Meaning the clothing?
Correct.
And how about associations amongst each other?
Yes, ma'am. There were other documented members in the YouTube videos.
At this time, Your Honor, the state seeks to admit States Exhibit 137A through C and 114A through B as a composite with their stills.
137 AC and 114.
A, B, and C.
Okay.
A and B are 1 through 9, and C is 1 through 13.
Okay, very good. Mr. Gonzalez, any objection?
Subject to prior objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Sonardi?
Subject to prior objection.
Okay. Mr. Wise?
Same, Your Honor.
And Mr. Petratus? Okay, they'll be admitted.
Sir, speaking specifically about your documentation of defendant Rashad Murphy, did you have an opportunity to document several images in the music video Active of Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it that we're looking at here, please?
We're looking at the opening scene of the video.
Were these individuals depicted on the opening scene of the video present for the rap song itself?
Yes, ma'am.
And are the videos that we are about to see considered drill rap as it relates to your investigations?
Yes, ma'am.
What is drill rap?
Drill rap is a type of music in which individuals rap about either going on to hurt somebody or somebody that has been killed. It's a very violent type of music in which it's put out. I believe it originally came from Chicago, came down to Florida and caught fire, and it took off from there.
And is it prolific in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
As awful as it is, does it provide significant amounts of information to your agency?
It does, yes, ma'am.
Can you identify any of the individuals specifically in this particular photograph?
Yes, ma'am. The gentleman in the back holding the shirt with the red X is Deshaun Williams. I believe that's Noah Williams on taking a knee, and the gentleman in the back his name's Creep. I'm unsure. I want to say Dominic Williams. That's his name.
Is this, or are these 3 images and 114 still images from that music video of Active?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there specific images, at least on the top of this particular screen, which you documented?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there an individual depicted in those stills as a reason that you documented those in Rashad Murphy's report?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you could just describe the individual that you documented.
It's a gentleman in the middle with the braids by it'd be the left hand.
If you would
photo.
just stand, it might be easier because there's 3
Yeah, why don't
pictures
you
on
just
this
stand
one.
and point?
Oh, where we at here? Okay. Within this gentleman, Rashad.
And you utilized these stills in order to document Mr. Rashad Murphy's presence in this Active video.
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at the still image to the top right, do you see the hands above Mr. Murphy's head?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what is being depicted there?
So it's actually a diss sign to the north side or 6th block. It's a handgun pointed towards the 6 hand symbol.
And at the bottom of your screen there with Mr. Creep,
That would be the same.
is it common or uncommon to see these hand signs utilized by 1,200 members?
It's not uncommon.
And were these depictions, some of the depictions utilized in this circumstance from April 3rd of 2020 when Active was posted
That's
as a
correct.
documented time of contact with known gang associates?
Yes, ma'am.
In 114, did you also have an opportunity to document hand signs utilized by the individual you documented for Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you describe for us what those hand signs were?
The middle hand sign is another disc to the 6. As you can see, he's making the 6 hand sign, and then the thumbs down to follow up the 6 hand sign.
And now, if the order of hand signs in the music video are K, 6, and the thumbs down, does that mean anything to you?
Correct. That'd be 6 killer or kill 6, and then man down with the thumbs down.
Have you seen a thumbs down in your investigation of 1,200?
Yes, ma'am.
And has there been any relationship or link to bully down or down signs for the bully gang?
Correct.
Set of 6 block.
It's the same reference. With the thumbs down is death disc to somebody that has died.
Is that the same as what we've heard about as putting the upside down 6 or the other hand signs down, even 1,200 sign down?
Correct. It's still a disc.
Now, you also mentioned clothing. If we can look again at these stills from 114A, were the individuals depicted in the music video wearing clothing that you documented?
Yes, ma'am.
What is 187 Boys? Is that something you had seen?
Yes, ma'am. So that was the group prior to 1,200. They were known as 187. And so 187 Boys, the group as a whole.
And is Free Shoot 'em on the bottom there, is that related to the name or is that something else?
They might be doing a shout out to somebody that's locked up. I'm unsure who Shoot 'em is.
But that's not related to the overall name that the group went by.
No, ma'am.
How about the shirt to the left of the screen here as well?
So in the shirt, it's actually another diss sign to the North Side gang known as 6th Block. They have rest in piss and then an X out of the shirt of Foolio, depiction of Foolio, or aka Charles Jones.
And did you have an opportunity in 137 to actually view the entirety of the Active music video?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, this one I'm gonna mute this one. I may just cover this. I don't know. There's a lot of. I'm gonna cover this. Sorry, guys. Yep, I'm gonna cover this one and. We'll just cover this one because there's all kinds of. I did. As long as there's no. All right, lots of weapons being shown. I can do that. Oh, guys, you're just. It's like every other second. I'm trying to show it to you. Gentlemen, what are you doing? What are you doing? All right, just keep it covered. We'll just keep it covered. All right. We'll just keep it covered. Lots of young men holding stacks of money with firearms, jumping around. They have their shirts on at least. Holding 187 boys. There's Rashad. Throwing signs. Oop, they just did a throat slash sign. There's the rest in piss. There's the 187 boys. There's a crime scene tape. They did a K sign. Stacks of money. Firearms being pointed.
Sir, were there specific references in your analysis of the active music video to the victim in this particular case, Fools, Charles, or Six?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you document from this specific video itself contacts that Rashad Murphy would have had with other gang members?
Correct.
Can you identify the other certified gang members from that video alone? Were there any in addition to Reginald and Noah Williams and Creep?
It would also have been Deshaun Williams, a.k.a. Greenlight.
And that would have been an incident of a contact or association with known gang members?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, are Noah Williams and Reginald Williams, Wappa with the Choppa, and Spinna Benz?
Correct.
And are they probably the most viewed artists from 1200 in Jacksonville on YouTube if you're looking at views?
Them and Greenlight I would add in that list also.
But pretty popular.
Yes, ma'am.
And as it relates to these videos themselves, is there something that you get out of the fact that the defendant Rashad Murphy is not depicted rapping in the videos? Does it change your analysis of whether he's present or associating with other gang members?
No, ma'am.
Is it required in your documentation for any member to be actively a part of the music video by way of rapping?
No, ma'am.
Is the association from the music video in itself sufficient?
Yes, ma'am.
How about the utilization of hand signs or gang signs?
Same.
On June 27th of 2020, did you have an opportunity to also see an additional video called Flower Bed and document that video?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that video documented in relation to Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a nickname that Rashad Murphy is known by?
Yes, ma'am. Ghost 187.
And is there a phrase or a term that has been utilized without the numbers of just Ghost?
Just Ghost.
In this particular image that we're seeing on the screen, 114B, do you recognize these opening credits?
Yes, ma'am.
And do these accurately reflect the opening credits for the song Flower Bed?
That's correct.
Despite the screen saying Flower Beds, is it posted to the internet singular?
Correct.
Okay. And are we seeing the name of the individuals who are actually, again, rapping?
Yes, ma'am.
During the course of this video, is there any kind of audio directly linked to Rashad Murphy?
No.
Is there a reference or portions of this video which were documented in reference to the gang documentation for Rashad Murphy on this particular date?
Yes, ma'am.
And was this on a date separate and apart from the original date?
Correct.
Of active?
It's different from the date of active.
Did you have an opportunity to take stills from the images in Flower Bed?
Yes, ma'am.
And is there an individual in particular, and if you need to stand, please do so, that you documented from Flower Bed and included in the gang documentation for Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
Please identify that individual by utilizing the screen.
So you have Caleb Howard, you have Noah Williams, you got Malik Bills, and then also Rashad Murphy.
Has Malik Beals been killed?
Yes, ma'am. He went by the name Leaky. He has since lost his life due to gang violence.
So is any reference to a long-lived Leaky? Have you seen that before?
Everywhere.
And does that have any relevance or significance in your investigations?
Yes, ma'am, because oftentimes the opposing side 6 block would make diss records towards Leaky.
Or say the name Leaky in their songs?
Correct.
We say records, so I want to make sure. Of the YouTube videos.
Yes, ma'am.
And the individuals that you've identified, are they certified gang members or documented? I know it's not certified. Documented gang members in Jacksonville?
Documented gang members or associates.
And have you utilized this video for Rashad Murphy's gang documentation and his association with other known gang members?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there different, I don't want to say vantage points, but I guess different places that this video was shot?
Yes, ma'am.
Are these 3 depictions on the screen additional images that you documented from the flower bed video as it relates to the documentation for Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
And lastly, this location for this music video was Rashad Murphy's documentation reflected from something in these?
Yes, ma'am.
Who are the other members, if any, depicted that you have not already identified?
You have Reginald Williams, still Rashad Murphy, and then Deshaun Williams in the background.
And did you have an opportunity to review this video in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'll walk you through it. So there's a smoking. Oh, there's a thing of Julio that they're smoking, jumping around like they do. Guns blazing, pointing guns at the 6. They're throwing symbols of 6. All kinds of guns waving. Here's Rashad. Guys with hoods on. All kinds of firearms pointing. Yep. So this video has 1.9 million views. The other one has 1.065. So between these 2 videos alone, it's almost 3 million views. You guys do the math. These guys are making serious money. These guys are making serious money. It's amazing. And they're flashing their fat stacks. They're flashing their fat stacks. These songs are on the internet. It's Flower Bed or Flower Beds. And what's the other one we just watched? What the heck's the other one? I just had it. Anyway, the other song we just watched. Oh, We the Ops. Yeah, YouTube makes a ton of money. Yeah, YouTube probably if they're making $100,000, YouTube's probably making $1 million. That it's a percentage. YouTube is making a ton of money off of this, a ton of money. And again, these are just 2 videos. 2 videos, you guys.
Detective in Flower Bed, was there a reference to 187?
I believe so.
Was there a reference to opposing gang victims?
Correct.
And was this music video and the date and time listed in Flower Bed also documented as a part of Mr. Murphy's FIR report?
Yes, ma'am.
Lastly, for music videos, did you have an opportunity to review a music video called We the Ops?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, was that by the same artists?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, in this particular video, is there any portion in which Mr. Rashad Murphy is actually rapping that you can hear or see?
No, ma'am.
But did you utilize this video to document additional contacts?
Yes, ma'am.
And did this video happen or was this video posted on a separate date as the other 2 videos that we have just seen?
That's correct.
I'm showing you 114. What is this?
The opening scene to We the Ops.
Is there anything specific about the individual or the hand that's depicted in this screen?
Yes, ma'am. That is, I believe, Rashad Murphy's right hand because of the star tattoo that's on his forearm.
Did you have an opportunity to take still images from We the Ops that you utilized in your documentation of Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
In 114, can you describe for us who was depicted, if you can identify Mr. Murphy and or any additional gang members?
Yes, ma'am. You have Rashad Murphy, you have Reginald Williams, Noah Williams, and then Deshaun Williams over here.
Is that the green light individual?
Yes, ma'am.
Certified gang members?
Yes, ma'am. Documented members.
Now, what is it that we're looking at here, please?
It's Rashad. It's a disc to the 6 with a firearm in his hand, and then that's another disc to the 6 as well. He's doing the 6 hand sign, but with his right hand.
Is the 6 down?
Yes, ma'am.
And does Mr. Murphy utilize those hands to put the gun at the 6?
That's correct.
Is that what we're seeing on the still image on the screen here?
Yes, ma'am. Same image.
Were there again separate locations at which this video was filmed?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are we seeing on the image in the left-hand side of the screen, please?
The left-hand side shows a gentleman in a ski mask holding a firearm, pointing it at the 6-block hand symbol with also the 18 shirt on. And then you have Rashad with a firearm pointing it at the 6 hand symbol.
Are these common depictions that you see during the course of your investigations of the group 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
And paired with the lyrics of the songs or your contacts and your investigative work, is this meant to be a message to 6 Block?
Yes, ma'am.
Lastly, in this particular image, is there anyone that you have not already identified as a gang member or a known gang associate?
No, ma'am. We've already identified everybody.
So,
All right, this one, We the Ops, 4.6 million, 4,643,000. So between 3 active, Flower Bed, and We the Ops, I got to do the math. This is unfreaking believable, you guys. All right, let's do some mathing. Let's do some math in here. We got 4,643,037 plus 1,956,447 plus 1,065,109. That's 7,664,593 views. All right, I gotta put that down. So between these three, 7,664,593 views. I'll post that. Between those 3 videos. 3 videos alone. 3 videos alone. That's how many views. 7,664,593 views. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. These kids are like, they're making some money. They're making some money. That's all I got to say about that. Oh yeah, the D4VD one. What was he? Just for comparison's sake. Was that Romantic Homicide? Romantic Homicide has 209 million. 209 million views. Romantic Homicide has 209 million views. So they pay that. Yeah, these guys have 7 million views. D4VD David has 209 million. They better pay taxes. They better pay taxes. If they don't, then that's a huge issue. They better pay taxes. And again, all these videos are on YouTube.
Also document the individual that you had previously identified and documented as Rashad Murphy from this video doing some type of a handshake or sign with the individual you previously identified as Green Light.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what's depicted here at this portion of the video?
That's correct.
Are you actually able to replicate that hand sign or that hand shake, excuse me, in any way?
No, ma'am. Even I've tried slowing it down and seeing what they do, but I was unable to do it.
Have you commonly seen that kind of like hand shake in the air utilized by 1,200 members?
Not too many times. I've seen it. I've seen that less than I've seen them doing the common normal 1,200 hand sign.
What's the common normal 1,200 hand sign?
Where they throw it up.
And is the 1,200 sign itself identifiable to you when you're watching videos?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we saw several individuals putting up a 6 with their hands. Is there any question in your mind that Noah Williams is 1,200 instead of 6 block?
It's not. No, there's no question that he's 100%.
He's not a 6 block member.
No, ma'am.
But do you see often the use of the opposing side's signs?
Yes, ma'am. Just to make fun, make a diss, point a gun at it.
And in that same video, if you saw or documented a K and then a 6, a K with your hand and then a 6, is that indicative of something?
Yes, ma'am, of 6K, which would be 6 block killer.
Did you, over the course of your time in the gang unit, have an opportunity to respond to Rashad Murphy's arrest location?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And at the initial time of your response, had Mr. Murphy been taken into custody?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me take
No,
that back.
he wasn't in the custody. It was a SWAT standoff. They were trying to get him out of the apartment.
So were you standing nearby but not involved with SWAT actually entering?
Correct.
Did you have an opportunity to review the footage from that standoff itself?
Yes, ma'am.
And what about the observations that you made from outside of that building as it related to what was being done to extract Mr. Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state seeks to admit States Exhibit 144A and 119.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, and Mr. Sonardi, any objection?
No objection.
And Mr. Wise?
No objection.
And Mr. Petratus? Okay, they'll be admitted.
Sir, can you show us what we're looking at here in 144B?
So we're looking at the apartment in which Rashad Murphy was held up in. We have it surrounded by SWAT, and at this point in time, they would be giving verbal commands, loud announcements for Rashad to come out of the house with his hands up.
Were the announcements made on some kind of device or just by shouting?
No, ma'am. They were made over a megaphone.
And over a term of minutes or hours?
We were out there for hours that day.
At some point after the bright lights are used, or is there a machine utilized to break a window?
Yes, ma'am. Our SWAT team utilized some kind of construction machinery to come around and destroy a window to put a incendiary device inside to make Rashad come out.
In addition to flashbangs, was smoke also used to try to get Mr. Rashad Murphy out of the apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize Exhibit 119?
Yes, ma'am. It's an infrared view of the apartment.
And at this point in the evening, had a device rolled in or some kind of truck rolled in to utilize an arm to break this side's window?
Correct. That would have been the construction equipment, which our SWAT team uses.
Publishing 119. Is the vehicle at the bottom center of the screen also a SWAT vehicle?
Yes, ma'am. It's an armored vehicle in which they were ready to make contact should Rashad Murphy had came out of the apartment.
Other surveillance items that were utilized, did they include drones?
That is correct.
So I'm just going to speed this up just slightly. At the 109 mark, restarting. Is that machine used to break out the window on this side of the structure?
Yes, ma'am. So it breaks the window, and then at the end of the boom, there's an incendiary device in which they will ignite, and it'll fill the apartment full of a clear out and a bunch. You'd have to ask SWAT what they use, but it's pretty potent.
Based on your observations, does SWAT use masks of some type before they actually enter apartments that this has been utilized in, the smoke?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is ultimately close to the conclusion of this incident, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Shortly after this was ignited inside the apartment, Mr. Murphy, there was contact made.
And you had, I think we heard prior testimony, but the law enforcement agencies had at least been there trying to extract him since approximately 5 p.m.?
If not before, we were there when the sun was out, and we didn't leave until nighttime.
And did the still in 144A fairly and accurately represent the style of dress that the members that were attempting to extract Mr. Murphy were in?
Yes, ma'am. That's our SWAT team.
In addition to the mechanism that you mentioned that rode up to the window to break it and utilize the smoke, were there also other techniques used?
Yes, ma'am.
All of those prior to the smoke, though, were unsuccessful?
Correct. They tried using announcement. They used just smoke to send inside the house. I believe they used clear out, which is another form of gas that's hard to inhale. None of those worked, and then finally they decided on this option.
The image that we saw in the slide prior to this, though, was some kind of infrared, correct?
Correct.
Lastly, does ultimately Mr. Murphy surrender to law enforcement?
He does. He comes out with a dog and a Bible in his hand.
And does this fairly in 144C fairly and accurately represent when Mr. Rashad Murphy actually came out of the apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he taken into custody?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he cooperative in that process?
At that point, he was.
And was he transported to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office for an interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you present for the interview of Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that occur on July 30th?
That's correct.
I'm showing you what's previously been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 116. Do you recognize yourself in these images?
Yes, ma'am.
And do they fairly and accurately represent Mr. Rashad Murphy on the date that he was interviewed by you and Detective Drabeck?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Rashad Murphy's person at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you all provide this covering, or is that how Mr. Murphy arrived?
No, ma'am. We provided it. He said he was cold, so we provide blankets.
Did you have an opportunity to compare the image that's depicted in State's Exhibit 116 to the music video from We the Ops in documenting Mr. Murphy's tattoo?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a face covering that was utilized by the individual in We the Ops with these clothing?
During that time, yes, ma'am.
And did you utilize this to confirm that individual's identity?
I believe it to be one and the same.
Did you also have an opportunity to see social media posts in this case, State's Exhibit 110, that were extracted after the homicide of Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
The account of Ghost 187, was that previously attributed to Mr. Rashad Murphy based on the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office's investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity to see these posts?
Yes, ma'am.
When Prosper and Junior's G-Day Today 187 Babies image was depicted, was there anything of significance in that post to you?
The reference to the 187 and then Prosper and Tay, or Prosper and Junior.
Is Tay Deonta Holsey the individual you've already identified from the chart?
Correct, a.k.a. Junior.
Were those two individuals killed on the same day?
Yes, ma'am.
By the father of someone related to this case?
They were, I believe, died by the hands of Gino Norris.
Would that have been Gino Norris Sr. or Gino Norris Jr.?
I believe it was Senior.
And do you know what the result of that case or investigation was?
I don't. I believe it was justifiable homicide.
But not certain. Can't be certain.
Not certain. No, ma'am. Not certain.
How about the reference to 187 Babies?
187 Babies will go back to the 187 Boys, in which the younger version of Rashad, Noah, Reginald, when they were all coming up, that would have been around the same time Prosper and Tay were around.
What does 5L, 187 Boys, 5L, RIP Dem Members mean?
In my professional opinion, I believe he might have fat fingered it he put 5L instead of putting 4L. So if he did mean to put 5L, I have no idea what 5L means. But if you read it as 187 boys, 4L, which is for life, RIP to the members.
And is members any reference to any particular group?
Would be the 187 boys.
Now, we talked a bit about Mr. Davian Murphy. Was there physical evidence that you indicated that you had an opportunity to review linked to Mr. Davian Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that include a handwritten letter that, I'm not sure if you were present, but we've heard a stipulation from the court about a handwritten letter. Did you have one of those to review?
Yes, ma'am.
And State's Exhibit number 85, at this time, Your Honor, the State would seek to admit based on that stipulation.
Okay, any objection? Okay, all right, it'll be admitted.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 85. Mr. Davian Murphy
Is it 85 or 185? 85.
85.
Okay.
Wrote this letter. Sir, can you describe for me what, if any, significance or relevance there was to you, particularly in the message in the bottom right of the letter?
Yes, ma'am. So he mentions the gentleman known as Prosper who lost his life, and then also a gentleman by the name of Bink. Bink is also known as Suge, which is also known as Avery McKnight.
And is Avery McKnight the legal name of Suge?
F. Suge, yes, ma'am.
And is Avery McKnight the legal name of Bink?
Correct.
And is that someone who was killed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also have an opportunity to review tattoos that Mr. Murphy had on his person?
Which Murphy?
Davian Murphy had on his person on January 15th of 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
The state would seek to admit, based on the stipulation, 127P. Actually, 127A through Z, I apologize.
Okay. Other than previously made objections, any objection, Ms. Toomey? No. Okay, admitted.
Publishing 127P. Can you talk to us a little bit about those tattoos dated January 15th of 2021?
Yes, ma'am. So on the chest of Mr. Davion Murphy, you have a photo of Avery McKnight, a.k.a. Suge, and then 12/3 of 15. That is when Mr. McKnight unfortunately lost his life to gang violence. You have Corbin J., which is Corbin Johnson. He was also murdered in Jacksonville. And then I believe that is it. I'm unsure who Doug M. or Curtis B. is.
And did the opposing op, 6 Block, rap about Suge or Avery McKnight?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they rap about Corbin Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also have an opportunity to observe Detective Meter photographing and observe the photographs that were depicted or taken that Detective Meter took on January 6th of 2025 after Mr. Murphy had been arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that arrest come several months after the remaining defendants?
That's correct.
And were you abreast of the information or the images that were depicted?
Yes, ma'am.
The state seeks to publish State's Exhibit number 69A through M.
Okay.
Sir, can you see the images before you?
Yes, ma'am.
If we could start left to right, please, in 69A. Can you see the tattoo depicted there?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the individual depicted based on the overalls from these photographs Davian Murphy?
That's correct.
And what is the significance of the image on the left?
On the left, it says, "Rest up, Avery McKnight."
And do you see tattoos or document tattoos of fallen members of criminal gangs in your day-to-day activity?
Yes, ma'am.
When you see people who have died tattooed on 1,200 members, are you documenting that?
Yes, ma'am.
So is it required to document a tattoo under the statute or in your work only if it says, 1,200 member?
That would qualify as one of the, I would call it a predicate up underneath it, because of the 11 items under 874, that is one of them.
Is having tattoos?
Is having tattoos.
Does the tattoo have a requirement as to what it has to say?
No, ma'am.
So you would document fallen members if tattooed on a person's body when you were looking at whether they meet the statutory criteria?
Correct.
In this instance, did the tattoos that you observed in these images meet the statutory criteria as it relates to Davian Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
In the right side of the image here, do you see anything of relevance?
Yes, ma'am.
And what in the right image, or 69C, are we looking at?
Long live Jacoby J. Wright. And then also there's a 323 below his ear as well.
Is that of some relevance to you?
Yes, ma'am. So that's a 323 it stands for CTC. That would have been something that would have happened while he was in prison.
Is 320C a reference to the alphabet?
Correct.
Right. And what group did you have in Jacksonville assigned to you before 1200?
CTC.
Now, in looking at the images depicted here in State 69, what, if any, significance was the image in the center of the neck?
It says 1200 block.
And was there some relevance to you, and did you document that in your records?
Correct.
1200 block, is that an area of Jacksonville out east?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you seen this tattoo before in documenting gang members?
Yes, ma'am.
How about the image on the right side of your screen?
The right side on his top of his hand, it says Suge.
Is Suge Avery McKnight, as you've already described to us?
Yes, ma'am.
Are these additional images that were taken from Mr. Davian Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
On the left shoulder and arm or bicep of Mr. Davian Murphy, was there another tattoo?
Yes, ma'am. There's a tattoo of which it says Joe Rod.
And was that of relevance to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there also a picture above the tattoo itself?
Yes, ma'am. That's a picture of Joe Rod, a.k.a. Spaz.
And is that Joe Rod Adams?
That's correct.
Is that the same individual you previously identified had been killed at the Rains High School shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that by Robert Howard, 6 Block member?
Yes, ma'am.
On the left side of the abdomen of Mr. Davian Murphy, did you document additional images?
Yes, ma'am.
What images did you document there?
The Forever Suge Knight Jr.
Could you point to us what you're reading or how you're seeing that and where?
Yes, ma'am. At the top it has Forever, and then at the bottom it has Suge Knight Jr. wrapped around.
And did you document anything on the photo on the right?
No, ma'am.
Now, during the course of Mr. Davian Murphy's interview, did you have an opportunity to review that footage?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity to see the footage of him in the interview room independent of anyone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Did at some point during the course of that time by himself in the room, Mr. Murphy, Davian Murphy, throw any kind of sign or hand sign that you are familiar with?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that hand sign with his middle fingers down?
Yes, correct.
And what did that hand sign represent?
Is the 1200 hand sign.
I'm showing you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 118. Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you document as a part of, or make note as a part of Mr. Davian Murphy's gang documentation or record that he had made this hand sign on the state?
That's correct.
Moving along to the evidence that has been previously admitted, as it relates to Isaiah Chance, did you have an opportunity to review the social media information that came back as after Charles Jones's homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that on a return from an Instagram account?
That's correct.
In 87C8, did you make any note of anything?
Yes, ma'am. In the screen, Isaiah is holding up the 1200 hand sign.
Now, is Isaiah Chance at this time someone that you had documented as a 1200 gang member?
No, ma'am.
Does the statute documenting gang members require you statutorily to prove up the actual gang itself?
No, ma'am.
Did you make note of the fact that Isaiah Chance had utilized the 1200 gang sign?
Yes, ma'am.
In 126D, was that sign also represented on an extraction with Isaiah Chance utilizing that hand sign?
Yes, ma'am. He using it with his right hand, and he's also with a known 1200 member, Darius, a.k.a. Baby Coo, and then Little Bug in the middle, Daryl Bryant, which is a 1200 POI.
And did you make note of this?
Yes, ma'am.
Did something in March of 2024 occur called an Out East reunion?
Yes, ma'am.
And lastly, 87 C22 and C7. Do you see the two images depicted here?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity to document what, if any, relevance these two images had?
More of the 1200 hand sign.
All of which documented or recorded as in the return from the Instagram from Gutaze or Isaiah Chance?
Yes, ma'am.
As it specifically relates to an individual by the name of Sean Gathright, did you have anybody by the name of Sean Gathright documented as a 1200 member?
No, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to see a still from a video taken or extracted from the device information from Sean Gathright, an iCloud account?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did you have an opportunity to make note of an image that was depicted from that still in 94D6?
Yes, ma'am. He's showing the 1200 hand sign.
Now, the 1200 hand sign, as I have understood it, was to put down the middle finger. Have you, in your investigations, seen the use of the middle finger or the ring finger utilized?
Yeah, so you want to read it from left to right, and so that's why when you decide which hand to put it up with, you'll see and read it differently.
Is that completely consistent all across all 1200 gang members, or are different techniques utilized for different members?
Different techniques for different members.
So have you seen in the course of your investigation of 1200 members, 1200 gang members utilizing only their middle finger down in all of their posts?
Correct.
Have you had an opportunity to see 1200 gang members utilizing the middle finger down on one hand and the ring finger down on the other, so that it clearly depicts to you 12 and 12?
Correct.
So 1 and 2, 1 and 2.
Correct.
Did you have an opportunity to see a video which has been previously admitted in this case as 131, or stills from a video called Psychin' Out?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that by?
J. Breezy or Jacory Rivers.
On June 24th of 2024, when this video was posted, was Mr. Jacory Rivers affiliated to 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
And in reviewing that video, was Mr. Jacory Rivers pictured with another 1200 member?
Yes, ma'am. Noah Williams, a.k.a. Spin a Benz.
And did Noah Williams utilize the option that you've just talked to us about, which is one middle finger down and one ring finger down instead of both middle fingers down to make a 1200?
That's correct.
Is this in 131E a still image of that in use?
Yes, ma'am.
But in seeing a 1200 member throw up the number 12 to you or the sign of 1200 to you, are you able to document that as the use of a hand sign or a gang sign?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also have an opportunity to see a video that had been posted by Spinabins and Wappa with the Choppa called Foolio Dead?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that come before or after the homicide of Charles Jones?
After.
Your Honor, at this time the state seeks to admit State's Exhibit 133A through D.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No new objections, Judge.
Okay, Ms. Toomey, any new objections?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise, any new objections?
No station.
Sure.
Okay.
Mr. Petrides? Okay, admitted.
Sir, did you have an opportunity to review stills from Foolio Dead?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you document in that video anything of at least significance for you, not necessarily for the defendants in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing, or permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yep.
In 133A through D, are these the opening credits to that song, Foolio Dead?
Correct.
Were there any references in this song to the death of Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am. In the opening scene, they have the photo of a Holiday Inn Express in which Mr. Charles Jones was ultimately murdered at.
And the name of Foolio, is that readily identifiable to you as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Are Spinabins and Wappa with the Choppa individuals that were also depicted in the 3 music videos we've already seen here today?
Yes, ma'am.
And was this still image from 133B taken from that Foolio Dead video?
Yes, ma'am.
What, if any, significance is the gun pointed at a Don Julio bottle in your 1200 investigation?
So it's a diss to 6 Block, specifically Julio Foolio, with the name on the bottle being Don Julio, and then a firearm pointed at the bottle itself.
Did you see a significant uptick in the use of Don Julio bottles in the music videos after Charles Jones was murdered?
You've seen a big uptick in the sale or viewing of Don Julio after the death of Mr. Charles Jones.
What does it mean to put a tag or a bag on someone's head?
To put money up, similar to like a hit, to pay for murder for hire.
And what about putting a bottle of Don Julio on someone's head?
To do that, you're celebrating the death of that individual.
When you had an opportunity to review this video as well, did you also see another depiction of the disrespect towards the Sikh symbol?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what we're seeing here in States 133D?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
And then lastly, sir, did you have the opportunity to attend an interview room that Mr. Sean Gathright had been interviewed in?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the date of that interview, was the room itself audio and video recorded?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Did you have an opportunity to see and speak with an individual by the name of Sean Gathright?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And had you advised Mr. Gathright that he had been placed under arrest for the homicide of Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the audio and video recording from inside of that interview room capture some moments with Sean Gathright after he had been advised of that information?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, the state seeks to admit State's Exhibit 123.
All right, other than previous objections, any further objection, Mr. Wise?
No, sir.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi?
No new objection.
Mr. Petridis? Okay.
Your Honor, may we have one moment, please?
Yes. While you guys are doing this, let's just take a quick 5-minute break, okay? All right, you guys can step in the jury room.
All rise.
All right. So this, excuse me. So they're going to cue up the 3 minutes of Sean banging, "Let me out." I guess him trying to escape as well. All right. So there was a lot there. We saw a lot of videos, a lot of hand signs, a lot of weapons, firearms. Detective Craig Griffin, JSO or Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. He's an expert on the 1200 gang, also known, out east, 1200 hybrid. We've been hearing about these guys the entire trial. And 6 block is the ops, the opposition. So out east is the original, and then 1200 came out of that. And let's see, he talks about Wappa with the choppa, Spin-a-Benz, Lil Kobe, J. Breezy, among others, Prosper Johnson and Deonta, I should say, Halsey. I'm not familiar with him. That name I'm not familiar with. Prosper, I've heard of everybody else, but I haven't heard of Deonta Halsey. I hope I got your name right. But actually, I think those two are no longer with us. Yeah. So Prosper's gone and Deonta is gone as well. And then we watch Flower Bed and We the Ops, along with Active. What else do they show? We the Ops, Flower Bed or Flower Beds, Active. I think those were the 3. And again, those 3 videos alone, 7.6, and then 7.6 million views. Just blows my mind. And then they showed Foolio dead, and that one has 3,489,258. So between those four, that's over 1 billion, right? That's over 1 billion views. It's over 1 billion views. Am I getting that right? Yeah. No, it's 10 million. Sorry, 10 million views. It's over 10, it's like 11 million views. 11 million views between 4 songs. If you guys know anything about YouTube, YouTube is making a ton of money on that, as well as these guys are, And that's just 4 songs. That's just 4 songs. So, they show Rashad's arrest video. We've shown that before in our deep dives. We have shown that before. I think I even showed that in one of after, I think maybe day 3 or 4. I think I showed it there. If you want to check it out, we actually showed it's from Jacksonville, from JSO. They have, if you want to watch it, if you want to go and check out our deep dive, that's fine too. But that's out there. Yeah, there was a little dog. He brought out a little dog. A little dog was running around. So they go through Rashad. Then Rashad is clearly shown in these videos. He has a clear connection with 1200, which has a connection with ATK, which obviously is the rival to Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, 6 Block, KTA. So he definitely has a very easy to follow connection between the two groups. Davion, they showed Davion. He's throwing the 1200 sign with his hands while he's in the interview room. He also has 1200 block on his neck. He's got tattoos of fallen members, people that have passed away due to this beef. Then we go to Isaiah. Isaiah shows a lot of hand signs as well, but he's not documented. So as of June 11th, 2024, he's not documented. But he is in a photo with 2 other documented members, and he's throwing again the 1200 sign or 1200 hand sign. Then he's on Instagram, and we've seen all these photos before. And then we have Sean. So Sean's doing it with his ring finger, not his middle finger. So he's doing it with his ring finger. I can't even do it. Ring finger versus his middle finger. And then an uptick in Don Julio sales after the incident. All right, so we're getting to this interrogation. I guess they were having some problems with the interrogation video, meaning they have to queue it up. All right, so that's where we are right now. Hey, Super Ball, go find a spot. Go find your spot, dude. All right. What are you guys talking about? King Deuce, how are you? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Just a Girl Baking. Are they independent artists too? No monies to a record label? No, they're part of labels. Charles Jones opted not to sign with a larger label. He did sign with who did he sign with? So he had distribution. That's what it was. He had a distribution deal with Create Music Group. He did receive offers from Alamo and Quality Control, but he went for Julio. So Charles Jones was independent. What about Yungeen? Let's see what's Yungeen. So Aaron reminded me we need just 2 more people for Facebook to reach 1,000, I think. So if you guys are on Facebook, go give us a like or join our page over there. We're looking to get to 1,000. So Yungeen Ace, Cinematic Music Group. He signed in 2018. He also he has a joint venture with Geffen, but he also has his own. That's his own collective. Oh, Ace to the King. So ATK, he's got it as Ace to the King. So he's with Cinematic Music Group, Geffen, and let's look up WAPA. WAPA with the choppa. What's WAPA's? He's with Hitmaker Music Group. But he's also collaborated with A-Team Records. So he's also associated with A-Team Records, Cinematic Music Group, which is Yungeen. So yeah, they do. You know, it seems like Julio was the only one that was independent.
Yep. Hold on, I need a prosecutor up here.
Hold on, I need a prosecutor. Can I get a prosecutor? Please give me a prosecutor. Thank you, guys. Thank you for Brown Eyed Girl and Positive Vibes. Thank you. Thank you for that. Uh-oh, we ran into this yesterday where they didn't have audio. Yeah, Brett, they needed somebody from the other side for the sidebar. Can I get a prosecutor, please? So they did this yesterday. They cut the video, or they cut the audio for no reason. Come on.
I am now publishing States Exhibit 123.
Out. Let me out, bro. Let me out, bro. Let me out.
Sit in that chair and don't move.
Sir, what is on the ceiling of that interview room?
Ceiling tiles, and then the roof, it's unable to get out from that way.
And have you also had an opportunity to have to play music in the course of your interviews based on the aged construction of that building and that room itself.
Yes, ma'am.
I will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez?
I'll do it right now.
Bear with me a minute, Detective.
Yes, sir.
Detective, regarding the arrest of Rashad Murphy on July 30th in Jacksonville, that we saw that clip of the apartment complex, as you arrived and during the time you were there, he wasn't armed, was he?
Not that I know of, no, sir.
And you're not aware of any weapons or any guns, weapons of any kind in the apartment before he came out, correct?
It was unknown at the time.
Well, unknown at the time, and obviously you're not aware of anything being found in there that would indicate that he was armed, correct?
Correct.
And he didn't, while he was there, he didn't make any threats to anyone in any respect, did he?
No, sir.
Do you know if there was any communication with him by telephone or otherwise while he was inside?
At a certain point in time, we had hostage negotiators come out. They attempted to make contact with him. Now, whether they did or did not make contact with him, I do not know.
Okay. Do you have any idea whether he was going through any kind of a mental health episode in terms of him being in there and not wanting to come out?
I don't know.
There were no other people in there that were at risk. And when you talk about hostage negotiators, you're not suggesting that he was in there and there was someone that could have been deemed a hostage?
No, sir. We contact hostage negotiators to come in and try to calmly speak to people to have them come out so it wouldn't escalate to anything worse than what it could have been.
I understand. You're aware that about 3 or 4 weeks prior to that he was detained in Gwinnett County, correct?
Correct.
And were you aware that when...
Don't object to outside the scope and ask and answer the prior witnesses.
Overall, you can ask, and if he knows, he knows. If he doesn't, he doesn't, okay?
Understood. So you are aware of his arrest in Gwinnett County, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you aware that he was tased in that incident?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you aware that he was tased when he was down on the ground in his private area, correct?
I know he was tased in his private area. I don't know when that occurred.
Were you aware that he had a gun pointed on his temple while
Yes,
he was
sir.
down on the ground?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you aware that there was also a gun on him as he exited the vehicle?
I was unaware of that.
Okay. How about, were you aware as part of that struggle that he had separated his shoulder, had to go to the hospital for medical care?
No, sir. I didn't know.
So, Detective, you started in the gang unit as it relates to your responsibility with 1200, beginning with, for lack of a better term, and I don't mean it with any disrespect, understudying the 1200 detective before he moved on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you worked a couple of cases with him as you acclimated to this gang assignment, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that would have been between January and June was this murder, so a matter of 4 or 5 months you were the gang investigator for 1200, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at this particular time, I know you mentioned 1200 had already been established and designated as a gang.
Yes, sir.
During this early part of that transition, you were also still in the midst of your responsibilities with the other gangs you were transforming out of.
Yes, sir.
And during the normal, everyday course and scope of these investigations, you mainly, in an attempt to increase your information, your sources, your understanding, you rely very heavily on social media, whether it be Instagram, YouTube, Spaces, Reddit, any of the social media platforms are a really critical part to you gaining information, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that would be coupled also with field type interviews and discussion on the street with either named or unnamed people, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you do so, and you utilize this as the main focal point in your understanding, you're going to have to trust, or you're going to have to, inclusive of what you utilize, know that these people that are posting, they may not be posting things that are true, correct?
Yes, sir. That's a possibility.
Okay. And you're going to have a difficult time, a majority of this time, corroborating things. You're just listening, and you're taking it and putting it into your brain and on paper for future use, correct?
Correct. Check but verify.
Not knowing and not being able to, on a lot of these times, verify something from sources other than what you hear and what you see on social media, correct?
Correct.
And when you started with 1200, you started looking at social media for various different alleged members, or people that had been documented, or people that were even associated or even responding to the social media posts that are being made by the people you're monitoring, correct?
Correct.
And you testified that the Instagram account Ghost87 is associated with Rashad Murphy, correct?
Ghost 187?
Yes.
Yes.
And are you aware of any other social media platform that Rashad Murphy has any association with?
No, sir.
Nothing on Spaces. Never seen him on Spaces.
No, sir.
Never seen him on Facebook or any other platform. Correct?
No, sir.
Okay. And the reason that you believe that he is associated with Ghost 87 is through what other detectives had indicated to you. Correct?
Detectives and the field interviews.
Okay. And field interviews would mean you come upon somebody on the street, you ask them, hey, look, do you know, and for lack of a better term, Johnny Johnson or Jimmy Jones, known as Goodnight or known as Sunrise or whatever it may be.
Yes, sir.
And I don't mean to be funny, but I'm trying to suggest that when you ask about a number of different people, and then that person on the street may say, well, yeah, I know him, he's this, or I know him and he's this.
That's correct.
Okay, and so that's the way that you made a determination that there was an association with Rashad Murphy and Ghost 187, is a combination of asking these people on the street whether in fact it's so, and detectives from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office telling you that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you never saw Rashad Murphy post on Ghost 187, no profile picture of him, correct?
Correct.
No posts involving his friends or his family, or pictures or stories of his kids, none of that, correct?
Correct.
Nothing that you yourself, in the terms of your investigation and furthering your understanding of 1200, would associate Ghost 187 with Rashad Murphy, other than what we spoke about, correct?
Correct. In relation to the IG account.
Okay. You never screenshotted anything off of that account to memorialize it, or to put it in a file, or to document Rashad Murphy's use of that Instagram account, correct?
I did not know, sir.
You testified to 187. 187 obviously is part of that Instagram handle, number one, correct? And that was a yes, right?
Correct, yes, I'm sorry.
And then also 187 is linked to 187 Boys. We talked about kind of two different things, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it a fact, essentially, that you have referenced this California penal code simply because you don't know any other reason why 187 would make sense?
No, sir. In one of the videos, they reference 187 back to the California Penal Code. I'm unsure right now which music video that they did it in, but they do make reference back to it. They only did it one time. It was a very short phrase in which they did it.
So the determination that you made as it relates to 187 relating to a penal code is not just an assumption by you?
What do you mean?
Isn't it just an assumption by Detective Griffin that 187, as it relates to that number being utilized and it having some reference to the California Penal Code, is just your belief?
I see what you're saying. Yes, sir.
Without anything else to buttress it or corroborate it?
Correct.
And as I understand it, your belief that Ghost, the first part of that Instagram account, if it has any reference to Rashad Murphy, it's because you have been told, or your belief is, he's not a prominent figure up front, he's in the background, and essentially, again, other Jacksonville detectives have indicated to you that he's called Ghost, correct?
Correct.
As it relates to the murders that you discussed in your direct examination, you don't have any evidence, do you, Detective, that would associate Rashad Murphy with any of those shootings or any of those murders, correct?
No, sir.
And when you are discussing the structure of this particular group, 1200, you talked about it in terms of it being a hybrid, correct?
That's correct.
And a hybrid, I think as you stated, doesn't have any kind of initiation, it doesn't have any structure, doesn't have any guy at the top that tells somebody what to do who then tells other people what to do, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that in a hybrid group, nobody answers to anyone else. It's more an association of where you grew up and what neighborhood you're in.
That's correct.
And along those same lines, I know you talked about on direct, I just want to make sure I clarify it. You talked about money or monetizing, because I think you said 187 used to be the music arm, whereby there was music production and music dissemination.
I'm going to object. This has continuously not been asked on direct examination, both of these lines of cross. Can we approach?
Yes.
Detective, you're aware that 187 used to be kind of the music arm. It was where and through what platform that these rappers produced their music. Is that a fact?
You're asking, was it also a music group?
Yes.
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 Okay. And you talked about monetizing. You talked about how the group got money on your direct examination.
Sure.
And you suggested, first of all, that sometimes the gang profits or gets money in order to produce this music by way of the commission of crimes, correct?
Correct.
Well, do you have any way of knowing, Detective, whether if a particular member or associate of the group 1200 goes and steals a car, anybody else gets any money other than that person who steals the car? You would not know that, would you?
Not without further interviews.
Okay. And what about if somebody sells drugs? You don't know that the 5 grams of cocaine that somebody sold would then be split amongst the rest of the group or go to some kind of fund that would produce or that would fund music. You don't know that either, do you?
No, sir.
So when you say that money from crime is utilized for the gang, you're making an assumption that that's what occurs, and you don't have any evidence to support that, correct?
Other than the observations when you see dope sales and then they go from riding in a Toyota Camry to now driving a $100,000 vehicle and they have no job or no employment, then you can associate that they made their money through the sales of illegal narcotics.
Well, normally when they're doing these productions, they're renting these vehicles for purposes of the production, aren't they?
Renting or putting in girlfriends, baby mamas' names.
Okay, and so you are inferring that if a crime gets committed, all or a portion of that would go to the gang because of what they have and what they utilize.
Correct.
So that's your assumption without knowing that to be the case, correct? Fair?
Yes, sir.
So, in gangs, individuals don't have to be told and are often not told to go commit a crime, correct? In these hybrid situations.
In the hybrid situation is likely no.
So, if somebody wants to go commit a crime, they can go commit a crime, and that doesn't mean that anybody else knows or acquiesced or was a part of it, correct?
Correct. You have the one-offs that go and do what they do.
Allowed and not part of any kind of a problem. So you can only loosely associate a crime being committed with the group or with a group of people simply because they associate, correct? Without knowing whether any one of them has any prior knowledge that something was going to happen or a crime was going to be committed.
I don't think I understand your question. So you're saying that combined together, the two individuals wouldn't know what one other is doing?
No, let's say 2 individuals that have some association with 1200 go ahead and go and commit a crime. We don't know, and you don't know, whether or not anybody else in that group or association knew that that crime was going to be committed potentially until after it was committed, correct?
Correct.
And you don't have to hate or dislike Charles Jones or Julio Foolio in order to be a part of 1200, correct?
Correct.
We looked at a lot of videos during the course of your direct examination. When someone is rapping or performing about people dying or people getting shot or celebrating someone's injury or death, that certainly doesn't mean that that person or anyone else in that video committed that crime, correct?
Correct.
They certainly could be celebrating somebody's demise or somebody's injury, but it doesn't presume or provide you any information or evidence that someone committed a crime, or you guys doing your job, as I know you do, would seek some type of arrest or prosecution, correct?
Not based off a music video, no.
Understood. But if you could combine that with any other evidence that someone committed a crime, you would certainly effectuate an arrest, correct?
Correct.
And many of these rap videos and many of the incidents they're talking about are unsolved murders, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, Detective, we talked a little bit about 874.03, which governs gangs in Florida, correct?
Correct.
And under that statute, you need 2 a criteria to be met before someone could be documented.
That's correct.
And I think, as I understood it, you yourself individually like to have 3 criteria in order to document, correct?
Correct.
During the time in which you were with 1200 from January, let's go to June 1st. You didn't document anyone for 1200, did you?
Yes, I did. I believe so. It would have been Dale Bryant, which is AKA Baby Coo. I'd have to check the date though.
Okay, so you think, you're not positive,
Correct.
that during that time frame with 1200 you might have documented Mr. Bryant?
Mr. Bryant, yes.
And you do that, your documentation and the way it gets into the system is through an FIR, which is a field investigation report, correct?
Correct.
So let's look at the documentation of Rashad Murphy. I know you noted in the criteria, which would be D, a style of dress.
Yes, sir.
1200 does not have a style of dress, does it, on an everyday basis?
On an everyday basis, no, but they have shirts and which represent the group.
So on occasion, during a production, whether it be 1 or 2 or however many, sometimes they wear shorts that have a moniker or a picture or a saying that might relate to someone they're talking about in the video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But would you agree with me that when you talk about a style of dress, you talk about something that they wear as a group, maybe not every one of them, on a regular basis, on a day-to-day basis, correct?
No, they put it on, that's the style of dress.
Okay,
Like you saying that they wore it for a short time and then took it off, that it doesn't classify as a style of dress.
So would that be your interpretation of the statute, that if somebody had a T-shirt with somebody else's name on it and they wore it twice, that would constitute a style of dress?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would document someone based on that criteria, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that criteria is an interpretation by you as to what a style of dress means.
Yes, sir.
Understanding it's not the Crips or the Bloods, other styles of dress would be jewelry that have a particular logo or number or name on it, correct?
Correct, like a RIP chain.
Okay, but those are things that are worn every day. Those are things that are common to that person's body on a daily basis.
Yes,
that
sir.
would be a style of dress, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me that when a person RAPs, that you can wear jewelry, you can wear a T-shirt, you can wear a moniker, a saying, doesn't necessarily mean that that is a style of dress for a gang. You agree? Doesn't have to be.
We'll say that one more time.
Doesn't have to be a style of dress if a person were to wear a chain or wear a shirt that honors somebody that has died, correct?
It could. That's when you have to believe you would do a little bit more research in reference to who the person is, what their relationship was to the person that's on the shirt.
Got it. As it relates to tattoos, you would agree with me that Mr. Murphy doesn't have any tattoos that would be indicative of 1200, correct?
Not that I have observed before.
And he's never made any admission as being associated with a gang, correct? That you're aware of. So those criteria in the statute that requires you to have 2, let's talk about those just individually very briefly. It's a fact, is it not, Detective, that Mr. Murphy was documented as a gang member after the murder of Charles Jones.
Yes, sir, that's true.
A month after the murder of Charles Jones, the sheriff's department made a decision to document him as a gang member, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that documentation was done after you, Detective Drabick, some of the other members of the gang unit in Jacksonville Sheriff's Department became involved in the investigation of that murder and the ultimate arrest of Mr. Murphy, correct?
Yes, sir.
In doing so, we've already talked about you relying on what you would suggest is a style of dress, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think if I understood your testimony on direct correctly, if you are in a video and someone else uses a hand sign, that would be criteria that could document you, even if you didn't utilize that hand sign, correct?
You're saying if somebody standing next to me held up the hand sign?
Yeah.
Could I use that? I would document that person, not you.
You would not document someone in a video where someone other than that person is utilizing a hand sign.
No, you would have to utilize the hand sign.
I want to draw your attention just so I can understand a little bit better. In States 114, there were several still pictures that are from the active video. I'm going to show you this one, which is States 114A2. Well, this is not a gang sign, is it?
No, it's a K.
That's a K.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's not 6 blocks sideways.
No.
It's not. Okay, so it's a K. It's not
Yes.
a gang sign.
It's not a gang sign.
All right, and this one, which is A3, that's not a gang sign, is it?
Not that I know of.
And A4, that's not a gang sign, is it?
Can you zoom back
Yeah,
out?
I'm sorry.
on the
That's
sign?
not.
Can you?
Oh, zoom.
Yeah, Bauer, back out. I'm sorry.
Oh, back it up. Better.
Not really, but not from what I can tell.
And you could look at this video, and if it's in real time, you would probably see somebody moving their hands, right?
Yes, sir.
So sometimes it might be a little bit misleading if you take a still shot at something because you don't know what the movements are before and you don't know what the movements are after. Would you agree with me?
Yes, sir.
This one, which is A114A6, if I understand you correctly, the right hand is not any type of a gang sign, correct?
Yes, sir. It's a 6.
The right hand is a 6?
Yeah, and so if you look at it from this point of view, it's a 6. His 3 fingers are pointed out. His pointer finger is folded into his thumb.
Well, I guess the ladies and gentlemen of the jury can make that decision for themselves. It doesn't look to me like I see an index finger and a thumb.
Question, it's a comment.
It's a comment, Judge.
Right, and
Questions. So it would be your belief that that constitutes a 6 in the right hand.
Yes, sir.
And again, this is a still shot of somebody moving during the course of a fairly rapid paced video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Again, the same one we saw previously in 114A9. Not a gang sign, correct?
Yes, sir. And so he's holding the 12 sideways.
So that your interpretation would be that's a 1200 sign.
Yes, sir.
And I think you talked about this one, and I just want to make sure I understand. This would be States 114C9, and this would be as it relates to video We the Ops. As I understand it, the person on the right, that's a 6?
That's a 6, yes, sir.
Okay. And is there anything happening with that person's right hand?
Yeah, he's holding a firearm.
Okay. And you're saying holding an actual firearm?
That's a gun.
Okay, I see it. Okay. And then there's a gentleman in the middle in the back with a COVID mask on, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That person, presumably Mr. Murphy, is not, none of this is his sign, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, I think I've showed you whatever I would need to, that might constitute that. Holding a gun in a video is not a crime if you're not a convicted felon, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You're not aware that Mr. Murphy has any felony convictions, are you?
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez, don't answer that question.
The other identifier, the other criteria that you utilize with regard to Mr. Murphy in documenting him as a gang member in July of 2024 would be associates with one or more known gang members, correct?
Yes, sir.
That would constitute his involvement or his being a part of that rap video production, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that alone, simply his appearance there, would meet that criteria.
Well, yes.
Okay. And the fourth and last way would be that he was observed in the company or one or more gang members 4
Correct.
times.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Kind of a BOGO here, right? Kind of, essentially, it's dual criteria, because if you look at him associating with one or more gang member, or being in the company with 4 or more gang members, one would equal the other, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you get 2 criteria for the price of 1.
Yes, sir.
But they essentially involve the same activity.
Yes, sir.
And as you looked at those, the company of 4 or more, I think you talked about 2 traffic stops. One of those traffic stops was in 2021, correct?
I believe so.
The one where he was in a car with Noah and Reginald Williams?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're aware, are you not, Detective, having done research on this case, that Mr. Murphy and the Williams brothers grew up together since they were kids in the same neighborhood?
Yes, sir.
And so his riding in a car with them, in and of itself, would meet the criteria to designate him as a gang member. Is that what you're telling us?
It would fall up under the association with the 4 or more times, being in presence of as well.
Okay. And along with the hand sign, so again, my question is, and you might have answered it, I'm sorry, I got distracted here for a minute. Just driving in a car with people that he has known since childhood, in and of itself, no matter whether or not there's a crime committed, no matter whether or not there's anything nefarious going on, that would check a box for you in terms of criteria to designate someone as a gang member.
Because that the people that he are in the car with are documented gang members.
Correct.
Yes.
Despite whatever other relationship or history you may have with them.
Correct.
And I know you talked really briefly about a handshake. What are we looking at? Do you know off the top of your head what video
That would have been the last video that was played. They all starting to run together. It was towards the end of one of them. It was a very fast interaction at the end.
So fast that you can't replicate it, correct?
No, sir.
And you told us, I believe, if I understood it correctly, you haven't seen it often. It's not often. It's not something like 1200 or 6 block.
Correct.
It's something that happens so fast that your assumption is it has some significance, but you don't have any way of authenticating that, correct?
That's correct.
Detective, I'm going to show you a picture, 88D1, and ask you if, based on your history and your knowledge of 1200 and gang involvement in of itself, can you identify these individuals?
I cannot, no, sir.
Okay. So you don't know if the guy on the right is Prosper Johnson?
I do not.
Don't know if the guy on the left is Sugar Avery McKnight?
I do not.
Would that have come before your time? Do you know?
Both of them, yes, sir.
And I noticed on multiple occasions in your direct testimony, you did refer to Prosper Johnson and his death in 2014, correct?
Correct.
And you also made reference to Deontay Holsey as well, correct?
Correct, Prosper and Tay.
And I noticed when you looked at the gang chart, there's not one, but there's 2 names there. But as you testified on direct examination, did you not refer to him as Tay, Deontay Tay Holsey?
Correct.
Bear with me 1 minute.
Okay.
I don't have anything further. Thank you, Detective.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Ms. Toomey?
Good afternoon, Detective.
Hello, ma'am.
All right, so I just want to go through a couple things with you with regards to your training in the investigation of gangs.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's my understanding that you attended the gang conference that's put on once a year, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that started in 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
For you?
Yes, ma'am.
Which is when you initially became a member of the gang unit in Jacksonville.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you attended the conference that very next year.
Yes, ma'am.
And also in 2023 as well.
Yes, ma'am.
In 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
Skip 2025.
I didn't go to 2025.
What about 2026?
No, ma'am.
Haven't gone, or is it?
It's not until, I believe, August.
I was going to say so. All right. So other than going to those, was it a 1 week conference? What, 4 days, 4 nights?
4 days.
Was it a 1 week conference? What, 4 days, 4 nights?
4 days.
Conferences once a year. Have you had any other training in investigating gangs?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you attended the basic gangs investigation course
Yes, ma'am.
and the intermediate gang course as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think it's the advanced as
Yes,
well?
ma'am.
All right. In addition to training regarding gangs in, what another course that you've taken?
The HIDA also puts on courses.
Well, that's for general, isn't that more like for general police work?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. But they also do a gang course as well.
Oh, they do? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And how long is that gang course for?
It's just a day.
A day. All right, very well. Now, in 2021, when you became part of the gang unit, you were responsible for 3 separate gangs, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it wasn't until 2023 approximately that, well, actually 2024, that you became solely responsible for 1,200.
Late 2023, first part of 2024.
In the 2023, the late 2023, that's when you were assisting Bo Daigle, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he became what? Did he get
He got promoted to supervisor.
promoted to supervisor? And who was your supervisor? Well, who was his supervisor before?
Sergeant Johnny Cook.
Okay. And was he the only supervisor, Bo Daigle, over 1,200?
Said what he, I'm sorry.
Was he the only, like, supervisor? What does a supervisor do for the detectives?
They manage, attend meetings and look over our paperwork.
Right, so they're kind of like the supervisor, a sergeant, supervisor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So Bo Daigle was one, right?
A detective or a sergeant?
And then he was a detective, then he became a sergeant, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then someone took his place.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
That would have been me.
That was you, okay. Prior to Bo Daigle, who was the supervisor?
I'll object at this time as to relevance, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. So in 2024, you became solely responsible for 1,200.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And part of your main part of the majority of your responsibilities is monitoring social media, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Instagram,
Yes, ma'am.
Facebook,
Yes, ma'am.
I guess it's X now, but it's formerly known as Twitter.
Yes, ma'am.
Which has spaces, but now I guess it no longer has spaces. I'm not sure.
Yes, ma'am.
What else is there? Snapchat, do you monitor Snapchat as well?
Got Snapchat and Reddit.
Reddit, okay.
Clubhouse.
In fact, Clubhouse is another one, right? What about Signal? Is that something that you guys use or monitor?
I do not know, ma'am.
Okay.
I've heard of it, but I haven't yet to monitor it.
And Jacksonville is very, very involved in social media itself, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Seems to be a very transparent agency.
Are you referring
Would
to
you
the
agree?
sheriff's office?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in monitoring those, all those different social media platforms, would you agree with me that a lot of those postings, whether it's a post, whether it's a meme, whether it's a video, it's anecdotal? Would you agree with me?
What do you mean?
Well, it's based on one person's opinion, their purview of what's going on.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you have to be able to differentiate out what is correct or incorrect or half correct,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And one of the ways that you do that, in addition to monitoring social media, is by making field contacts with people out in the community.
Yes, ma'am.
And the sheriff's office has confidential informants,
Yes, ma'am.
some of which are actually paid to provide intelligence or information,
Yes, ma'am.
and then others that are become confidential informants to work off charges,
Yes, ma'am.
and literally to work off charges, to not be arrested, right, by you guys, right?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And then depending on how they do, their charges could just go away,
Yes, ma'am.
and they won't even be arrested,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And then there's other individuals that provide intelligence and information that have already been arrested but are looking for a reduced sentence,
Yes, ma'am.
right, from the state attorney's office,
Yes, ma'am.
right? Not necessarily from you, because you can't do that, but they're looking for you to tell the state, hey, yes, this person cooperated with us, provided us whatever information they provided you, they were very helpful, blah, 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 and to see if they could get a reduced sentence.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then you also have individuals that are anonymous, that you don't know, right?
Yes,
You don't-
ma'am.
That won't provide their name to you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
They may call, what is it, do you have Crime Stoppers?
Crime Stoppers.
Crime Stoppers, anonymous, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you still have to decide whether you have an anonymous caller or whether you have a confidential informant, whether they're being paid, working off a sentence, or something different. You still have to determine whether or not the information that they're providing you is credible.
Yes, ma'am.
And in addition to confidential informants, these anonymous tips from Crime Stoppers and the like, you also do a lot of traffic stops in Jacksonville.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's something that you don't necessarily like to do, right?
No, I love doing traffic stops.
You do?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You didn't testify in your deposition that that wasn't something you liked to do or cared to do?
That I didn't like or cared. I'm confused. No, because we go out, we do what we call a gang violence interdiction. We go out and make traffic stops, contacts with individuals.
All right. And the point of those traffic stops, which are done during nighttime, during the day, is to make contact with individuals and gather information.
Yes, ma'am.
And they can either give you information or they don't, right? You ask them whatever you're going to ask them, right?
Correct.
Do the majority of those individuals provide you with information?
Nah, it's you can flip a coin on. Some do, some don't.
And then the information that's provided to you, what do you do with it?
Check but verify.
Do you write it down somewhere? Do you notate it somewhere? Keep a folder of this person that has provided you information?
We, depending on what it is, we either can document it in an FIR or we don't document it at all, and we just go do our own separate investigation to find out whether they're telling us the truth or if they're just telling us stuff to either A, get out of the traffic stop, B, reduce their charges. There's a variety of reasons on. We still have to check to make sure what they're saying is truthful.
Okay, so do you keep this documented somewhere at the sheriff's office?
In the FR, some, and then others, no.
Others, no.
Correct.
Okay. Then additionally, you have, I guess you call them cold contacts, right? Where you just approach individuals on the street of Jacksonville and see if they'll talk to you.
Yes, ma'am.
And some of them do talk to you, right? And they provide you information.
Some do.
Okay. And in your investigation on all the social media platforms that I've talked about, your contacts with individuals on the street, traffic stops, what have you ever heard of Davion Murphy?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so he doesn't have an Instagram, right?
No, ma'am.
No Facebook?
No, ma'am.
No X's or Twitter?
No, ma'am.
And none of your contacts, either confidential informants or anonymous calls, have mentioned his name to you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, Davion Murphy, to your knowledge, doesn't have a nickname, right?
No, ma'am.
And I can approach the clerk.
Well, keep it in the folder. What exhibit are you showing this witness?
This is going to be State's Exhibit 84A, 84A through C, but this is Exhibit 84A.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you help create this chart?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you create it?
Shortly after. I didn't create it. I was just asked to look over it and see how accurate it was.
So you didn't create it?
Not create it, no, ma'am.
Okay. All right. You were asked just to look to check it for accuracy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know where this picture, this is Davion Murphy, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know where that picture was taken from?
Yes, ma'am.
Where?
Our interview room.
And isn't it true that you watched the interrogation of Davion Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
That at that point in time where he's showing us his hands, he's singing to a song.
Without the video playing, that possibly, but right there he just looks like he's showing a hand sign.
Okay. But you don't have any other photographs of Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy, with any other hand signs like that?
No, ma'am.
And we talk about hand signs. There seems to be quite a few different, I guess, hand signs that you are attributing, or your office is attributing to the 1200 group.
Yes, ma'am.
So is there a specific hand sign that you can say definitively is for 1200?
That one.
That one. So anything but that, such as this one,
Additional.
that's the second
Which one? Which one? You talking about Rashad?
Yes.
No, that's a dis sign, so that's a 6 with the thumbs down logo.
Okay. And what about Jacory Rivers?
So Jacory Rivers is throwing up what we refer to as, that would be lawbreakers.
Okay, so that's different than this sign?
Yes, ma'am.
How so? What's the difference?
So he's intertwining his 2 fingers, and that's the hand sign for lawbreakers.
Okay, so it's a hand sign for lawbreakers, not
1200. Yes, ma'am.
right? And then this guy,
Yes, ma'am.
are those the same hand signals?
Yes, ma'am.
Or hand
Reginald
signs?
Williams.
Are they?
Are they the same? Yes, ma'am. That's the 1200 hand sign.
Okay. All right. So at least on this 84A gang chart that you looked at, looked at for accuracy, there are at least 2 different hand signs, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And one you said does not equate to 1200.
Correct. Well, lawbreakers is a group that's associated with 1200. They're friendly, very similar to ATK.
Has Jacksonville Sheriff's Office ever infiltrated a gang?
What do you mean, like work side, like did like an
Inside a
undercover
gang?
with the gang?
Yeah.
I believe our motorcycle unit has, but I'm not sure if our gang unit has.
Okay, so that would be a no.
No.
right? And you're familiar with the term trolling or people that are trolling on the internet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And trollers really just are meant to disrupt and cause issues with people that are on the internet.
Yes,
Like
ma'am.
posting lies or what have you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now you talked briefly about Mr. Davion's tattoos. Is there a tattoo that is specific to 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
1200 block.
Okay. If Rashad Murphy doesn't have one of those tattoos, what does that mean?
It means he doesn't have the tattoo.
Is there any other tattoos that are specific to 1200?
On Mr. Davion?
in general?
Well, you have the fallen members who died by way of gang violence. Big shout out to them. You have the ones that say Suge Nation. There's quite a few of them.
All right, well, let's talk about the following members. Just because someone tattoos someone's name on their body that is deceased does not necessarily, that doesn't equate to a gang tattoo. Would you agree?
Not solely just that, no ma'am.
Okay. Even if you had 10, 15 names tattooed on your body, doesn't make you a gang member, right?
No ma'am.
And the videos that we watched, you would agree that Davion Murphy was not in any of those videos?
No ma'am, he was not.
Style of dress. What is it about Mr. Davion's style of dress? Or does he have a style of dress that is associated with 1200?
He doesn't, no ma'am.
He doesn't? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Wise?
Hello, sir.
Detective, you as the the 1200 expert did not know who Sean Gathright was until Tampa PD contacted you in connection with this case, right?
That's correct.
I want to ask a little bit about that video clip that we saw during your direct. That clip is taking place in a Jacksonville Sheriff's Department building, correct?
Yes, sir.
A police station, right?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Gathright knew he was in a police station, right?
Yes, sir.
He wasn't walked in blindfolded or anything, right?
Correct.
You said yourself you're not getting out of that building through the ceiling, right?
That's correct.
Mr. Gathright knew there was a camera in that room as well, right?
I believed he would had known there's one in there.
Because by the time of that clip that we watched, he had been in that room for about 3 hours, right?
Yes, sir.
During that time, you agree, he's pacing around that room a lot, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, he's basically just in the room for 3 hours, right?
Yes, sir.
There are times during that 3 hour period when he knocks on the door, right?
Yes, sir.
Like when he needs to use the restroom, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think you even escorted him to the restroom at some point, right?
I could have, I'm not sure.
Somebody did at least once, right?
Yes, sir.
So he clearly knows there's officers outside, right?
Yes, sir.
In the little clip that we saw, he stands up on a chair and then stands up on a table, right?
Yes, sir.
But then he gets back down, right?
Yes, sir.
Because when you and the other detective come in, he's standing in the middle of the room, right?
Yes, sir.
And then we hear, I think it's the other detective tells him, sit down in that chair.
Yes, sir.
Right? And he does, right?
I don't think he does. I think he goes and stands against the wall.
Okay, but in any event, he doesn't cause you any more trouble after that, right?
Not necessarily. He begins mouthing off back to us on what he's not going to do.
Okay. And shortly after that, then he's taken to the jail. Right?
Shortly after that, he's handcuffed and removed out.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Petridis?
Afternoon, Detective.
Hello, sir.
You have never documented Isaiah Chance as a 1200 gang member, correct?
No, sir, I haven't.
And before the murder of Mr. Jones, you had never come in contact with Mr. Chance, correct?
I've never had contact with him, no, sir.
And you were aware of the post that Detective Nieder has talked about, the quote-unquote switching up post from ATK to 1200, but you weren't too concerned about it when you heard about it, correct?
Correct.
And because ATK and 1200 are close groups, they at some point were in each other's, they'd be in each other's music videos, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know when the last ATK 1200 music video was made? Has it been some time?
It's been a while.
Okay, so we're talking years?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of Isaiah Chance's music?
I know he makes music, but very little.
Okay. Have you ever seen Mr. Chance in any 1200 videos? Or
No,
videos
sir.
made by 1200 members?
No, sir.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank you,
Rick.
Detective.
Yes, sir.
First, Judge, I would seek to admit State's Exhibit 114A10. I realized we had a duplicate photo in 114, and I've provided that for review to Mr. Gonzalez.
Okay, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi? Ms. Toomey, Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Okay, be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, you were asked by Mr. Gonzalez on your cross-examination about the video active. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall the content or the stills that we looked at briefly from that video itself?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were asked about the K that was utilized by the defendant. Do you remember that, Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
And in utilizing that K, were there other still images that were depicted just after of also the number 6 with Rashad Murphy's hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what we're seeing in the center photo of 114 here?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what you were referencing when you said K6 or 6 killer or kill 6?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, as you documented these items, is your use of the review of social media or music videos, frankly, the only thing that you analyze or use in documenting gang members as a part of 1200?
No, ma'am.
Do you also obtain items of physical evidence, other items of evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked several questions along the lines of what, if anything, other people get, whether there are testifying co-defendants, about anonymous tipsters. You did not have an anonymous tipster in this case, correct?
No, ma'am.
You did not have a cooperating co-defendant, nothing like that, correct?
No, ma'am.
As far as your documentation of Rashad Murphy or the fact that Davian Murphy, as you've testified, meets the gang criteria, you didn't utilize anyone outside of the gang of 1200 or informants for any kind of outside confirmation for an informant tip, correct?
That's correct.
You utilized documented clothing, documented hand signs?
Correct.
The use of those hand signs in his association with known criminal gang members 4 or more times?
Yes, ma'am.
Same thing with the tattoos, as we talked about with Davian Murphy, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And him having been in the actual physical presence of gang members, is that correct for Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
Physical presence of actual gang members, did you learn that Davian Murphy was in Tampa, Florida as a result of this investigation with his co-defendants?
Yes, ma'am.
All of these things that occur that you're asked about, crimes that occur, are you able to document them before they happen?
Yes, ma'am.
You have magical powers of reading into the future?
Oh, no. Not until everything had occurred.
Okay.
We saw it and then we documented it.
All right. So when you see that a crime has occurred and 1,200 members are present or have been arrested for it or something like that, and you end up documenting it, does that always or often happen after the fact?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes,
All
'cause
right.
you get all
Just
the
wanted to clarify.
reports.
You were just asked about documentation that occurred after this particular homicide. Did you obviously obtain information or evidence as it related to the homicide of Charles Jones that was referred back to Jacksonville?
Yes.
Did you make note of that information and evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time that Charles Jones had actually been killed, though, both Davian Murphy and Rashad Murphy both met the statutory criteria for a criminal gang member, correct?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
You were asked about whether 187 is a rap group. Is everyone in 187 a rapper?
No, ma'am.
Are you familiar with any music videos by Rashad Murphy or 187 Ghost or Ghost 187?
No, ma'am.
You were asked about how drug dealing and stealing cars benefits gangs. Have you, in the course of your time working 1200 or any other gang or case in Jacksonville, had an opportunity to know about the use of stolen vehicles to commit murder?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that by the use of documented gang members?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that one way in which a criminal activity benefits the gang?
Yes, ma'am.
And in the course of those killings, is there anything that can be said about the advancement of each gang over their rival when they kill a rival member?
Yes, ma'am. It gives them credibility to speak of the dead and make fun of the those that have lost their lives to gang violence.
When you were asked about your community outreach, are you only stopping vehicles and talking to gang members in that way?
No, ma'am.
Tell us about what community outreach activities you actually participate in.
We also, our unit every Thursday morning, we have a pastor and community leaders, which we identify a lot of times it's youthful offenders who we see going down the wrong path. We go out and make contact with them along with their parents and explain to them that there's another way. We offer them assistance not involving the sheriff's office, and not so we learn to step back and let the community leaders and the pastors speak to the youth about what road they might be traveling down to avoid whatever could happen down the road.
Does that sometimes work?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen that not work in the past?
Yes, ma'am.
Meaning you've seen documented gang members as time goes on that have been people a part of that community outreach.
Say what now?
You've gone out for community outreach and then ultimately it doesn't work. Those people get arrested or become a member of a gang.
Yes, ma'am, or lose their life to gang violence.
Do you have an opportunity to develop relationships as a part of your duties day to day with both former gang members and current gang members?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to object beyond the scope.
I'm going to, at some point, sustain it, so let's kind of get to the point here and move along.
Do you have the opportunity to interview former and prior members? You were asked about field interviews for Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that one of the ways as what you're responding to as you obtaining additional information?
Yes, ma'am.
In those instances, is there anything to give or get in that scenario?
In reference to, do we get anything from it?
Right. I mean, you were asked if people were paid for information, not in the documentation of Rashad Murphy or Davion Murphy, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, did this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Free to go. Okay, State.
Judge, at this time, the state would rest.
Okay, very good. Members of the jury, the state is now rested, so I need to discuss some matters with the attorneys outside of your presence. So we'll take a relatively quick break, and then we shall return, okay?
All rise. Jury is out there.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. Motions.
Before we start, I'm going to renew my motion for mistrial on behalf of David.
I understand. I've taken it under advisement. We'll be discussing it at some point, more in depth, once you guys have had a chance to do some research. Okay, Mr. Gonzalez.
Judge, one thing, I'm sorry, I should have renewed my objections prior to Detective Griffin taking the stand with regard to my prior motions in limine and prior motions as it relates to gang historical violence. So I just want to make sure the record's clear.
Yes, and your motion,
Judge,
your objections are preserved for the record.
Judge, Rashad Murphy would assert that the state's evidence, in a light most favorable to them, has not set forth a prima facie case to allow the jury to consider the charge of first-degree premeditated murder in count 1 and attempted premeditated murder in counts 3, 4, and 5. As it relates to those counts, Judge, the state's failed to produce sufficient evidence that Rashad Murphy was present at the time of the murder of Charles Jones and the attempted murders of Gino Norris, Xavier Edwards, and Camilla Bentley. There's no video evidence. There's no witness testimony to support his presence at the time of the murder, and the evidence may support he was in Tampa in the hours after the murder, but at 4:40 in the morning on the 23rd of June. I don't believe there's a prima facie case. The evidence presented by the state relies heavily on circumstantial evidence that doesn't rise to the standard necessary to send this case to the jury on a first-degree murder deliberation. The law is that it's not, at this stage of the game, a question at this juncture who the jury believes. It's the legal sufficiency of the evidence of premeditation and Rashad Murphy's part in that premeditation to send the case to the jury on the first-degree murder and attempted murder. This argument kind of dovetails into count 2, which is the conspiracy count, and I'd submit to the court that there's insufficient prima facie evidence that Rashad Murphy intended that a first-degree murder be committed by agreeing or conspiring or combining and confederating with any of these co-defendants in an effort to intend that a first-degree premeditated murder take place. I would submit to the court that the evidence prima facie of conspiracy in the record could be that Rashad Murphy allowed an Airbnb to be used, to be booked on his account, and that other defendants stayed there prior to and after the murder. There's no evidence that Mr. Murphy knew that the Airbnb was in Tampa, that he actually booked it himself as opposed to allowing someone else to book it for him. He did not pay for the Airbnb, and additionally, there's no evidence that he resided there. When viewing the evidence in a light most favorable to the state as it relates to the conspiracy, and all the counts for that matter in the indictment, a rational trier of fact could not find that the essential elements necessary have been proven beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt, including the lack of any forensic proof as it relates directly to Mr. Murphy, Rashad Murphy, identification of Mr. Murphy at the scene of the murder, participating in the murder, and the attempt on the other three victims.
Okay, very good. Mr. Sonardi, any motions?
Yes, Your Honor, we would obviously follow a motion for judgment of acquittal and basically follow up with Mr. Gonzalez as it applies to Davion Murphy. There is no physical evidence whatsoever that identifies Davion Murphy as one of the perpetrators of the attempted murders and murders. I think the state's evidence viewed in the light most favorable to the state is that Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy, came down here. There were license plate readers. He was identified at the McDonald's prior to the homicide. He's identified leaving the Airbnb the next day. There is no evidence whatsoever that places Davion Murphy either in the Black Impala or at the Home 2 Suites at the time of the homicide. Again, the evidence taken to light most favorable to the state only shows that Davion Murphy was present, and that there is no evidence whatsoever of any agreement between Davion Murphy and any of the other co-defendants to conspire to shoot Charles Jones or anyone else. There's no evidence whatsoever of that other than Mr. Davion Murphy's presence. And we have not denied that he was here. We have not denied that he came here in a vehicle and he left in a vehicle. But there is no physical evidence whatsoever that connects Davion Murphy to any of the weapons that were used, to the vehicle that was either of the vehicles, or that he was even present in the vehicle at the time that the attempted homicides occurred. Taking the light even the most favorable for the state, we would submit that a judgment of acquittal is proper at this time.
Okay, very good. Mr. Wise?
Yes, sir. We also move for a judgment of acquittal as to all counts. As to the murder and attempted murder charges, and really the conspiracy, there's no evidence of identity as to Sean Gathright. I think that any evidence of identity is wholly circumstantial. I recognize that the standard has changed quite a bit in the last couple of years. But the evidence is proven, the light most favorable to the state. He comes to Tampa, he's in contact with co-defendants. Everything to suggest he is one of those shooters, and apparently is shooter number 2, is entirely speculative. Phone records, as we've seen, are not reliable to place him in any exact spot during any of this time period. The ballistics, which, looking from the outside, I think it probably, when it was investigated, thought there were going to be matches that linked up these firearms found in the house to the shooting. There were not. The casings that we saw can only be linked to having been fired from the same firearm that's used in the shooting, which incidentally is not the one that Mr. Gathright is alleged to have carried in any event. But no matter what, as the examiner said, all she can say is those 2 casings from the house were fired from the same gun. Could have been 5 years apart. Based on all of that, Your Honor, it suggests there's insufficient evidence to prove identity, which would apply really to the attempted murder the murder and all of the attempted murder counts. As to the attempted murder counts, they're charged as attempted first degree. And I don't believe there's been any evidence of any intent to commit an attempted murder of any of these people. Even in looking at this in the light most favorable to the state, and notwithstanding my identity argument, even hypothetically, if there was intent to commit a murder of Charles Jones, there's no intent to There's been no evidence of any intent to commit an attempted murder of anyone else. And case law is pretty specific. Transfer of intent doesn't apply to attempted first-degree murder. So I would suggest in that regard, at best, on those counts, at best, it could be an attempted second-degree murder. But even then, I think, obviously, identity is an issue. On the conspiracy charge, similarly, there's been no evidence to commit a finding that Mr. Gathright did anything to agree, conspired.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking down. There's been no evidence that Mr. Gathright did anything to agree. There was no meeting of the minds, basically, evidence to suggest that he conspired with anyone to commit the first-degree murder. Now, Mr. Gathright alone has the tampering charge. This one is a very different one. There are two elements the state has proved, looking at the statute. One is that something was altered, destroyed, concealed, and removed with the purpose to impair its availability in a proceeding. And number two, that Mr. Gathright had knowledge that a criminal trial proceeding, investigation, or prosecution was pending or was about to be instituted. Neither of those elements were proven in any way here. Number one, frankly, I'm not sure what was allegedly tampered. We know that Mr. Gathright goes to his grandmother's house in Auburndale. I'm guessing the state is alleging that's where some tampering occurred. There's been no evidence of what is in the bags that are transferred. Grandma is watching this entire thing take place as the bag is being transferred. There's been nothing, none of the firearms really that were used in the homicide, I would suggest, were ever recovered. But there's no indication.
I'm sorry, you keep lowering your voice. Thank you.
There's nothing beyond pure speculation to suggest any of the firearms used in the offense or anything used in the offense was in any of those bags that were transferred. And even then, there's no evidence of what happens to anything that's in those bags after they're transferred between the cars. To the extent, I don't know if the tampering is allegedly the car being wiped down.
What about all the stuff that was in the sink at his home?
Well, none of that is connected back to anything that was used in the homicide. There's a Glock chassis, which is basically what's used to turn a Glock a handgun into a rifle. That's not alleged to have been used. There's a drum magazine. There's clearly no drum magazine on any of the guns. There's a red dot sight. I don't believe there's been any evidence that a red dot sight was used in the firearms.
Were those in the sink soaking in water?
Those are yes. I forget who actually testified to it, but all those pieces are taken out. They're not; those things are not in the sink. It's the cardboard that would have seemingly encompassed those things. But whoever testified, and I can't recall who it was about that, but they pulled the cardboard pieces out and were able to determine what was what, and they testified to, there's KPOS on this box, and that corresponds to I think that's the Glock chassis. And a lot of those items are actually in the safe, like the drum magazine, and we know the scope caps are right there by the sink. So I don't believe that anything that would have corresponded to the cardboard in the sink was shown to have been used in the homicide. So to the extent that would have been the altering, I don't think there's any connection to suggest that whatever's in the sink had anything to do.
Judge, we didn't allege that date. We just alleged on the 23rd for the wiping of the car and hiding of the vehicle.
Okay. So and that was when I was starting to talk about the wiping of the cars. We saw, and as even I believe as Detective Albert has testified, the cars just being wiped down right there, basically on the interior handles, which is basically where if someone is smoking in the car, that's where you expect ashes to go. There's no wiping down further, anything deeper into the car. It's consistent with someone giving the car to their grandmother who wants to clean it out, cursory cleaning. And to the extent there's a suggestion that, something's being wiped off, the rag that was used is actually in the garage and was collected by law enforcement. So if there was any suggestion there's DNA or some kind of, I think we heard inconsistent testimony about whether GNR is still tested for, but whatever may have been wiped down, that rag was still in the garage and law enforcement collected it. So there's nothing to suggest that anything was actually tampered with. And then in addition to that, and I just cite briefly to two cases, EI versus State, which is 25 Southern 3rd, 625, and Costanzo v. State, 152 Southern 3rd, 737. And those speak to the second element, which is that the defendant had to know that there was an investigation pending or some kind of proceeding pending or was about to be. And there's no indication that there was. I mean, I know the state speculates to that, but it's got to be more than mere speculation. So this is happening allegedly a few hours after these alleged crimes are taking place. There's no indication that there's any knowledge on the part of Mr. Gathright and Auburndale that there's some kind of investigation that's pending or taking place.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Petridis?
I'm not going to interrupt, but I'm going to adopt Mr. Wise's position as to the attempted first-degree murder. I also concur that there is no evidence whatsoever that it was premeditated as to the attempt as to the occupants of the vehicle, other than Charles Jones. So we would join into that.
Very good. Thank you. All right, may I proceed?
Thank you. I'll come up here so don't get yelled at by the court reporter. The state's case relies on a number of facts, social media postings from Mr. Chance prior to and after the murder that require speculation from the jury that can't be exactly said what they mean. His Cash App, which we don't know the meaning behind that. A rental of an Airbnb, which was rented by Rashad Murphy. Alicia Andrews was involved. And the fact that he brought and put in bags into the car with Sean Gathright, all which require speculation, and we would argue the pyramiding or stacked inferences of knowledge of the specific intent to kill Charles Jones, which the state has not been able to prove belonged to Mr. Chance. There's no evidence that Mr. Chance knew what was in the bags he loaded into. There's no evidence what was in the bags that was loaded into Mr. Gathright's car. The video footage from the two venues shows only one time that Mr. Chance can be shown actually driving, and only possibly one time he can be shown with Miss Andrews' phone. The other times the cruise was driving or the phone was used. It's unknown who was using it. Mizzle and Charles Jones were providing live real-time updates of where they were, and there was text messages from Akila Enright to the Fat Boy indicating that they were going to Beezer's, which I assume would be Teasers. The travel patterns of the cruise at the Home 2 Suites is not enough to indicate Mr. Chance's knowledge of the intent to kill Mr. Jones that night. And what happened after the murder, again, relies speculation on social media posts that have the possibility of many meanings, and I would argue that doesn't rise to the level of proven knowledge. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, as to the first-degree murder and the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, there's enough to go to the jury, so I'll deny the motions for JOA as to those. State, what's your response to the attempted first-degree murder and the tampering?
Judge, to the 3 counts of first-degree attempted murder, we're not going to be relying on transferred intent. There is absolutely enough evidence to go before this jury for all 3 of the shooters in this case. It is very clear that there was a coordinated effort between those 2 vehicles with surveillance conducted on the victim and the victim's party at 2 separate locations before targeting the victim. And at both of those locations, they had Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews watching the victim. They were aware of who was in the victim's parties, how many cars were there. They were surveilled at 2 separate locations and then followed and tracked the last location. You saw the state's exhibits of the vehicle inside the interior of Charles Jones' black Dodge Charger. Each one of those headrests, the front passenger seat, the driver's seat headrest, both for the front, both had in it bullet hole damage. Those are kill shots. Everywhere where a person sat in Charles Jones' vehicle, in the front seat, as well as in the back seat, there were 3 passengers, and in the back seat, that headrest also had damage by bullet holes. That is evidence that all of those individuals in those cars were targeted. They were watched. And they were highly trained shooters that fired upon that car. All of the individuals in that car got shot, and the one vehicle that Camilla Bentley was in was another vehicle of the victim's party. They knew each one of the vehicles that were involved in this case, and there are 2 clear shots to the back rear windshield of where Camilla Bentley was driving away in that car, again indicating that they were very well trained and that they were directing their gunfire to the vehicles belonging to Charles Jones's party. And so that is evidence that they were intending to kill Charles Jones and the people who were traveling with him. And based on the evidence in this case, you can clearly see that those shooters were highly trained and very skillful. And based on that, we would ask you to deny the motions to the first-degree attempted murder on all three of the shooters.
All right, let's talk about the tampering.
As for the tampering with evidence, Judge, it is very clear that the defendant knew that an investigation would be instituted by law enforcement. They shot up a hotel with 2 AR rifles and a Switch extended magazine Glock at a hotel with cars that were full of cars. To think that law enforcement wouldn't respond and start an investigation is beyond imagination. Everybody knew that law enforcement would be investigating that based on those facts alone. But not only did they shoot up a hotel that were full of guests moving in their kids to the USF dormitory, they took out a prominent Jacksonville rapper. They absolutely knew that law enforcement would be starting an investigation into this. And knowing that that vehicle was used in a first-degree murder, he purposely hid it, and he tried to hide it, not in Jacksonville. He didn't drive it to Jacksonville. He tried to hide it in Polk County with his grandmother so he wouldn't be caught driving a vehicle that was just used in a homicide of a prominent Jacksonville member. And he is literally seen on video wiping down evidence, which could be fingerprints. That is destruction of evidence. There were 3 shooters in that very vehicle, and he is seen wiping down the very areas where the people getting in and out of that vehicle would be touching. And so that absolutely is not just the wiping down of the vehicle, it is removing that vehicle, which was an instrument of the shooters, which carried the shooters that killed Charles Jones, and removing it from Tampa and his attempt to hide it in another city that is not involved in this investigation. Both of those things that he did is sufficient to go to the jury for tampering with physical evidence.
All right, at this point in the proceedings, I'll deny the motion for JOA as to attempted first-degree murder and the tampering. See what the jury does. Okay, so you've got a witness, correct?
She's in the hallway.
Okay, and you guys ready to go? Okay, let's just take a quick 5 minutes and then we'll start with that. And at this point, at some point, we need to have the colloquy with the defendants about whether or not they're going to testify. So why don't we get the witness on and off the stand, and then we'll have that colloquy, okay? All right, 5 minutes.
All right, so defense has a witness. It sounds like either Sean or Isaiah has a witness, because Judge pointed over there. So either Sean or Isaiah. That's where Sean and Isaiah. She pointed that way. She looked that way. So when she's looking forward, she's looking at Rashad and Davion. Then when she's looking over here, that's Rashad and I'm sorry, that's Isaiah and Sean. So when she's looking straight ahead, that's Rashad, Davion, and you've got Sean and Isaiah over there. So interesting. And then she's going to ask all 4 defendants if they want to testify. You think Sean? Yeah. You think Sean? Maybe his grandmother? Maybe his grandmother or his mother. It would make sense if it was his mother, because she has the safe. She's got the safe with all the firearms. It would make sense. Yes, those are my firearms. Yes, my son shoots them. Yes, my son touches them. Not a big deal. I don't know why they were making such a big deal, why the state was making such a big deal that they found Sean's DNA on the tape, on the hand grip. I'm like, his mom is ex-Marine. She has firearms. He is, I don't, that to me was that was like a nothing burger. They made a big deal out of it, but so anyway. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Turkey, baby turkey. Yeah, his mom to come in and say, yeah, those are mine, and yes, positive, maybe his mom or grandma. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. All right, so judgment of acquittal, JOA obviously denied. I don't think I've ever seen that ever work. But, you got to. You have to put it on the record. It's part of the process, right? All right, so the state rested. If you're coming in new, state rested. Detective Craig Griffin was on the stand for all of the afternoon. And he is from Jacksonville, JSO, Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. His specialty is the 1200. The 1200 gang. He basically just went through all of the videos. I think was there 4 videos that he went through showing Rashad in some of them, throwing signs, hanging out with known members. They talked about Davion and his tattoos, his 1200 block tattoo on his neck. Let's see what else. They showed Sean's interrogation video where he's like pounding on the door, "Let me out." Tries to climb out of the ceiling tiles. Let's see what else. So under cross, I thought it was pretty good that he wasn't sure because he talked about Rashad getting arrested and they had a hostage negotiator come and they had to break through. He wasn't sure if Rashad was going through wasn't having mental issues. So, something to think about. Let's see the cars. Okay, yeah, so he talks about, they go from driving $20,000 cars, all of a sudden they have $100,000 cars. So they're just trying to show, hey, these guys make a lot of money. And as we saw, what would I say? There was like 10 million views between those songs that we just talked about. The 4 videos, I think there was like over 11 million views between those 4 videos. Let's see what else. So Jason Wise got up. Mr. Wise got up talking on Sean's behalf. Sean knew he was in jail. He knew there was a camera in the room. He was in there 3 hours before that clip was shown. He had knocked on the door before. So, here comes the judge. I guess Mr. Wise was trying to say, just because he's banging on the door saying, "Let me out," not a big deal. That's what you have to do, right? And then Justin Pedreas gets up talking on Isaiah Chance's behalf. Isaiah had never been documented as a 1200 gang member, but he definitely is in multiple photos flashing the 1200 sign. So. All right, let's see. Linda, did any of the fragments or shells match the pews that were used? No. And
we'll bring in our jury.
They even brought that up. I think it was Mr. Wise brought that up in his judgment of acquittal. He's like, ballistics found at his house didn't match up from the scene. So they even brought that up. They brought that in. So nothing from the scene matched what was in Sean's house. So no. The only thing they have their cell phones, which is huge, their cell phone data. They have cell phone tower, which is big. That's big. Shows that they were there. And
yes, so adopted.
And the defense is not arguing that they were there. The defense is arguing there was no evidence showing that my client was at that hotel. That's what they're hanging their hat on. All right, let's get to the defense.
What? Oh, what was going on in there? A couple of changes, but we're going to have our charge conference after we're done with this witness. So state, come grab your copy of the verdict forms and jury instructions for the state. Here's one for Mr. Gonzalez. One for Mr. Sonardi. And then Wise and Petrius. didn't really make any substantive changes, other than I did add an intro to the criminal gang enhancement definitions, just kind of following the firearm possession instructions. So that's the only one that I made any real substantive changes to.
And Judge, I noted that for some reason the definitions were in special findings, and I didn't think they should be there. So I just wanted to make the court aware.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. Okay. I just started tinkering, but we'll obviously go over them.
They are in the standards.
I know. But, and he.
All right, they're reviewing the charging conference papers now, or the jury instructions, basically. And I think she said they're going to go over those. So they may go over those tonight. They may go over those tonight after the defense rests. Because the defense is probably going to rest, it sounds like, after this witness. It sounds like it's one witness. This witness could only be 15 or 20 minutes. So they're just reviewing the jury instructions right now. So they may go over those tonight. Whether or not we'll see them or not depends. Sometimes we see it, sometimes we don't. Sometimes they show that, and sometimes it takes all day. We've seen trials where it takes all day. And then we've seen other trials where they're done in like an hour. So it really kind of depends. Yep. Totally agree with Sam. Florida PI Sam, defense does not have to prove anything. It's very common for the no defense case. Very, very common. We see that often. Especially if you feel the state did not meet their burden. If you feel the state didn't meet their burden, then there's no point. There's no point in putting up a defense. So we have seen that. We've seen that many times. It is the burden is on the state. The burden is on the state to prove their case. Did they prove it? Did they prove it? Did they prove it that these four conspired? Did they prove it that they were at the hotel? They proved that the Chevy Impala and the Chevy Cruze were there, but they didn't prove who was driving. So that's the question. That is the question. Nobody on the defense is saying they weren't there. They're just saying, can you show that they were at the hotel? No, King Deuce, the state rested, and the defense now is going to call, it sounds like, one witness, probably Sean. We're thinking Sean's mom or grandmother is going to be called. And then it sounds like they're going to rest. And then they have to do closings still. Closings will be tomorrow, Thursday. And then, according to the judge, she said that the jury would get instructions and then start to deliberate on Friday. So that means closings are going to be all day, which is really, really interesting because state's openings were 3 hours.
And everyone else is here, so let's go ahead and bring in our jury.
Never fails.
You can get there when I start. Yeah, the openings were pretty much all day. There were 4 witnesses, but they were like an hour, hour and a half, I think. So, and usually closings last longer, as we've now understood. Usually closings are longer. Usually closings are longer. And you're right, there are four attorneys that give closings. They were like 20 minutes each during openings. They may go a half hour, which would be 2 hours right there. Defense alone would be 2 hours. State was like 3. They'll probably go 4 hours. So yeah, it's going to be about a 7-hour day. It's going to be a long day for closings.
Yep.
All rise. I'll do it during this.
Okay, very good. Welcome back. All right, everyone have a seat. And Mr. Petratus, do you wish to call a witness at this time?
Yes, on behalf of Isaiah Chance, we call Dr. Georgia Lee.
All right, if you would please stand up and raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony you're about to give in this class will be
I do. Thank you. Sit back down. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Lee, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your full name, degrees, and current position for the jury?
My name is Georgia Leap. I have a bachelor's, a master's in social welfare, and a PhD, and I am currently an adjunct professor and the director of a research institute at UCLA on the other coast.
And what does psychocultural studies mean in plain terms?
That's what my PhD is in, and it considers the individual. I'm an anthropologist. It looks at the individual and how they relate to the culture or cultures they're a part of.
How long have you been working with and studying gang members?
Since 1978, which means 48 years.
And what do you do in that capacity? What have you done?
I started out as a social worker in Watts, California, which was pretty much ground zero for gangs in the late 70s and 1980s, and I worked with them directly day to day. Later, when I went back and got my PhD from 1988 onwards, I worked very closely with active gang members and former gang members, both Black and Latino, studying who they were, what they did, why they got into gangs, and how they exited gangs. I also started working with law enforcement and have worked for many years as a law enforcement advisor to the Los Angeles Police Department, the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, the Newark Police Department, and at the University of Chicago, I teach a course for their Leadership Institute for future police leaders, lieutenants, and above.
Have you worked with the National Institute of Justice or Department of Justice?
I've worked with the United States Government, Department of Justice, and I've been an expert reviewer in for the National Institute of Justice on gangs.
What formal research have you conducted on gangs?
Because I'm an anthropologist, I do what's called ethnographic research, which means I spend time with gang members, with them individually, in their communities, with their children, with their families. At times, it has been a dangerous job, but I have come to be accepted in many communities. I've also worked extensively at Homeboy Industries, which is an organization run by a Catholic priest that helps gang members exit gangs. And I've also worked in Newark, New Jersey, with the Newark Community Street Team, which also helps gang members exit gangs. And what I do is really try to understand and then write about the different types of gangs there are, the different types of struggles, and also crimes that gang members commit. And I also look at what is the role of law enforcement and how can law enforcement deal more effectively with this problem.
Have you specifically studied hybrid gangs, which is what we'll be talking about?
Yes, I have. My work in 1978, my work began very much with criminal street gangs, the Crips and the Bloods. Watts was ground zero. And then starting in the 2000s, hybrid gangs began to emerge, and they were a different type of gang. So I started to study them alongside the criminal street gangs.
Have you testified as an expert in courts before?
Yes, I have.
How frequently or how often?
I have testified as an expert in court 4 times in adult cases and probably 10 to 12 times in juvenile cases where the records are sealed.
In Florida?
In Florida, I've testified in Manatee County and in Duval County.
And are all gangs the same? Let's start there.
No, they are not.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
There's 3 major. I'm going to try to keep this short because I could talk for hours, but there's 3.
Thank you.
You don't want me to do that? You don't want a full-on lecture on gangs. Okay. There's basically 3 types of gangs. There's the major corporate gangs, the cartels, what you heard about, like the Sinaloa cartel. Underneath them are the criminal street gangs. These are organized, they recruit young people, they bring people into the gang on the basis of loyalty and identity. They have leadership, they have a hierarchy, they have initiation, they have rules, they have connections to prison gangs. And what the criminal street gangs are they're sort of the distributors for the cartels. And these are gangs like the Bloods and the Crips, as well as MS-13, 18th Street. You hear about them all the time. And then there are the hybrid gangs, which are these looser, fragmented, disorganized, shifting loyalties. When you're in a criminal street gang, you are part of that gang. You get tattooed, you're part of them. You cannot leave that gang. The hybrid gangs are more flexible. You can go in and out. They don't have the same loyalty. And most significantly, they don't have the investment in crime for the benefit of the gang. Criminal street gangs, crimes are committed for the benefit of the gang. Hybrid gangs, gangs are committed for the benefit of the individual, what may happen at a certain time, but it's not, there's no leadership, there's no hierarchy. I know this is going to sound strange, it's not driven by the same sense of purpose as a criminal street gang.
I think when you and I have talked, you've used an analogy regarding a basketball game.
So what I'd use this analogy, which is a hybrid gang is like a pickup basketball game, where you go to you go to a court, you're there, you pick up, you play the game, you have certain, you abide by certain rules. A criminal street gang is like the NBA. You've got a uniform. It's your tattoos, it's your colors, and you are part of a team. And that team is who is, the coach is guiding you. So if you can see the sort of disorganization and the fragmentation of hybrid gangs versus the organization of an NBA team, the pickup basketball game versus an NBA team, that's kind of the difference.
What are the defining characteristics of a true criminal street gang?
Well, kind of what I said. They have leadership, they have a hierarchy, they have lieutenants, they have shooters, they have soldiers. They refer to the younger gang members as soldiers. They have initiation rites. They do have a morality. It's not the personal morality I would have, but they don't believe in snitching. There are consequences for wrong actions. And when you are jumped into that gang, you are to be part of them. Now, in return, they protect you. They protect you. They protect your family. They make sure you have income. And there are the liabilities. You may get shot, you may get killed, you may go to prison, and it is all in support of the gang. It is, I am sad to say, often a family for people that do not have a family, and it is also a criminal enterprise. They're interested in drugs, they're interested in selling drugs and drug distribution, they are interested in guns, they are interested in sex trafficking, and what they do to young girls is unspeakable. However, they are an organized criminal enterprise.
What about the defining characteristics of a hybrid gang?
And as I said, the hybrid gang is very disorganized, very fragmented, usually driven by personality. Across the country, they are very much intertwined with rap music, with hip hop, with drill rap. It's very much about personal reputation, individual identity. There are record labels that encourage aspiring singers to kind of have a gang identity within a hybrid gang. It's very much a social enterprise, and I have not seen any evidence of criminal activity on behalf of a gang in the hybrid gangs the way I have in a criminal street gang.
Dr. Lipp, you were asked to examine ATK as well as 6 Block and 1200. Based on your review of those materials, how would you classify those groups?
In my professional opinion, they are a hybrid gang, and they really fit the description as indicated by the Department of Justice. I need you to understand, it's not just my description. This is a description by the Department of Justice.
Judge, I'm going to go ahead and object jurisdictionally. This is a Florida.
I'm going to sustain the objection, or just clear it up. We are in the state of Florida, and Florida has its own laws regarding this. So, okay.
So to differentiate, every state has its own laws, including Florida. The Federal Department of Justice recognizes that. As a researcher, I recognize that. The hybrid gang is very fragmented. There is no leadership. And as I stated, the most significant thing is there are not crimes committed for the benefit of the gang. There are crimes committed for the benefit, the reputation of individuals. And they are shifting. There are not alliances. They are multi-ethnic in many cases, as opposed to just black gangs or just brown gangs. And people can shift between gangs. You might be a member of one gang one week, and another week you may decide, no, I'm aligning myself with another hybrid gang, or you might be aligned with several gangs at the same time. It is not structured, and it's not hierarchical, and there is not the degree of protection afforded to families. There is simply not the structure of criminal street gangs.
So what does ATK appear to be organized around, if not criminal enterprise?
They very much fit the portrait of an entity that's organized around rap music, hip hop, drill rap. It's very intertwined. The other significant difference between criminal street gangs and hybrid gangs, and even the cartels, hybrid gangs have a very high profile on social media. They use social media. They're on Instagram. You can see them there. The Sinaloa cartel does not have an Instagram account. Criminal street gangs do not appear on social media. They want to keep their criminal activities way below the radar. They want to be able to deal drugs, run guns, sex traffic. The Bloods and the Crips don't want people to know what they're doing. MS-13 does not want people to know what they're doing. There at times have been sanctions or punishment for being on social media. What distinguishes hybrid gangs is very often they have a very high profile on social media having to do with their music.
Now, one other thing we looked at, or you looked at, was the documentation of Isaiah Chance. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the first criterion was adopts the style of dress of a criminal gang, specifically the 23 chain. What was your thoughts on that?
I am very concerned with the vagueness and the broadness of that definition. I have students at UCLA that routinely wear gang-oriented jewelry and clothing, including many that have appeared with a warrior angel necklace that's been worn in the Crips sects and was worn by Tupac Shakur in several what are now music videos. They kind of retrofitted them, and in photographs. Gang-related clothing and jewelry is a multi-million-dollar business. So I don't see that as a definitive sign of gang membership.
Judge, I'm going to object. The comments that are negating the Florida statute?
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection. So I understand that you're testifying as an expert here, but the legislature has written the law, and we all in the state of Florida have to abide by the laws written by the legislature in Florida, not California or the feds. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next criteria was association with one or more known criminal gang members, and a lot of these posts, the ways this was documented was from social media posts, not specifically with issues with the statute, but with social media posts of documenting criminal gang members. What are your thoughts on that?
I want to be very careful that I understand the law in Florida, so I'm offering an opinion with relation to that, which is social media is very, very tricky to validate. You have no real responsibility for who is posting what. I'm very concerned about the issue of people being posted on social media with gang members, because by that criteria, I've been posted on social media with gang members.
I'm going to object.
Yeah,
Please approach.
Yeah, come on up.
Well, she's trying to work within the Florida statutes. You know, she literally just said she's trying to work within the Florida statutes. But sidebar has been requested. 3 objections so far. State does not like this. Surprise, surprise. So.
And one of the posts on Mr. Chance's Instagram story was Mr. Chance using the word family and family time repeatedly. Have you seen that used in other instances?
The vernacular, the black vernacular, family or fam, I have seen used throughout my career, most prominently in the last 10 years. I have undergraduates that use it. I know politicians that use it. I work very closely with somebody who is a community organizer who says family. It is a very, very, fam and family are very common terms. I've heard ministers use them. So I've heard them used in a number of different environments by all kinds of people with all kinds of statuses.
Thank you. Looking back at Mr. Chance as a whole, and understanding the statute is one of the issues about the purpose for the gang, which is part of the statute, that he's not doing anything for the purpose of the gang. Is that one of the issues you have with what you've read through the material you've been provided?
I have.
I mean, specifically in this case as it relates to this defendant, Mr. Chance?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, you can answer.
I have looked at the documentation regarding Isaiah Chance, and could you ask the question again? I'm trying to be very aware of it, respectful of the statute.
Part of the statute is for the purpose of the gang, and I think you talked about that, but I wanted to bring that specifically to Isaiah Chance and what you saw in the documentation.
I have not seen substantive documentation in anything that I reviewed that his actions were for the benefit of the gang.
Now, we also heard testimony that specific tattoos for this gang ATK and chains exist, jewelry. Is that something that you more formally see with a gang member?
One of the major indicators of street gang membership are tattoos. And not just 1 or 2 small tattoos, but neck busters, chests, backs. I've even seen people tattooed on their faces. devil's horns for MS-13. I didn't see anything like this. There was nothing, no indicator of this. And that's very consistent with hybrid gang membership.
Another thing you looked at was the alleged gang war that's supposedly going on between ATK 1200 and 6 Block. What were your opinions based on what you reviewed regarding specifically the gang war?
In my expert opinion, I saw nothing substantive that would indicate this was a gang war. Gang wars are very, very structured. Leadership orders hits. Leadership may put something called a green light on somebody, but the message comes from either the leader, the general, the shot caller, and it is done with a definite strategy. And also significantly, gang wars relate to turf, the territory, and product. If someone makes a move on a drug distribution network, that can start a war. If someone makes, in other words, if you make a move on the business of another, particularly in their territory, that starts a gang war. Gang wars are not normal. They are significant. They last a long time, and they are entered into from leadership with structure and, strange as it may sound, certain rules of engagement as well.
Did you review reports from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office regarding these deaths?
I reviewed documents that were labeled that were described as part of a gang war.
Okay. And what did you find in a review of those?
There wasn't anything substantive. There wasn't anything that indicated to me that this was a gang war. There was no real research and corroboration behind it, and not all of the homicides that were indicated. Some were said to be gang-related, some were not proven to be gang-related.
Now, there's been some testimony that Mr. Chance may have been upset, or there was some allegation about his sexuality. Is that something that you've seen as a possible issue before?
I'm going to say this with the deepest respect. Within the black community, as within many communities, there is a lot of homophobia. And
Objection, Your Honor. What is the relevance?
I'm going to sustain the objection at this point. Come on up.
The relevance is state brought that up. That's the relevance. You can't have it both ways here, state. You guys brought that in. You guys brought that in. So now they're saying, well, relevance. Well, you brought that in. Sorry, I'm being snarky. I don't mean to be. I'm trying to be neutral here. State, you brought that up. And I can even tell you when you brought that up. Allegations that Isaiah was homosexual. That came in with Detective Juan Ramos, day 8. You guys brought that up. State, you brought that up. So you can't now say relevance. You brought that up. So Detective Ramos was talking about Isaiah posts. I'm going to clear up rumors, believe what you want to believe, do your homework. So
Here's your question.
Have you seen issues with sexuality in your research or in your work in the gang community?
yes, I have seen both within the black and with the Latino community homophobia, where someone is accused of being gay or accused of being a homo, and they react very strongly. They see this as disrespectful to their personal reputation, and they are very angry personally that this kind of a claim has been made. There's often very strong and at times very violent reactions.
Now, you did not interview Isaiah Chance personally. Does this affect your opinion?
No, I was asked to perform and be educational, to come in and talk to the court about my areas of expertise: gangs, gang dynamics, gang types. It was not, I was not supposed to make a clinical assessment. I'm not a therapist or a psychologist. I was called here to talk about gangs.
And you've referenced Department of Justice and national gang stuff in your research, but obviously you understand that we're here under Florida Law 874, correct?
Yes, I have read Statute 874 and understand it.
Okay. And you've only been sent documentation that I've sent you in this case, which is obviously finite in nature. Does that affect your opinion in this case?
You have sent documents to me, not voluminous, not every document in the case, but what you have said allowed me, along with reviewing research in this area about hybrid gangs and criminal street gangs, I feel I have had enough documents to review.
Judge, that's all I have.
Okay, Cross?
Ma'am, you said you received some reports from the defense regarding some incidents in Jacksonville, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that response reports or police reports for law enforcement officers who responded to the scenes of crimes of homicide or attempted murders in Jacksonville?
They were sheriff's reports.
Did you review the certified copies of judgments and sentence for the gang members convicted of killing their rival gang members in those instances?
Yes, I read a 200-page report on what was called the gang wars in Jacksonville.
Who was that from?
The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
You read a 200-page police report?
I believe so. I think it was the Sheriff's Office. That's
Sure.
what it was labeled. That's what it was labeled.
Did you have access to, did you access yourself, or did you review the actual conviction documents for the rival gang members convicted in those killings?
Not that I recall, no.
Did you attempt to retrieve or review that information?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, you talked a lot about having reviewed those and that some of them were unsolved crimes. Have you checked now, since back in 2023 or 2024 when those reports would have been made, to see if there were updates on those cases or investigations?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you meet with detectives from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to discuss the actual gangs or the neighborhoods assigned or associated to each of the gangs relevant to this case?
No, I was retained as a gang expert, not a Jacksonville gang expert.
Well, you testified that you had, in fact, been a witness in a Duval County case. What was the nature of the case that you were a witness in Duval County? Were you testifying for or in a case involving ATK, 6 Block, or 1200?
No, I was not. To answer your first question, I was testifying in a death penalty case during the penalty phase for a man named Rashad Lewis, and I was retained as an expert on housing developments because that is where there's so much criminal activity as well as gang activity.
Sure. And so you did not testify about any of the gangs in this case in particular, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you have testified a lot about criminal street gangs versus hybrid gangs. But in your review of Florida state statute, both are gangs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Both can have individuals that qualify under the Florida state statute as gang members, either a hybrid gang member or a criminal street gang member under your definitions.
Yes.
And it's my understanding that you indicated you did not meet with Isaiah Chance.
I never met Isaiah Chance.
So you did not have an opportunity to evaluate whether he in fact made or matched or met the statutory criteria in Florida as a gang member, correct?
That is correct.
No admissions, or you mentioned that gang members would have giant tattoos, right? Large tattoos across their necks.
Large tattoos that are very, very evident, yes.
Okay. And Isaiah Chance has tattoos, correct? Very evident tattoos.
I do not see any. I have seen very blurry pictures of him. I have no idea.
You did not meet with him in person or obtain pictures of his person?
No, I have not met with him, obtained pictures of him, obtained any social history of him.
You could not testify as to whether he actually has tattoos or gang tattoos on his body, could you?
No, I could not.
You did not have an opportunity to actually visit the neighborhoods that you discussed regarding the organization or the sectors in Jacksonville related to ATK 1200 or 6 Block?
No, it was not why I was retained, as I said.
Oh, I understand that. I just want to make sure I go through your testimony. I want to parse out whether you're talking to us about what you have experienced in California with the Bloods and the Crips since the 70s versus hybrid gangs as you've defined them in Florida. So I want to make sure I'm asking those questions. I'm sure it seems silly, but I want to make sure I get it correct.
No, it does not seem silly. It is something, by the way, that I I have not just studied in Los Angeles, but across the country.
Okay,
But
but
you
you
are
have not-
you are correct. I have no knowledge of the gangs in Jacksonville. I have not visited sectors. I have not talked to law enforcement there. You're right.
And you indicated that you think that maybe hybrid gangs are too disorganized,
They are characterized as disorganized.
but
Yes.
can still qualify under the statute as street gangs.
As 874 is written, yes.
Okay. So you called the members soldiers that would go out and do crimes.
That's the label in criminal street gangs.
Okay.
And again, that's not the Florida statute.
Sure.
That's my own research.
How about, have you heard of little do-its?
No,
Have you heard of created players?
no.
Okay. You only know about soldiers and going out and those people being retained and committing crimes.
From criminal street gangs, I know that soldiers are expected to put in work. I also know that lieutenants guide groups of soldiers, and there are different, and I will also say there are different labels and names throughout the hierarchy of criminal street gangs.
And you did not have an opportunity to meet with anyone related to this case, specifically as to the gangs in this case, 1200, ATK, 6
I have not met with anyone or spent time with anyone or done any research with anyone with ATK or 6 Block or 1200.
What is the California Penal Code for murder?
I don't know the number.
187 is not familiar to you at all.
The number is now familiar to me. It's
Okay.
not
Does that represent the Penal Code for murder in California?
Yes.
And have you seen that number frequently?
Yes, I have. I'm sad to say.
You yourself indicated that you have had a great amount of opportunity to meet with some former gang members or even current gang members over the course of your career. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you obtain information from those individuals and utilize that in your research going forward?
Yes, I do.
Is it common for you to reveal your sources or the information that those individuals gave you?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
If you said you write publications about gangs. Do you reveal the source of the information if a former or current member comes to you and provides you information?
I always tell them that I'm going to be writing about them, and if there's something that they feel may endanger them, that maybe they shouldn't talk to me about it, or they should find another way to communicate with me about it. I do not reveal my sources. However, many individuals I interview are very comfortable with me using their names. In one of my books, I have a whole list
I'll
of
just
that.
object at this point as non-responsive. So
Sorry.
some people are comfortable with you using their names.
Yes.
Are those the individuals that are no longer in the gangs?
Some are on their way exiting. I'd say there are some that are half and half, and
Okay.
some that are exited.
So your work with gang members, you have interviewed them, they are still actively in the gang, and they let you put their names in a newspaper, magazine, publication of some kind.
I don't write anything for newspapers or magazines. I've written 3 books.
Are those books released to the public, ma'am?
Those books are available on Amazon.com.
Perfect. So they allow you to release their information, but is that the common practice? The gang members want you to say that they told.
Some of them allow me to release their information, and some ask that I use a pseudonym.
And do you do that?
Yes, that is best practices in research and confidentiality.
Despite that confidentiality, though, you utilize the information they've provided to you in your publications.
In my books, I have used it, yes.
And you rely on other publications where authors regarding gangs have utilized anonymous sources, confidential informants from these gangs. That's not unusual, correct?
That's part of research practice.
But you rely on it is what I'm asking you. I would say if you wrote a book about it and included it, that's reliance.
It's one of the methods that I use.
Sure, okay. And your basically position here today is even though both are basketball, right? Your example of basketball, a pickup game versus the NBA, both are basketball, but one is disorganized, so you don't agree with the Florida statute on hybrid gangs or gangs in general.
I'd like to see the statute change.
Okay, but your ultimate opinion here today is that you were called to testify about a witness in on gangs, correct?
Yes.
You did not have any involvement whatsoever, research, deep dive into 1200, ATK, or 6 Block in this case, correct?
That's correct. I think it's clear I didn't come as a Jacksonville expert.
Okay, or a gang expert on Jacksonville gangs at all?
I am not.
So your primary form of testimony is that you essentially disagree with the law in Florida. correct?
No, I understand why that law was written, and there are things in that law I agree with. I think the law is more applicable to criminal street gangs than it is to hybrid gangs, and I'd like to see a change. But I have a deep respect for that law, and I understand the intention behind it.
Okay, so although you respect it, the opinions that you gave of being disorganized groups and calling the statute vague and broad are that you don't agree that when you see evidence of the elements of those crimes having been committed with the fact that they meet the statute.
I'm going to try to say this in the most respectful way I can. Because the statute's broad and vague, they fit. But my research base does not agree with characterizing hybrid gangs the same way I would characterize a criminal street gang. However, the answer to your question is yes. Under 874, hybrid gangs qualify.
And the evidence that would depict tattoos, physical evidence, their appearance throwing hand signs, and in videos are elements of the statute in Florida that satisfy criminal gang membership, correct?
Absolutely, yes. I just don't agree. I wish it would change.
I appreciate your opinion, ma'am, but that is the law, correct?
It is, yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, any cross, Mr. Sonardi?
No, Your Honor.
Any cross, Mr. Wise?
No, Your Honor.
Any cross, Mr. Gonzalez?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, redirect. Mr. Petridis.
Understanding 874 is the law, one of your opinions was the key being the hybrid gang had to be for a primary, actions had to be their primary purpose to benefit the gang, and you did not believe you saw that in your what you were provided here.
I did not see any evidence of actions for the benefit of the gang. There was nothing there that showed me this was for the benefit of the gang. It was not present in what I reviewed.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Leap. You are free to go. Okay, counsel, approach real quick.
Yeah, I think this was more for the gang enhancement. I think she was brought in more for the gang enhancement. I don't see this moving the needle for their actions. I think this was more for moving the needle on that this was gang related, because that's going to be an enhancement. That's going to be an aggravated factor versus them just acting on their own. That's what this whole trial's been about. Is that this was a gang related hit.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's now 5:14 and we are done for the day. So, as I have told you many a time, when you go home this evening, don't talk to anybody about anything related to this case. Watch, read, listen to any news accounts related to this case. We are on track to do closing arguments tomorrow, okay? So the schedule at this point remains the same. Tomorrow will be closing arguments, and then Friday morning you would return for the final instructions on the law, and then you would begin your deliberations. Okay? So we are on track. Okay, very good. We'll see you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
All right. All jurors are out there.
Okay, very good. All right, everyone have a seat. So, as to all of the defendants, Mr. Rashad Murphy, Mr. Davion Murphy, Mr. Sean Gathright, Mr. Isaiah Chance, tomorrow morning will be the time officially when you will have to make the decision whether or not you wish to testify on your own behalf or remain silent, all right? So you've got tonight to think about it, talk to your counsel, and when we come in tomorrow morning, first thing, I'm going to have a colloquy with each of you to make sure that you understand that this is your right. Only you can make the decision whether or not to testify or to remain silent. So we'll have that colloquy in the morning, and that will be the time after consulting with your counsel to let me know what your final decision is. Okay? Okay, very good. All right, let's start going through the jury instructions, all right? So I did, as I indicated, I did make some changes from the state's instructions, and as we go through these, I'll let you know the changes that I made, and you all just need to speak up to let me know if you have any objection or suggestions for improvement or whatever it may be, okay? All right. In closing argument, I did change the language to state both the state and the defendants have now rested their cases. And also, as far as that goes, if any defendants are not going to testify, then what will happen is we'll bring the jury in, you all will rest in front of the jury, and then we'll go right into closing arguments. If any defendant does wish to testify, then that defendant would rest at the conclusion of their testimony. All right, so for any defendants who are not going to testify, defense counsel just needs to rest in front of the jury tomorrow morning. Okay, I also did change the last sentence to read, each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defendants have each given their closing argument. So I just made it plural as opposed to singular. Okay? All right, moving on. And again, just speak up if there's a problem that you see. Next up is 3.1, Introduction to Final Instructions. This is the standard instruction, and I did not make any changes to that. On 3.2, Statement of Charge, I did add that in the last sentence, defendants Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy have also been accused of 3 counts of the crime of attempted murder in the first degree. Defendant Sean Gathright has also been accused of the crime of tampering with physical evidence. Okay? Next up, 3.4, when there are lesser included crimes or attempts. I did change the language in the first paragraph. As opposed to the defendant, I said a defendant. All right, so for example, the first sentence reads, in considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that although the evidence may not convince you that a defendant committed the main crimes of which he, I think it said she, so I made it a he, is accused, there may be evidence that he committed other acts that would constitute lesser included crimes. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if a defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. I did note yesterday that on the attempted first-degree murder, the state did not include aggravated battery, and I don't know if anyone's requesting it or not. So speak.
On behalf of Davion Murphy, Judge, we want the aggravated battery instruction.
Okay. So that's going to change the verdict form. So I will make a note to include aggravated battery. State, I'll make the change to this instruction, 3.4, and I'm assuming it would be aggravated battery, great bodily harm, and deadly weapon? Or just ag-bat, or?
Judge, I think it would just be... Judge, I think it is both, because there are 1020 life languages in there.
Okay. Okay, so provisionally, that's what I'll put in under lesser included. So state, I'm going to need you to do the aggravated battery instruction.
Yes, Judge.
And then I'll make the change to 3.4. And then I also just need from the state, if you can email me on the, because I did the verdict forms and I have them saved, it might be simpler if you just type out what the AGBAT, which lesser it would be, and then I can cut and paste and put it into my verdict form. It might make it simpler. Okay? So, but we'll take a look at the verdict form and you let me know. Okay, so I'll make that change.
Do you want us to change the verdict form, Judge, or just send you?
Well, you can, yeah. I'll send you, what I'll do is, I'll send to everyone, because I did correct, or I did make changes to the verdict forms for all of the defendants, so you're going to need my updated one.
Okay.
So I will send the updated ones to everyone, and then if you can take the verdict forms and add in the aggravated battery lesser on the attempted first-degree murders. Okay, very good. Just make one more note. Okay, next up is introduction to homicide, 7.1. The only change I made was the very last sentence under excusable homicide. Again, I just made, it now reads, I will now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before a defendant may be found guilty of murder in the first degree or any lesser included crime. Okay, next I'm going to read murder in the first degree. I did not make any changes to this. So if anybody's requesting changes, please speak up. Next, I'm going to read 7.4, murder in the second degree. I did not make any changes to this instruction as provided by the state.
Judge, should we be also in number 2 saying the criminal act of a defendant?
Yes, I can. Yep.
Judge, that would be the way it's worded in 7.2 as well.
Okay.
But there's the principal instruction applies, so.
Yeah, I don't, that's why when it came to the actual, because they're going to have to take these instructions and go by each defendant individually. So when they're examining these instructions, it will be as to the defendant they're discussing. So when it came to the actual elements, I left the in there because I
understand, Judge. There are verdict forms for each one of the defendants, and
yeah,
presumably they're going to be looking at the instructions and relating to the verdict form.
We hope that's what they're doing.
We certainly do.
Yes, we hope that they're taking the jury instructions and then individually going through each defendant. So that's why I left it as because they'll be discussing one defendant at the time. So for now, I'm going to leave it just as is in the standard form with the. And that will be the same as to first degree and murder in the second degree. Manslaughter, I just had a question because we do have intentional act or culpable negligence. Are we leaving both of those in?
Judge, I would defer to defense counsel.
Do you guys want culpable negligence in? Okay.
Judge, Mr. Murphy is requesting Rashad Murphy requesting culpable negligence.
Okay.
If he wants it, Judge, we'll agree.
Okay, that's fine. Then I'll just leave it in. Okay? That's fine. All right. Okay, then I will read the principal instruction 3.5A, and I did make some changes to the states. I did title it principal instruction as to count 1. Just to make it clear, that's the principal instruction for count 1. And I did change it to if a defendant helped another person or persons commit the crime, that defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt. And then I just had a question. does principal theory apply to manslaughter?
I don't believe it does.
I'd have to research that.
I don't know that it does.
I thought that it did.
I don't know. I've tagged it. You guys need to let me know tomorrow morning, okay? Because I had a question about that, because I don't know. I've never had the issue come up. So I'm going to tag it, and then you guys research it and let me know. Okay. Next up, criminal conspiracy. I just made a style change. Paragraph 2, in order to carry out the intent, defendant agreed, conspired, combined, or confederated with one or more of his co-defendants. And then the next sentence, again, I stated, it is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, or confederation to commit first-degree murder be expressed in any particular words, et cetera, et cetera. Other than that, I didn't make any other changes. Okay, introduction to attempted homicide. On the second paragraph, attempted first-degree murder, I did add the term murder after attempted second degree. And I did also change in the third paragraph, if you find there was an attempted homicide of a victim by a defendant, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the attempted homicide, et cetera, et cetera. Other than that, I did not make any other changes. That's for the remainder of that instruction. Okay, attempted first-degree premeditated murder. I did add under, the state, I believe, the state had already the separate counts 3, 4, and 5. I didn't make any change to that. Attempted second-degree murder, I did not make any change to that instruction. Attempted manslaughter by act. Now, since Rashad Murphy is requesting culpable negligence, does that change this instruction?
Judge, I don't believe so because of the attempted nature of the offense. I don't know that you could do an attempted manslaughter by, I'd have to research that as well, Judge. I think it's a little bit different because it's an inchoate crime.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll just flag it and let me know if we need to make any changes on that one. Okay? All right. On principal instruction, I just added in the header principal instruction as to counts 3, 4, and 5, just to make it clear, crystal clear. So other than that, I didn't make any changes to that instruction. All right, next up, tampering with or fabricating physical evidence. I did add a, in parentheses, count 6, and I did change it to read applies to defendant Sean Gathright only under the header. Other than that, I didn't make any changes to the jury instruction. Okay. 3.3a, carrying, displaying, using, threatening to use, or attempting to use a firearm or weapon, and then actual possession and discharge of a firearm. On those instructions, if you find that, and I just made it more specific, if you find that defendant Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davian Murphy committed the first-degree premeditated murder, attempted second-degree murder, or attempted manslaughter by overt act, do we need to just say attempted manslaughter since Rashad Murphy's requesting culpable negligence?
I think the attempted, Judge, I think that's the issue. I don't think there can be
Okay.
when it comes to attempted
Okay.
manslaughter.
So Yeah, I'm just going to flag that one. Again, just let me know if we need to change the manslaughter language or not.
Judge, going back, I'm sorry to go back to 21.8, but the font seems to be a little bit larger than the rest.
Yeah, that you provided.
Did I do it? I apologize.
I'll make it Times New Roman 12, okay?
Sorry.
It's
I'm
all right.
just looking, it's probably my eyesight.
Yes, you made it larger, but I will make it regular size. Okay. So, all right. So that first sentence will read, if you find that defendant Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy committed first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or attempted manslaughter, again by overt act, you will then be asked to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the crime, that defendant personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm or weapon. Next paragraph. If you find that a defendant committed first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or attempted manslaughter by overt act, but you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that that defendant personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm or weapon, then you should find him guilty only of first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or attempted manslaughter by overt act. And 3.3D, similar to 3.3A, that now reads, if you find that defendant Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy committed, et cetera, you'll be asked to determine whether the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that during the course of committing that offense, that defendant actually possessed a firearm and discharged a firearm. Okay? And you guys can look at these overnight, and if something you think needs to be tweaked, I can easily do it here in the morning on the computer, so not to worry, okay? Next is definitions that apply to 3.3A and 3.3D. I did not make any changes to that. Okay. Next up is the criminal gang definition, and I think actually the font, I did increase the font on that one, or I bolded it to make it, or all caps, to make it in agreement with the headers on the other ones. I did add language in the header, applies only to defendants Isaiah Chance, Rashad Murphy, and Davion Murphy. And then I did add a preamble, which was not in the state's version, which I kind of took from the weapon possession one, which reads as follows. If you find that defendant Isaiah Chance, Rashad Murphy, or Davion Murphy committed first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder, attempted first-degree murder, attempted second-degree murder, or attempted manslaughter by overt act, you will then be asked to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt whether the defendant was a member or an associate of a criminal gang during the commission of the offense, and whether the defendant committed the crime for the purpose of benefiting, promoting, or furthering the interests of the criminal gang. Other than that, I didn't make any other changes. So, does that preamble at this point work for everyone?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and again, if you think about it overnight and you think it should say something different, just let me know in the morning, but that was my best attempt to create a preamble. Okay, plea of not guilty, 3.7, plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, burden of proof. I did make a couple just style changes. The defendants have entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendants are innocent. The presumption stays with each defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome a defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendants are not required to present evidence or prove anything. And then under reasonable doubt, I just changed it to read the second to last paragraph. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of a defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. I can change that to say A as opposed to the. You guys tell me.
Judge, I'm fine with the way it is.
Yeah, I thought it got a little wonky with the A. So
again, same premise. I mean, either
right.
A all the way throughout,
right.
or V all the way throughout, except for the one time where the court, suggested and I agree needed to be A. If they're going to do what the instructions tell them to do, then
right. They're supposed to by this time. Hopefully they will figure out and they need to do an individual evaluation. So I'll leave it for now. Again, you guys think about it overnight. Okay, 3.9, weighing the evidence. At this point, we do have Mr. Howard who's been convicted of a felony.
Yes.
So I didn't make any changes. All of those factors appear to be applicable to me. So under 3.9. Okay, on the second page, it all depends whether or not a defendant testifies. So if no one testifies, then I'll take it out. If someone does testify, then I will say defendant A, B, C, or D, whoever it is that testifies, okay, has become a witness. But we'll see what happens. Okay, defendant not testifying. Again, depending upon what happens, I did change it preliminarily to state that the Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendants. It is not necessary for a defendant to disprove anything, nor is a defendant required to prove his innocence. It is up to the state to prove a defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendants each exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by this decision. No juror should ever be concerned that a defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. Okay? So that's another one, just depends how things play out, how that's finally worded. Next up is 3.9C, eyewitness identification. Is this included because of Mr. Howard's photo pack?
Yes.
And are you guys, is the defense requesting that? Or, I mean, I'll leave it in, it doesn't matter. I didn't make any changes.
It didn't necessarily become an issue as it relates to the photo pack. He did view it. He did make an identification. Whether it should stay in there,
it's up to you guys.
Judge, I would defer to Rashad Murphy's attorney because
Judge.
it really only applies to him, and if he wants it, that's why it's in there.
Mr. Murphy would like to leave it.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, defendant's statements. I did make, again, just a couple of changes. A statement claimed to have been made by a defendant outside of court has been placed before you. Such a statement should always be considered with caution and be weighed with great care to make certain it was freely and voluntarily made. Therefore, you must determine from the evidence that a defendant's alleged statement was knowingly, voluntarily, and freely made. And then under elements 1 and 2, 1, whether when the defendant made the statement, he, because state had she, he had been threatened in order to get him to make it, and 2, whether anyone had promised him anything in order to get him to make it. If you conclude a defendant's out-of-court statement was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. Okay, rules for deliberation, 3.10. The only changes I made, I took out, I think there was a quotation or what's the word I'm looking for? Anyway, there's an unnecessary, there's something unnecessary in 2, parentheses, that's it, parentheses. So I took that out, and then I did change 5 to read, your duty is to determine if the defendants have been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. Okay, 3.11, cautionary instruction. I didn't make any changes to that. Verdict 3.12, I did just in the first sentence, you may find a defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify or not guilty. 3.12C, multiple counts or informations. I did make a change in the first sentence or second sentence. The defendants have been tried together. However, the charges against each defendant and the evidence applicable to each of them must be considered separately. Oh, it says him. Applicable to, and the evidence applicable to each of them. I still have him, but I'm going to change it to each of them.
Judge, do you want to get rid of information in the header since this is technically an indictment?
Just multiple counts?
Yes.
Okay. I'll make that change as well. Okay, and then finally submitting case to jury. I just switched out court deputy for bailiff. That was it. Okay, those are the jury instructions currently. And does the defendants have any other proposed instructions for the court? I don't hear anything, so I assume at this point that's a no. Okay, let's go to the verdict form. Or verdict forms. All right, starting with Mr. Chance. I did on the case numbers, I did just add their letter after the case number, so it's clear. I did not make any changes to Mr. Chance's verdict form. Have you had a chance to look at that, Mr. Petrides? Any objections to the verdict form? Okay. As to Sean Gathright, I just added the C, the letter C to the case number. And then I guess what state's going to need to change is the lessers.
On the attempted murders.
On the attempted murder. So it'd be on counts 3, 4, and 5. D will become the defendant is guilty of aggravated battery, great bodily harm, deadly weapon, right? A lesser included offense. And E will become not guilty. And that will be the same language in counts 3, 4, and 5, right?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Other than those changes, any other requested changes to the verdict form for Sean Gathright?
Just a minor edit, Your Honor, where count 2 to the jury find as follows. If I count 2, check only A.
Oh, yes. Thank you. A or B?
Same change in Isaiah Chance's, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. Hold on. Let me.
That was it.
All verdict forms.
Yeah. Okay. Count 2 is check only A or B, right?
Yes.
Okay. Ha, you caught me. You got one. All right. And same thing for count 2. Check only A or B. Okay. And then as to Rashad Murphy, other than those 2 changes, Mr. Gonzalez, any other requested changes?
Judge, I don't have my indictment with me. Mr. Murphy's indicating to me that he doesn't know if it was formally filed this way, but he has a second middle name, and I just want to make sure that his name is tracked to the indictment. I just don't have it with me.
I thought that I went off the indictment, but I will double check and if there's another name that they want added.
On the indictment, all it is Rashad Travion Murphy. I'm looking at the indictment right now.
It's not it's not his true legal given name.
Well, do you want me to take out Travion?
It is actually Rashad Travion Jakar Murphy.
I know this kind of a big moment for me. My mama gave me too many names. Like, I don't know.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing
Judge,
you.
he's just saying that his mother gave him two middle names, his legal name, although it's not the name that's on the indictment.
It's just like Davion Rashad Travion Murphy. It's just like.
Sure. I mean, I don't have a problem. The title can read however you want, and I don't really care. I don't think that it.
Judge, I was tracking the indictment. That was the
She
only.
can put. I just switched to Travion out with Jakar.
Okay, you're fine with Travion?
No, I switched to Travion out with Jakar. If I could.
You want to remove Travion and then put in Jakar?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't know if there's any legal implications to that or not. So, I mean,
I would just want to track the indictment.
yeah, I think we need to track the indictment. I do think that's best.
The indictment says Rashad Travion. That's what the indictment.
Yeah. Every count has Rashad Travion Murphy. So, okay. So I think it's safer just to track the indictment in all candor. Okay. So other than that, making the changes to count 2, check only A or B, and then adding in the aggravated battery on all the attempted murder counts. Any other requested changes, Mr. Gonzalez?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. And then Davion Murphy again on his verdict form. I just added in the case number, the letter E. And then other than changing count 2 to read check only A or B, and then adding in ag-bat, great bodily harm, deadly weapon to counts 3, 4, and 5. Any other requested changes, Mr. Sonardi?
No, Your Honor, like those will do it.
Okay. Okay, so state, I'm going to send everyone my copy that I've got saved on my computer of the verdict forms, but the state's going to make the changes to the verdict forms. I'm going to make the changes to the jury instructions, and then we need to talk tomorrow morning first thing about whether attempted manslaughter gets a principal or not, because I don't know. I just have a question. And then the manslaughter, whether on just because it's inchoate, attempted manslaughter, if it can only be overt act. Okay? Anything else we need to discuss this evening before we break? Okay, I'm not hearing anything. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, see you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Court adjourned.
Actually, I tell you what, be here at 8:45 just in case we need to discuss if there's a dispute regarding the instructions, okay? Be here at 8:45.
All right, you heard the judge, 8:45 tomorrow. Showing up at 8:45 tomorrow to go over any disputes that they may have. All right, seems like they're done for the day. All right, they have left. All right, so real quick, we'll just go over some highlights from today. There were only 3 witnesses, 2 from the state, and they rested, and then 1 from defense. They have not officially rested yet. Defense has not officially rested yet, but they have the defendants have a chance to testify tomorrow. I would not bet that they would. They're not gonna testify, but we'll see. So Amara Drew, FDLE firearms expert. She, to me, was the most confusing testimony of this entire trial. She was number 40, 40th witness. And I guess what came out was that the two casings that were found in Sean's brass catcher in the firearms safe at his mom's house matched the casings that were found in the October 2023 attack on Charles. They said it more clearly in openings. They'll probably talk about it in closings, but to me it was very, very disjointed. It just was very disjointed. But anyway, really nothing else. Like none of the casings matched. The firearms weren't found. None of the casings matched. They matched a 9mm, but they couldn't trace that back to anybody, any of the four. Then we heard from Detective Craig Griffin. He's Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, JSO. He works in the 1200 works in the gang unit specifically with 1200, which is ATK, Youngeen's group basically, or they've merged with Yungeen. So he was on the stand for quite a while, and he brought in all the videos. He brought in, I think, 4 videos that we watched. And talked about the signs, the hand signs, showed Rashad in some of those videos, throwing signs, putting gun fingers to the 6 down. What else? Let me just review my notes. So he talks about the connection between Rashad and Noah and Reginald, which is Spinabenz and Wappa with the Choppa. He shows pictures of Spinabenz, Wappa, Lil Kobe, J. Breezy, among others. He shows makes the connection between the 1200 members and their associates. Talks about 6 Block a little bit. Let's see what else. He talks about Rashad's arrest, that arrest video, and how much effort it took to get Rashad out of the apartment. Talks about tattoos, the 1200 Block tattoo on Davion's behind his neck, back of his neck, all over his body. He has tattoos. That the state is alleging shows that he is associated with the gang. But Isaiah was not documented as a member. Not sure what's going on behind me. Let's see what else. Then we got into some Cross. Cross came in with Deborah, Brian, Jason, and Justin. They all took their turn at Cross. Isaiah has never been documented as a 1200 gang member. He's never been in contact with Isaiah before this. Let's see. The last video made by 1200 has been years. I didn't know that. I thought they were still. I'll have to double check that. I'm sure that's. Well, I'll have to double check that. Then the state rested. Of course, they went through the motion to dismiss, and let's see what was big that came out of that. So nobody is denying that. So Nick's saying no. So basically, nobody's denying that they came to Tampa. The main thing that the defense is saying is that we're not denying that they were there. You guys have enough evidence on them. We'll stipulate that they were there. What they're saying is that you don't have physical video evidence or eyewitnesses saying Davion, Rashad, Isaiah, and Sean, or Alicia for that matter, were there. You have cars. You have cars that they were getting in and out of. You have a lot of evidence for that, but you don't have evidence that they were at the hotel. That's what the defense is hanging their hat on. As much as you want to agree with that or disagree with that, that's what they're saying. So. Then we heard from Dr. Georgia Leap. She's an anthropologist. She's a gang expert. She's I know a lot of you guys were, coming down on her hard, but whatever. That's your opinion. No problem. I was impressed that she's been doing this for like 45 years, and she's hanging out with the Crips and the Bloods and Watts, in LA. I mean, that just blows my mind that she seems like, if I saw her just walking down the street, I'd be like, there's no way that you are a gang expert that is allowed to hang out with like serious gangs. But that's what she says she did. Or she did, and she does, I suppose. She's written 3 books, whatever, that doesn't matter. She basically testifies about the 3 major types. There's major corporations, which is the cartels. Then you have the street gangs. Then you have the hybrid gangs. We heard that word a lot. We heard hybrid a lot. Criminal street gang, you can't leave. You're there for life. They take care of your family. There's organization. There's a leader, et cetera, et cetera. Hybrid is more flexible. Crime is for the benefit of the gang. I'm sorry, it's not for the benefit of the gang. It's more individual. And I thought this was a pretty good analogy. Hybrid gangs are more like pickup basketball, where you just kind of show up. There's rules, sure, there's rules, but you just kind of show up at the court and you play and off you go. Whereas a street gang is more like the NBA. You've got colors, you've got a captain, you've got coaches, you have all this. So I thought that was a pretty good analogy. And again, I don't think she was brought in to sway the jury in the guilt phase, if you will. I didn't see it as that. I don't think she was going to sway the jury in the guilt phase. I think she was more for the penalty phase, and I think she probably should have been brought in. I think she probably should have been brought in at that point in time, but maybe they wanted to get in front of it and just throw something up against the wall. So that's what they did. That's what the defense did. And so she just kind of goes through, what the different types of gangs are. Let's see. Then Cross came in for her, and she admitted that she testified in Duval County, not about ATK or KTA. She was retained as a gang expert, not as a Jacksonville gang expert. So she says the Florida statute is broad and vague, so it fits. So, but she says her research doesn't fit. So anyway, so the hybrid gangs qualify as the law is written. So anyway. All right. So then we go to the jury sent home. We've got closings are going to be tomorrow, which is Thursday. Jury instructions are going to be on Friday, along with deliberations. Closings will probably take all day. Openings were 3 hours for the state, and defense took, I think, there was about 20 minutes each, so 20, 40, 60. It's about an hour and 20 minutes, hour and a half, let's say. So I would expect the state to be at least probably 4 hours, I would think, with the defense probably being 2. So you're looking at a 6 to 7 hour day. So, all right. Just quick reminder, you guys, you may have your opinion and we appreciate that, but just don't attack anybody in the courtroom. We have them reading our chat and we just want to be respectful of that. You can speak your mind, just don't say disparaging remarks about people in the courtroom, whether it's a witness, whether it's a defendant, whether it's the judge, lawyers, just be respectful. That's all we ask. And then also to respect people in our chat as well. So not a difficult thing to ask, just ask that you respect that. So let's see, 155 votes. Thank you for voting. Who has the most evidence against them? 64% of you said all 4. 24% of you said just the shooters, which would be Rashad, Davion, and Sean. 6% of you said Isaiah Chance, he was in the lookout car. And 6% of you said none of them do. So 6% of you think, I would assume then, would be not guilty. And 64% of you think that, I would say, that are guilty. So. All right. So with that being said, day 10 starts tomorrow. The judge wants them at 8:45, and all right. Hold on just a second. All right. Sorry. All right. So 8:45, she wants them there, so we'll go on a little bit earlier, maybe 8:30. We'll hit the ground at 8:30. And appreciate you guys being with us. So hope you had a great day hanging out with us. I know we enjoyed your chatting and opinions, and appreciate our mods. Thank you to Erin for all that she does on the back end. I will leave you with Super Ball. A little Super Ball over here. Super Ball making her presence known. Just make sure you guys, if you hit the like button if you don't mind, and appreciate your support. Thank you for all the memberships today, the super chats. Really appreciate that. And yes, lots of kitty chaos makes for a short night. We do have a big day tomorrow. So closings are tomorrow, and then jury will get we'll start to deliberate on Friday. All right, you guys, thanks again for joining us. Really appreciate you spending your day with us. Again, thank you, mods, and thank you to Erin. And with that, we will say goodnight, and we'll see you tomorrow.